When the finish line calls, we answer. Hit the road with insurance protection from Hagerty, whether you drive a built racer, sports car, or exotic, and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com. When the road calls, we answer with our guaranteed value, unparalleled service and expertise, and savings of $264 on average. Hagerty has you covered no matter what's around the bend. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
Work 1 minute on the green, the release is green here in just about 45 seconds.
Celebrating 10 years of Tony Pirella's time at the top of SVRA as the owner of both SVRA, the Historics, Trans Am, and FR and F4, which he bought recently. But it's a wonderful celebration. Over 400 cars, Scott. I marvel at that every time.
Yes, and most of them are regular SVRAs, but we have, for the first time and very welcome, a lot of our neighbors to the north, Canadian drivers and fans that have come across and come down to Watkins Glen International for this Hilliard U.S. Vintage Grand Prix. Absolutely great to have them, great to have their cars and the drivers and teams down here.
I'll tell you what, with the power and weight ratio to these small but very powerful lightweight cars, this is very, very tough, isn't it? And you really have, we talk about historic racing and you think of not known names, but these guys are very proficient in their driving and very careful. And I would argue that some of the big names like a Colton Herter or whatever would struggle more than some of these guys to wheel these things in these conditions.
Yeah, 5 Alpha is the Sports 2000, which was based on the European Group 7 cars. But even those cars, which are arguably, and I'll say this kind of in quotes, the slowest of the groups that we have out there, even though those go 140-something miles per hour, but not in the wet, not today. Then we have the Group 7 Can-Am cars and the Group 11 prototypes. And those big cars, I would agree with you, those are a handful in the dry, let alone in the wet, trying to put all that horsepower down to the ground, and that being a wet track, yeah, it's very, very difficult. As you know, Jonathan, this track very challenging. Turn 1 alone, the Mission Foods turn, we've had a number of incidents yesterday in the dry.
Yeah, and as you can see, the wind blowing, and we looked at the weather this morning when we were having breakfast, and it didn't look as though it was going to change much. So we're going to have these sorts of conditions throughout the day. I don't think we're going to get a dry track, actually, for much of the day. What you're looking at now is a rather sadly depleted field, but in the full field, you'll have, well, the Audis. We've got Lolas, Swifts, Chevrons, and always nice to have a Chevron. We had a few Riley Daytona prototypes as well. One Maserati was due to be out there, but it's a combination of cars that go, from 1969 up to 2005. The Audi R8 that is a big regular feature on SVRA, sadly not out there, although I did see it in the paddock. Look at this, here we go. To start our way, and they're almost 3 abreast as we go to the side, but the picture belies where they actually are. Look to your left-hand side, that's the man in pole position, leading the way, and the 29 of Benjamin Myers slotting in then to second place there, and a good clean start as they go through the first quarter, the Missions Foods turn 1 and up the hill towards the S's for the first time, Scott.
Yeah, and that's not a surprise to see that Sports 2000 car. Again, these are, again, in quotes, the slowest of the group, but most suited to these particular conditions of the three groups we have out there, and headed into the Big Machine Spiked Vodka Coolers bus stop for the first time.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. But the bus stop, obviously, a very tough part of this circuit. Every driver I've spoken to, as we're looking to change for the lead, Myers looking for a way pass, coming into the approach of the bus stop, and I think he's going to make it, and he makes it with a plume. But now he's got to get the anchors out, and he's done it. That's a brave maneuver in these conditions. You can see the puddles, the sitting water, and that always scares me when I see that in any kind of car. And you know this in your road car. You really tiptoe across it, but when you've got so much power underneath you, and like I said, what belies these cars, they don't look necessarily like an Indy car or a fast car, but their power-to-weight ratio, because they're lightweight cars, the bodies on these and the way they're made, it's all about power-to-weight, isn't it?
Yes, it is. The Myers family was out there yesterday, both Benjamin and Andrew, in Sports 2000 cars. That was a class, again, we were saying, based on the Group 7 cars that were in Europe. It was very popular here in the United States as a SCCA class. It ran for 10 years. John Fergus won 7 of those championships in SCCA in the Carb-Air S2000, and then his son Corey won the next year in Sports 2000. But it's now a regional class, but it was very popular back in the day. Again, these make 140 horsepower, about 140 miles per hour, and there were different iterations of the Sports 2000. Oh, we got to spin there.
Oh, sadly, 2 cars going out, and this was the fear, I think, in these conditions,
yes.
Because as you approach the first lap, fine if you can get it going, and you know as coming into here that it's going to be slippy. Look, we've got the next one going off,
yes.
But everybody tiptoeing past the 2 cars stop. They're going to wait. Both of them are still under power, and I'm glad to say both of them have recovered.
Yeah.
But that's what can happen very quickly. As we look first time at the 62. And that is Mitchell Etel in the Chevron B31 from 1975.
Yeah, that is one of the higher horsepower cars out there, the Chevron of Mitchell Etel.
There's Andrew Myers in the 51 in a 1996 Carb-Air Sports 2000. I'm delighted they've recovered. The 7 is John Blizzard in the well, actually no. Let me just check that, because no, that's a different number 7. I'm sorry, I've led you astray. That's Ralph Lamachia in a Carb-Air Sports 2000.
That's one of those cars we were just talking about, the Carb-Air Sports 2000. The first time out at Road Atlanta at the runoffs, again, these cars were raced in the SCCA. It finished second in the hands of John Fergus, and he ran off those championships. They later had 2 Pro Series that John Fergus won the first time, the American Cities Racing League, and then they went to an Oldsmobile engine in these particular cars, which are usually powered by Fords. And the Oldsmobile Quad 4 was the engine in that last series before, sadly, they went to just a regional class.
Now, you mentioned the popularity. Was that because of the price point? I know that's a rude thing to talk about, but you know, when you get popular racing, it's usually because it's affordable, the parts are available, and you're not going into spending millions of dollars every time you go racing. So is that part of why it gained such popularity?
Yes, they were sports racers, and at the time, most of the sports racers, you had to have quite a large amount of money to not only invest in the car, but parts and transporters and what have you. These cars were, again, cost is a relative term in racing, but they were affordable, as you say, and we had large fields. Again, my dad and I did the runoffs for about 26 straight years when they were held at Road Atlanta, and these, it was not uncommon to see 40 or 50 car fields of Sports 2000s. Taiga was in as one of the Sports 2000 manufacturers, Lola in a number of forms, T496, T590, the Carb-Air CS2 was one of the manufacturers, and it was almost kind of Trans Am-like in that the manufacturers were very, very adamant about the cars being there and about them winning, and they were using the racing and their prowess as, you know, national champions or conference winners or division winners to sell those cars to clients. But yes, it was affordable. You're absolutely right about that. Much like, unfortunately, the Lola, the B2K10 was just a lighter version. The B240 was a lighter version of the B210. Again, more affordable and able to be raced, John.
And in terms of origins, most of those types of cars, and I'm thinking Lola and Riley, British-based.
Yes. And again, this formula was based on the European Group 7 Championship, which Chevron and I believe Lola were the two most prolific of the manufacturers over there. And they basically just took the concept, downsized it a little bit. You'll notice that these cars are two-seaters. That was in the rules. It had to have two seats. And some of these manufacturers took that to the extreme. It had a seat for the driver. It had a little bitty narrow seat that maybe a baby could fit in. It was all about weight savings. As the class developed, you would see it went from cars that were not as aerodynamic to cars that were very sleek and very aerodynamic. I know Swift had one of the long tails, as they called it, for aerodynamics. And as you saw towards the later years, you begin to see over the wheels, I believe it was Swift that had the first one, half moon covers on the wheels, and then it developed on the Lola to completely covers over the wheels. Again, all about aerodynamics. You saw much like Formula Ford, the rear view mirrors that were way out on the side, all of a sudden they were aerodynamically inboard. You had developments in the engine, you had developments in the chassis. So yeah, it was affordable. It was a fun class to race, and as I say, very, very popular here in the United States.
Mitchell Etel making a move perhaps at the bus stop. He thinks better of it in the number 62, and he's going to make a pass very soon, I think, in that Chevron. And yeah, it's been a good little race. But if you're wondering, we welcome our viewers from around the world on our live feed of the SpeedTour.tv. And if you're wondering why this is more of a depleted field, mainly on safety grounds, I think these cars are, or a lot of them are, priceless, and of course they don't necessarily always trust themselves in these conditions, because these are probably the toughest conditions you could race in, because it's very greasy out there. It's early morning here at Watkins Glen. Not a lot of traffic out there so far, so these are the first guys to venture out, really. Yeah, you can see we've already had two spins at this particular corner, but it's Myers, Lamachia, Etel, Myers, and Nadell in 5th position.
Now, David Nadell, I believe that is the Lola that we were talking about. I'm sure that they will switch to him. Nadell has the highest horsepower, which, of course, in these conditions, it's not unusual to see him at the back of the pack. Normally, he would be far out in front of these cars that are out on track. But Nadell has that what we call an affordable Lola that was out there. The B2K40 was the lighter version of the B2K10. It was more affordable. It was developed for the American Le Mans Series LMP 675 class, which Chris Dyson is very familiar with, having won that championship, and also for LMP2, which was a later kind of version of the American Le Mans Series.
Well, Myers in that leading number 51, having a beautiful day out, even though it's raining. He's got a 18-second lead over Lamachia at the moment in the number 7. And only 5 cars venturing out, and there is that second place 7. Now, he's got a battle on. Because he's got a couple of cars, including Etel in the 62, popping out the 29 of Myers, who's just lost that position. And in comes the number 7. Yeah, these are tough conditions, really tough. You can see them, or hear them feathering the throttle and just not putting it full beans just quite yet.
And as you say, that these drivers usually do very extremely well here in the Tri. But it is a real challenge on this wet circuit. Again, Watkins Glen International with a lot of history to it. But this course is a very fast course. It has uphill, elevation to it. It has off-camber turns. This track is one of those flowing type tracks, much like Road Atlanta, where you don't usually look at a track as one turn to another. This one, you kind of put all those turns together, and they all flow together to get a good lap time. But again, that elevation changes with this standing puddles, very, very challenging for these drivers. They'll cross them in these cars, and I'm sure Ben always likes to see the hands. I'm sure you can see those hands going all over the place on these cars.
Yeah, Watkins, I was talking to a couple of the drivers about why they love Watkins so much, and it doesn't have one particular straight. It reminds me a little bit of Donington Park in terms of the challenge, which is high-speed, fast corners, but nothing that's flat out for very long. And so you're constantly working, and that's what drivers like. They constantly, especially when racing, you don't want to sit there kind of yawning down the big long straight. We do have the horseshoe, and that is perhaps the only, the boot as we call it, but perhaps the only place that they really open up. But the rest of the time, as you can see from this complex here, from right to left, you're constantly working, and you're just literally on the throttle and off the throttle.
Yeah, the Franklin Road Apparel turn 11 down to Mission Foods turn 1, that is about really the only place where I would say you could relax. But most of the time, you're right, these drivers are very busy. Again, they're shifting gears, they're hitting apexes, which again, in these conditions, you do not want to touch those curbs. Unless you're familiar with ice racing, you don't want to touch those curbs because you will sail off into the grass. And as we learned at Lime Rock, where unfortunately we had a little bit of rain there, once you get on the grass, you don't slow down. You actually speed up. So you don't want to do that. But again, the straightaways here are not what I would call straightaways. And you don't have a chance really to open up that throttle, especially in these conditions.
Get some nice tight shots now as they come through the mist here at Watkins Glen. Our first race of the day. Coming up next is Group 10, and we're looking forward to that one. We've got a bunch of great NASCARs in that one. We saw them out in Yale. Hopefully Ben Sissel coming up to join us. We've also got Group 8 and 12. We've also got, of course, our big race of the day, which will be the TA, XGT, SGT, and GT. That race, local time 11:05 here in New York time, which is Eastern time in the North American time zones.
And that's going to be another horsepower handling type battle, because the 850 plus horsepower from Trans Am cars on a wet circuit. I know we have been very blessed not to have a lot of rain at the races that we have run this year, but the one that we did in Mid-Ohio is the one that comes to mind.
Yeah.
You could hear a wheel spin, and you could see those cars. They were sideways. They were all over the place. So a very exciting Trans Am race coming up.
Well, yeah, and I'm also looking ahead to this next group. I mean, we've got some very powerful muscle cars coming up, and they're gonna have to be about their wits for sure.
No.
Myers then extending his lead. He's now taken it to 25 seconds, but I think just to get out there and be going around is good enough at the moment. Here comes the 62 of Edel.
Yeah, Myers was one of the few cars we actually saw pass somebody, and that was very early on. And I'm sure, one thing we're talking about, the wet track and the handling and the horsepower, but another one is you don't want to be behind a car. You get the spray right up into, especially with these open wheel cars, and the Sports 2000s are open cars. You get all that spray right onto your visor, and it's hard enough to see as it is. You don't need spray coming up right on you.
Here's the other Myers, number 51.
And again, you can see on that one, you see the wheel covers are completely covering the wheels. That is a little bit later version of the Sports 2000. And again, that was done for aerodynamics. And Swift actually started putting half-moon covers on their cars as a reaction to what they saw there. They say, wait a minute, that looks interesting. We need to do something here.
Onto the main straight yet again then. 5 laps gone in our first race of the day. We have a plethora of historic racing to bring you over the weekend. We've also got a really special group, the Bugattis. We watched them last night, Scott, and I'm just really impressed. Cars that date back to the early 20s.
Yes, we had one from 1922, the Type 22 that Ettore Bugatti actually signed the engine on, 1913. Most of them were from the mid-30s, but I was absolutely amazed and had been since I saw them on Thursday in the test sessions of the engineering that goes into these beautiful Bugattis.
It does amaze me as a Brit, and I'm sure a lot of Brits.
I didn't know that. I couldn't tell.
Yeah, thank you. But no, it does amaze me that I can talk funny if I need to.
That's what I'm used to.
But no, it does amaze me that obviously so much of historic racing does include these British marques that were at the time in the early days, and the French with Bugatti and the Italians and so on, the Germans. But how many of these cars have made it over to this side of the pond, and how much revere there is for. You only have to talk to Ben Sissel about his MGs. I mean, the Americans do love the European cars in the historics, and I'm just amazed at the amount in North America as we go around from West Coast to East Coast, just the amount of cars that there are that originated from Britain.
Well, most of the manufacturers always looked at the North American market as one of their premier markets. Obviously they were making cars for their home country, whether it be, as you said, Britain or Japan or Germany or what have you. But it was always the U.S. market that had the most racing in it. And a lot of the cars, you'll see them say like there's 100 produced, but 2/3, maybe 3/4 of them were shipped to the U.S. A lot of the importers from that they were shipped into, the distributors here in the U.S. were actually coming over from Europe as well, forming teams. Fred Opert, Carl Haas were all importing the Lolas, and the Doug Sharson Racing was importing Chevrons and what have you. But yeah, it was the manufacturers were looking at the U.S. market. the Datsun from Japan that Dr. Katayama was sent over here to fail, but actually he succeeded. And in fact, the Japanese head of Datsun came over and said, how are you selling all these cars? And he said, well, I understand the market. They have a lot of racing heritage. You can use these cars to sell. And Japan said, well done. He sent over here to fail, but he succeeded wildly.
Yeah, and I mean, that story is as good as any as we're on the final lap now, because the Japanese, the American muscle cars, the big cars, you'd never have thought that the Japanese would make a dent in the American market. But exactly that, the economies of scale, their efficiency, their ability to win on the track against the bigger cars, absolutely, race on Sunday, buy on Monday, and it was true for the Japanese, especially we'll see in Group 10 coming up, in Group 8 and 12 coming up, several of the Datsuns that made that voyage over and made it so popular. And of course, we all know about the 240 in America and how Paul Newman in many ways made that such a household name.
Yeah, the 240Z was actually the car that kind of broke the tradition or mold, as you will, of the so-called small econobox Japanese cars. Yeah. Because they were always they were importing them obviously before Dr. Katayama came over, but Katayama brought the first what I would call true sports car from Japan over here.
So, closing stages of our groups 5A, 7 and 11. We apologise for the fact that it's not that substantiated with the number of cars, but of course you've got to think of safety in these conditions, and these brave men that are out there at the moment, including, it looks like a Myers fest, because it's going to be Andrew Myers who's going to take the victory in the Kabir Sports 2000. And we're just listening to that beautiful sound of the Eagle going up in the number 62 Chevron, and lovely sound indeed. The checkered flag is being prepared, and the 29 of Benjamin Myers will take second place, and Lamacha, who had been in second for much of the race, will take the podium in third place. Conditions not improving as the race went on. I was hoping for it, but I think, like I said, this looks like one of those rather dull Snetterton days, and I've had many of them. You know exactly what I'm talking about, Scott, having tuned in, I'm sure.
Yes.
But this is a typical British day in terms of, and it's a typical British, it's a typical New York State day too. And the weather's starting to turn as we turn towards fall and winter.
Yeah, the forecast was for 75% rain, but it was 100% when I stepped out of the hotel this morning.
Yeah, exactly.
We were kind of hoping that maybe these cars, as we worked through the groups, would kind of maybe get some dry lines for me, but unfortunately it doesn't look like that's happening.
Not at the moment anyway. So, checkered flag is being prepared for Myers, and there it is. And congratulations to Andrew Myers, who takes victory in the 1996 Kabir Sports 2000 in atrocious conditions, I may add. Well done. You can see the clear visor. He needs that for sure, and he had the best of runs because obviously he didn't have any spray to deal with in his face anyway. And he takes victory over the number 29 of Benjamin Myers in a similar car. And in third place, Lamacha in the number 7. Ralph Lamacha in the Kabir 2. So it's a complete Kabir 1, 2, 3.
All Sports 2000s, all Kabir's. John Fergus was a very smart man. He picked his cars very well. The Kabir, again, 8 national championships, 7 for him and 1 for his son. And the Myers family, very happy to be on the podium, first and second step.
Thanks, Scott. Well, we'll take a short
John.
break from Watkins Glen. More action coming up. Stay with us here on the Speed Tour.
The Mission Foods VIR Speed Tour returns to Virginia International Raceway October 6th through the 9th, featuring the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, the Sportscar Vintage Racing Association, International GT, Formula Regional Americas, F4 U.S. Championship, Mazda Heritage Cup, and the Saturday Haggerty Cars and Caffeine Car Show. You do not want to miss the Mission Foods VIR Speed Tour. For tickets, simply go to virnow.com.
report. CFOD.org and CFOD.org to plan your trip. So this morning, you see them online out of Prix, the Regional Airport. And direct flights to Florida on the weekend. Also flights to anywhere in the world on Delta Airlines. Give it a look now. Take a picture lab with Steve Evans to find out what all these branches about. Visit evansbank.com or stop by one of their 5 Rochester area branches and learn how a world-class team can help you obtain financial fix. Feel empowered and really know your work with the folks over at Evans Bank. 5 branches of the Rochester area. One is waiting. With over 105 years of heritage, technology, and experience in racing, World School offers an expansive line of wonders made for life.
TA2, and he keeps moving up. It's how much work and effort he's putting into this.
I remember last year I interviewed him at Road America, and he said, I qualified 4th. I out-qualified my teammate at the time. He said, I'm so happy. But he is an accomplished driver. You'll see him in a number of cars, hopefully today. The Group 6 race, he always is right up there at the top of the charts, man. It's a shame that we have this rain falling today after such a beautiful weekend and with a great turnout of over 400 cars. But we have several of the field that has ventured out in these rainy conditions there.
Looks like we are doing a split start. I wish we weren't. It's great when we have, you know, the 12 stock cars like we had yesterday, but now it's with such a small group. I wish we would condense it. Looks like only 5 cars are out there. So we've got Joe Nemechek up front, Brian Pritchard. That's the stock car group, both Toyota Camrys. Then in Group 10 GT, or GT4, GT2, is Scott Borchetta in 10 GT4, Alan Cohen in 10 GT4. Alan Cohen is in the 2006 Mustang Port City Tube. And then Yen Kirpada. Let me find him. That is a 1991 Chevrolet Impala. As they come around, Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers bus stop on the warm-up lap. You see they're trying to get some heat in the rain tires a little bit, going back and forth. Also, I think just kind of checking the level of grip more than the heat in the tires.
I would agree with you, Ben. I think they're checking the level of grip to see what they're going to have when that green flag falls. You know, these are high horsepower cars. Jonathan and I were talking in the previous race about trying to put all this horsepower down on a wet track is very, very tough, especially for these drivers.
Now, they're doing the short shoot here, the NASCAR course for the pace laps. That's just for time. We are running the large course with the boot in it at Watkins Glen, but to save time, we learned that we save about 40 minutes when we can pace on the short NASCAR track. Pace car comes in, lights are out. And we have a green. Here we go. Joe Nemechek pulls way out front here over Brian Pritchard. Here's the second group being led by Scott Borchetta as they come around Franklin Road, turn 10 and 11. Franklin Road Apparel. This is the Franklin Road Apparel Classic for the Trans Am races. And see here, that's confusing. I guess the flag takes the precedent over the green light board as we see there. Jan Kirpata just coming in. So it looks like this is going to be a two-way race. Scott Borchetta just slightly has the lead. You can see cars coming off. Now, in the last race, we had some spins at turn 1. Both being careful. Oh, he's getting sideways a little bit. But going through Mission Foods turn 1.
We were talking also on the last broadcast that, you know, you like to see the hands. I bet those hands are going all over the place in these stock cars and these high horsepower Ford Mustangs. Borchetta in the Battle of the Mustangs along with Pritchard. Borchetta in the 48 Garage Ford Mustang and Pritchard in the A to Z Distribution Ford Mustang.
They're catching them. These GT cars will have a little bit better grip. As you can see here, as the GT cars are already catching up to the stock cars.
You know, the fast way through that particular turn is to hop over the curves, but you do not want to touch those curbs at all. Jonathan and I were talking about that last broadcast. Unless you like ice racing, you do not want to touch those curbs because it'll send you think you saw that car sideways going through Mission Foods turn 1, they'll be completely, you could read the name on the side of the door better than you could looking at the front hood.
Yeah, those painted curves are slick. So we've got a car coming into the pits. Well, I'm wondering if they're putting on reins. I can't see. Tony, see if they're grooves in those tires or if they're just tightening. No, those are rain tires, it looks like. So they've put on rain tires, and let's see what he's got. That's Kirpata going back out in that 1991 Chevrolet Impala. But this looks like this might be the race to watch. Scott Borchetta, Alan Cohen.
Cohen is at a little bit of a disadvantage only because, yes, he's very close to Borchetta, but all that spray from Borchetta's rear wheels are landing right on Cohen's windscreen. He doesn't have the problem that we had in the open wheel Sports 2000s that just came off the track, and that his visor is not getting that spray, but his windshield is. And again, Borchetta not used to having somebody up that close to him racing with him. Borchetta always up at the top, as you know, Ben.
Yeah, I'm just looking at how these cars are tracking. They're hitting their highest speed here, coming down. Now coming into the brake zone as they enter Mission Foods turn 1. These cars look to be pretty evenly matched.
And look how gingerly they are on the brakes. And this is a kind of a steering feeling type of track at the moment because you have all this horsepower, yes, but you're really having to feather the throttle as you go through these turns. Too much, that car will snap sideways on you. Not quite enough, and Cohen will go by Borchetta. Joe Nemechek still out front in one of those Toyota Camrys. And you can even hear Joe Nemechek trying to feather that throttle, trying to get that big stock car to turn in. Again, not using the curves. We talked about that already, Ben, but this horsepower, a lot of it in these NASCAR stock cars, whether they came from the Xfinity Series or from one of the Cup Series back in the day, whether it be Winston Cup or Sprint Cup or what have you, but see him being very ginger on the accelerators. He's going up through the S's and headed towards the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers bus stop. Trying to put that power down is very, very difficult with these cars, Ben.
Yeah, this is Brian Pritchard here. Joe and they have the same looking cars, both black Camrys, both number 8, one's 8A, 8B, but this is Brian Pritchard, who's driving a lot more gingerly than Joe Nemechek. Joe Nemechek is really testing out what he can do in the rain. And this is Brian Pritchard. Here's Joe Nemechek. Looks like he did something wrong there. That looks like turn 8 as he comes into WeatherTech turn 9. But I think he's trying to push it, see what his stock car can do in the rain. He's constantly developing these cars.
Well, he stepped over that imaginary line there just as we went to him, didn't we? Yeah, I just looked up and saw the 8. I thought it was Nemechek, but yeah. It's unfair to the announcers. They have 2 cars that look the same with the same number on them.
Yeah. And a lot of teams do that as strategy because it's hard to penalize the cars. But it looks like he's got a lot of fog in that windscreen.
Yeah. And again,
that's going to really hurt the visibility.
We were talking about that in the Enduro, that windscreen was actually the more troublesome to him than the actual trying to keep the car on the track.
Yeah, you can't even see his hands on the steering wheel. That's going to be a huge problem. That's basically driving by braille out there.
Listen now, Joe Nemechek always had great car control, but he is really feathering that throttle, being very precise on where he hits this apex, is not using the curb, but usually he would be all over the curbs and putting that car as fast as he could up to those S's, but not doing that at the moment in this wet conditions.
Well, we've got Joe Nemechek in front. We're just going to call the overall race here now. Followed by Scott Borchetta. Followed by Alan Cohen right behind Borchetta. Then Brian Pritchard and Yen Kripata. There's Brian Pritchard there. You can see a lot of what we call weepers. So there's wet conditions, but then there's soaked. So there's these little rivers that go across the track because it's not like normal street roads where the roads are crowned. Racetracks are made to be flat, so you can see the puddles and the weepers going across. And I was talking to Chris Dyson, who knows this track really well, and he says there's a lot of weepers going across turn 1, a lot going across turn 8.
This is an interesting race for the Ford Mustangs, one of our 2 featured marks at the Watkins Glen this weekend. Borchetta in a 2015 Mustang, and I believe Cohen has the 2006, but in these wet conditions, they're really evenly matched, both different generations. The 2006 is the 5th generation of the Ford Mustang, and the 2015 that Borchetta is driving, the 2015 is the 6th generation. Different horsepowers, but in these wet conditions, they always call rain the great equalizer, and certainly proving that in this Ford Mustang battle. They're running 1st and 2nd in Group 10 GT4.
Here it is. Okay, so there's Scott Borchetta catching up to Joe Nemechek. This could be a battle. You can see there that Scott Borchetta has a defogger right in front of his view that he can see. Basically, it'd be tunnel vision, be like holding a tube right in front of your eye. So he can see right in front of him. He doesn't have very good peripheral vision, but still I'm seeing that as better vision than Joe Nemechek, as Scott Borchetta looks to make a pass here on Joe Nemechek for the overall lead. There it is.
I'm sure Nemechek probably saw him coming up in his rearview mirror.
Nemechek is pitting.
Yeah.
I think making the good move there because of visibility.
Yes.
As Scott Borchetta takes the overall lead here in the rain, going into Mission Foods turn 1.
And Scott Borchetta covering both manufacturers here this weekend, running the Ford Mustang here. He'll run a Chevrolet Corvette in the Dick Mooney Memorial Race Group 6 and 12A coming up later. But Borchetta, who kind of burst on the SVRA season a couple of years ago, and he has really come to lights as a very good driver, very accomplished. Usually has the Audi R8 in the prototypes, along with the Chevrolet Corvette, this Ford Mustang.
So we have a question, when is the Group 6 race today, from Margaret. The Group 6 is slated for 2:05. p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And we will be broadcasting that race as Alan gets a little bit sideways there coming out of the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers bus stop.
Yeah, I believe he got sideways because he went across one of those weepers you were talking about. And again, these cars are high horsepower, and they can get away from you very quickly on this wet track. Again, this track is, as you were talking about, Ben, a very fast track, but it also is one that requires a lot of patience, as you have a lot of elevation changes to it and a lot of off-camber turns. A very flowing European-type track with a lot of history, as it looks like. Is that Brian Pritchard there just coming by?
Yep. Yeah, and I just got word from our producers that it is Jen Kirpata, female driver out there. So, Jen, I'm sorry. I was going by the last name, and we have a few Yens that race with us. So it is Jen Kirpata. That is Brian Pritchard there in that number 8. Now, see, that's a Joe Nemechek car, I think,
yeah.
And he has figured out the fogging in that one.
Yeah, Nemechek, who's this number 8 that Nemechek drives, was kind of sitting off in the corner in their shop, and Nemechek kept walking by it and said, you know, I think that'll make a good race car. I can go vintage racing with it. And he dusted it off, made all the necessary changes to it to make it vintage racing legal, and he has won 11 races as of yesterday. He was the overall winner and stock car division winner yesterday, and has taken the SVRA by storm. Again, 11 races in a row that Nemechek has entered and won. All of them overall except for one at Road Atlanta. This looks to possibly be the second one he will not win overall. As Borchetta, with that clear windscreen, as you said, Ben, clearly out in front now.
So I know that some of our smarter Trans Am teams and drivers are watching this. If you're watching this on SpeedTour TV on YouTube, give us a comment, because I'm sure you're watching this to see what kind of grip levels you're going to get out there. And that's Joe Nemechek back out there. Somebody must have wiped his windscreen. Let's see what it looks like right now. Still doesn't look clear, though. And is he coming in, or is he making the pass on the inside here at Franklin Road Apparel, turn 11?
I believe he thought about it, but decided better of it. I think he's going to wait till the straightaway, if at all. Bus stop is going to be his next chance, the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers bus stop. Very daunting. Quick right, and then just a very short momentary straightaway, and then quick left, and another right back out onto the Watkins Glen International. 3.4 miles, 11 turns.
So that was Joe Nemechek making that pass on Jen Kirpata in the 1991 Chevrolet Impala.
Yeah, talking about the Trans Am, as Jonathan and I did in the last race broadcast, they have even more horsepower than these stock cars, 850 plus in the Trans Am cars. We could see a production car possibly be up towards the front because of the less weight in those production cars. Actually, the rain would more favor those production cars than it would the high horsepower Trans Am cars.
So you can see he still has just that small little circle right in front of him where there's obviously some kind of fan or defogger blowing right in front, but he can't see really well right to left. He's going to have to miss some of his right-hand turn apexes where you would look out the right side of your windscreen. So he's still kind of, I wouldn't say tiptoeing it, because he's going at quite a faster clip than everybody else, and the car seems to be handling really well in the wet. So he's getting all kinds of data right now for wet weather racing in a TA2 car, which I think is really smart.
Yeah, this I believe this is the one that has the V6 3.7 liter in it. It also came with a 5-liter Coyote V8, but both of those make rather prodigious horsepower, 430 horsepower in the Coyote V8. And Borchetta, you're right, he looks a lot better handling and a lot more stable than the other cars. And you can tell he's getting the power down earlier as he comes out of the turns, which of course is going to help for torque going up through the S's and of course through WeatherTech turn 9. But yeah, you can see the other drivers are kind of, as you say, a little bit tiptoeing, a little bit ginger. But Borchetta looks to be more on pace than the others.
Yeah, and if you're wondering what kind of lines they're running, a lot of times the racing lines at these tracks are basically polished from all the cars going over them. So you get more grip sometimes on what I would call the anti-line. And you can see that Joe Nemechek is running kind of a rain line, as we would call it, because he's going out on parts of the track that the asphalt is going to be a little bit more coarse, offering more grip. Once cars run over these tracks so many times, it kind of polishes down the racing line. So he's running just outside of the racing line to try to find where the grip is.
Yeah, and usually the outside line is what we refer to as the wet line, and you can get grip out there. You don't want to be on the inside, as you said, Ben. Also, most of the oil from cars usually is laid down on the racing line. Of course, you want to stay off of those curbs that we had talked about. You can do that more off the off line or the wet line.
You can see Joe Nemechek just trying to keep it right in the center of the track, turning in at the Big Machine Vodka Spike Cooler, staying off the painted curbs as much as he can. Look at those weepers. And then coming back out through the Big Machine Vodka Spike Cooler's carousel, just right in the middle, just kind of middle of the road, going outside there on the carousel, just doing whatever they can to find grip, basically.
And these stock cars have the what I would call old-style H-pattern gearbox, so it's not like a paddle shifter. You have to actually find your line in the rain. You have to be sure you're in the right gear, match the revs as you're going through. And again, Nemechek, as you can see, normally would be all over those curves and even possibly sliding a little bit as he went through the turns, but you can see he was very careful to keep that car off of those curves and keep that car turned in where it was supposed to be, and then right back out at the little bit of the outside line, which now is the apex for coming out of Big Machine Vodka Spike Cooler's bus stop. Doing a good job of driving. Borchetta doing an excellent job of driving. I'm very impressed, again, with him, the pace that he has.
Yeah. To be honest, if I were Alan or Dylan Hellman, I might say, hey, hold it back a little bit. Because, they have to repair these cars. But also, knowing Scott, we've had discussions in vintage racing. Hey, he's sometimes winning by a lot. But we can't tell him anything to drive differently because he's out there learning the tracks for his Trans Am efforts, for his Xfinity efforts. He's out there for more than just having fun in vintage racing, which he's having more fun than almost anybody else in the paddock. But we can't ask him to do anything different because he's out there learning for his competition in TA2, for his competition in Xfinity. I think he has other aspirations in other series. So, far be it from us to say, hey, can you make a show of this? Because he's out there doing everything that he can, and that's what he's doing out here. He is pushing himself and pushing the car to see where his limits are, so that he's using this basically, in my mind, as a test day, so that when it's going to rain here in a TA2 race, and he's going to have an advantage over the other drivers who aren't out there running right now in the rain.
And a lot of times, team owners and team managers, even drivers, have said, if you get to a certain level, speed-wise or pace-wise, they tell you to slow down, and you actually start making mistakes because you're not doing this naturally. You're not in your rhythm. Once drivers get in that rhythm, once they get in that so-called zone, you don't want to talk to them. You don't want to ask them to slow down because that's actually when they start making mistakes. They're used to driving a particular way. They have their brake markers down now in this wet weather. They know where they can accelerate, and you tell them to slow down. All of a sudden, you see the car, not being on pace. You see it offline and what have you. So a lot of times it's better just to let the driver go at that particular pace that he's on.
You can see the duct tape, the racer's tape, coming off of the top of the windscreen. When it rains like this, they like to seal the windscreens for the fog, and you can see the tape has come off there as Scott Borchetta takes the white flag. The defogger is still, it's not doing as great as it was earlier, but he's still got a little bit of visibility to show through there. Looks like he's running a standard rear wing setup. He's not added more downforce to that rear wing.
Yeah, I think I would have done it. Obviously, you're not going to want to lay that wing back. You're not looking for top speed here on a wet track. You're looking for handling. You're looking for downforce for that Mustang.
Yeah, but it looks like it's to the TA2 rules. He could add a lot more downforce back there, but that wing angle looks like it's per the rules, how they would still have to race in the rain. And so it looks like everything they're doing here is to give him some seat time in a rain setup, which I think is just really smart.
Yeah, I think to your point, you're absolutely right. Not only just the Watkins Glen International track that it might rain at, but VIR and Circuit of the Americas is coming up, and VIR sometimes has some clouds that come over it, so he could have some data there, and as you say, a little bit of advantage over the rest of the field.
Yeah, and what I'm seeing right now from Joe Nemechek, who's one of the most talented drivers in our paddock, is I bet you the next thing he's going to do is figure out how to defrost the windscreen. That's on his list of to-dos, I'm sure, after this one.
I know in some of the Trans Am cars back in the day and some of the stock cars that they actually had a stick with a rag on it, and as they were driving, they'd reach up with that stick and do the inside of the windshield so they could see.
I mean, we saw that as recently as Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta 2 years ago. Amy Ruman, Andretti, they had the little squeegee. Yeah. We've seen the, remember the rear windows on 80s cars that had the lines go across? Right. We've seen that on windscreens. We've seen DeWalt leaf blowers, being turned on and just thrown at there. I know Gary Seelix bought RC airplane jet engines and put those facing up. That seems to work. But here's Scott Borchetta coming through Franklin Road Apparel, turn 10 and 11, taking the checkered flag in this Group 10 overall win. But I think the win for him is all the data they just collected in a moderately wet to wet conditions here at Watkins Glen International.
And again, I'm just very impressed with the pace that they have in these wet conditions. Again, Borchetta, a great driver, but that car looks like it's, for a wet track at Watkins Glen, looks like it is absolutely glued to the track there, Ben.
All right, well, as they come through, stay tuned. We've got a lot more great racing here at SpeedTour. That was our Group 10 race. Next is Group 8 and 12. We should see a lot more cars out there. Those are the production, kind of mid-bore production cars. But we're about to take a commercial break, but stay tuned.
When the road calls, we answer. Hit the road with insurance that protects your classic for what it's actually worth and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Haggerty.com. When hours invested become miles enjoyed. Whether you're customizing or building a car from the ground up, Haggerty protects your vehicle with guaranteed value coverage. Get a quote today at Haggerty.com.
The NOLA Speed Tour returns to NOLA Motorsports Park April 8th through the 10th, featuring the Sportscar Vintage Racing Association, showcasing Formula V, Formula Regional Americas, the F4 U.S. Championship, and Saturday you can take part in the Haggerty Cars and Caffeine Car Show. You do not want to miss this exciting, family-friendly event April 8th through the 10th. Camping and tailgating is available. For tickets, simply go to speedtour.net. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the race that I've kind of been waiting for. Group 8-12, we seem to get a lot more rain competitors, but me, as a Mini Cooper fan, this is what Mini Cooper fans are always about. You know, they've got that front-wheel drive. So here we are in the rain, Watkins Glen International for the Hilliard U.S. Vintage Grand Prix. We want to thank Hilliard. The company has been a longtime supporter of this event. Came on just a few years ago as the title sponsor. So a lot of fun. We're going to walk through here. That's the number 3. That is Jim Lenahan. Jim Lenahan is a longtime sports car racer. I know him in a Datsun Z, now out here in a 76 Porsche 9146. That car should do pretty well. I'd call that kind of a mid-engine car, well balanced. Then we've got that, that's the number 46.
I believe that's Michael Sollenbach, but I'm not positive.
Yeah, Michael Sollenbach in a 2012 John Cooper Works Mini. So that should do pretty well. Front-wheel drive car.
Turbocharged engine.
I can't remember, are they supercharged or turbocharged, the JCWs?
The 2003 was the supercharged model, and then in 2008 they updated to the turbocharged. And Sollenbach, I believe, is driving the turbocharged, and his Team Octane teammate Paul Gravel is driving the supercharged version.
So there's Paul Gravel there, and another John Cooper Works. We had a big mini celebration here a few years ago with Paddy Hopkirk as the Grand Marshal of that. Unfortunately, we lost Paddy Hopkirk just a few years ago, but that was really cool. I think we had like 40 vintage Mini Coopers out here. That number 38, is that, that's Dan, how do you say his last name? Witzak?
Witzak, yes.
In the 1998 BMW M3. I'm just going through and circling. Oh, that's Dawn Meyer. I don't like the front end damage there.
She did that in the Enduro. She went off course at turn 4. Very glad to see her back in the car because we never really did get an update on the driver. So glad to see she's back. But yeah, she had an off at turn 4 in the rain. So she's already experienced these conditions in the hour-long Enduro.
So Dawn Meyer's there. There's Nasdar, Dave Nicholas. That's a neat story on that car. He raced that car in the Camel GT at Lime Rock, and then it sat in storage. I think it was in the 1973 Camel GT at Lime Rock, 73-74. He's a Camel GT champion. Then it sat in a barn in storage for years. And Kevin Richards, his mechanic, found it and surprised him with it.
Oh, wow.
These Audi TTs, those should be pretty good out there. That should be Antonio Esposito, Group 12, 2012 Audi TT. That should be a well-balanced car.
I'm going to disagree with you a little bit there because these were built on a VW Golf chassis and they had inherent oversteer. They didn't really do as good on the track as they thought they would. The design is beautiful, but they had a little bit of a handling deficiency to the rest of the field. That Porsche, though, I would agree with you, should do very good. Mid-engine car, well-balanced.
And Jim Lenahan is just a very talented driver. He's one of our Sports 2000 drivers. I've seen him drive a lot of different things. Andrew Dahl is in that 1970 240Z.
Now, Andrew also was out in the Enduro early, and he had 2 different spins. No damage, luckily, unlike Don Myers, but he's already experienced these wet conditions also in that hour-long Enduro early this morning, Ben.
Well, to be honest, I'm a little bit disappointed in our Group 8, Group 12 competitors. I thought we would see more out there in this rain. But it looks like, from my eye, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cars. And in conditions like this, all bets are out the window. You know, I'm guessing everybody's on wet tires. I hope.
I would certainly hope so, yes, sir.
Yeah. You can see there the Mini Coopers have their windshields on, as does the BMW. Jim Lenahan, I don't see a windshield wiper going, but it looks like he's got some good defogging. Nasdar, Dave Nicholas, has his wipers on. I can't see from Don Myers. Antonio Esposito definitely does.
Again, as we were talking earlier in the broadcast, you don't want to be behind cars. And, you know, not only do you have your window defogger and the windshield wipers, but you also have that spray coming onto your windshield, and that's difficult to see through sometimes. want to be out front where you don't have to deal with that spray, and I'm sure Linehan is thinking that as he's on the front row there, headed up towards, looked like turn 7 perhaps.
Well, I'm going to put my money on Jim Linehan and what I consider a mid-engine car, or these two Mini Coopers. And I think Salenbach in that little two-seater Mini Cooper there, John Cooper Works, I think that's going to be my favorite right now. If you're watching from Speed Tour TV on YouTube, tell us who your favorite, who you're rooting for here in this race as they come around Franklin Road Apparel, turn 11. You can see the light flashing yellow. They should get a green flag here as they come into the green flag position. Look up to the left. We got a green. Here they go. And now look at the visibility. We have low visibility looking behind these cars, as that's Dan Witzak coming in, but that JCW takes second place here. Jim Linehan ducks into third, followed by Paul Gravel, maybe Gravel.
I would put my bets on the Mini Coopers. They're front-wheel drive, and they have plenty of horsepower. Again, the wet track, but still, those Mini Coopers, as you said, Ben, they might be the cars that will eventually possibly get up to the front and maybe take the win. I'm sure Dan Witzak is trying not to have that happen.
As Michael Salenbach ducks right behind in that 2012, looking outside here, or inside now, coming in the next turn of the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers bus stop or inner loop here, and takes the, thinks better of it. That was good.
Yes.
Good vintage driving right there. Live to fight another day. You don't want to collect the two front cars.
Looks like
and now he's going to take more of that rain line.
Looks like Salenbach thought the same thing we did right about the same time there.
Yeah, that was what they call a pucker moment. And Dave Nicholas is real good in the rain. He's actually taken the racing line through the carousel in Nasdar, a really well-balanced BMW 2002.
Yeah, the first two in BMW 2002 was for the 2-liter engine, and the second two was for being a 2-door sedan. And it was very prominent in the under 2.5-liter Trans Am Championship, and as you said, was a great drive in the IMSA days in the Camel GT.
So, ladies and gentlemen, if you're wondering why no cars on screen, it is raining, so we can't have the green flight drone up in the air. Dangerous conditions. They are working on putting a camera, hopefully at the toe of the boot, for the further races this afternoon. But right now, we're just waiting as the cars come into sight, and it's still Dan Witzak with that power, the BMW M3. But Salenbach, now that they get to the twisty bits, should have the advantage. But still, both of them are racing on the racing line. And here comes that front-wheel drive. Going to duck to the inside of this next Franklin Road Apparel turn 10 to looks like take the lead. And that Audi TT of Esposito coming out of nowhere.
Yeah, I'm very surprised at that. One of the things that they always touted on this Audi was the great design, but the handling was not that good. But again, the rain being the great equalizer, that may have played to the Audi's advantage. But that John Cooper Works Mini Cooper that's out front on a dry track, it's capable of 144 miles per hour with that John Cooper Works kit on it.
His windshield looks to be a little bit foggier than Esposito. So right now I'm giving the advantage to Esposito in that Audi TT.
I'm not sure. Initially, this Audi just had the turbocharged engine package on it, but it was available a little bit later in the development years with the Quattro all-wheel drive. And he has that. He is perfectly suited to these wet conditions. And the John Cooper Mini Cooper, John Cooper Works Mini Cooper, has front-wheel drive. So we have two cars up at the front that you would expect to see up at the front in wet conditions. If that is the Quattro all-wheel drive Audi Double T, it is suited to these conditions, as is the front-wheel drive John Cooper Works Mini Cooper of Michael Salenbach.
I'm hearing from David Plott in our comment section of Speed Tour TV that shaving cream on the inside of the windshield wiped off with a dry rag is the best anti-fog. That sounds like a pretty good recipe. There's Don Myers.
All the crew chiefs that are listening to you for Trans are going, quick, we need you to go to the store and get some shaving cream.
Yeah, I hope David Plott's right. Don't blame me if David Plott is not correct there, but that sounds like a pretty good recipe.
menthol in it.
Again, the John Cooper Works Mini Cooper that's out front that had an updated kit that was given to it in 2008. It has, in the dry conditions, again, a top speed of 144 miles per hour, and it can go from 0 to 60 in 6.8 seconds. And then in 2010, they came out with another update kit that reduced that 0 to 60 acceleration in, are you ready? Because I know you had a Mini Cooper, 6.3 seconds, 0 to 60, Ben.
Wow. Okay, well, look at this. It's all changed now. From the back, Andrew Dahl is now in third place in that Datsun 240Z from 1970, showing us that this rear-wheel drive with some power is getting after it. Looks like he's got some back left fender damage, and he is showing us he is pushing this car. And you can see there, see that left rear fender's got a little bit of damage. I don't know if that happened this race or in the Enduro.
Probably happened in the Enduro, I would think.
That's our Group 6 leader. I mean, Group 8 leader. Sorry about that. You can see him onto the brakes, squiggling around a little bit there.
Looks like he's running the silver number 13 rather.
Oof, that's tough on those painted curbs. Be careful out there, Andrew Dahl.
Yeah, I'm surprised that he's doing that, especially after being out in the Enduro. That's one of the reasons he spun in the Enduro. I think he spun, I know at least once, and I think twice. This car called the Datsun 240Z in the United States, but it was the Fairlady Z when it was sold in Japan, and they thought they was a better name, the Datsun, as opposed to the Fairlady when it came to the U.S. market.
Well, Sollenbach seems to have his windshield figured out as they come into Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers bus stop. And then there's Dan Witzak all the way back to fourth place overall. Third in Group 12, followed by Jim Lenahan. But Jim Lenahan, he's starting to figure this out now. And looking inside, and then Dave Nicholas and Nasdar right behind. It looks like Witzak is his windshield wiper is vigorously trying to wipe, and he's getting visibility there. Just a little bit. It's a little bit fogged up still. Don Myers staying with the group. Don Myers in that 901 shop, 1969 Porsche 911. 5 of the Myers and Trefforts are out here racing this weekend. So Dawn's 2 sons are racing, her brother Todd Treffert and her dad Bill Treffert, all here this weekend. Todd Treffert had that great overall win yesterday in our Group 6 12 race. And it's Sollenbach now gapping Esposito, Mini Cooper. And if anybody knows about these Audi TT RSs, is the TT is the RS? Does that mean it's the Quattro, or is that just mean it's a 2-wheel drive?
I think that is the later Quattro. I think that's why he's doing so well, but I'm not positive of that. Maybe some of our fans could comment and let us know for sure. That Porsche 914-6, that has the 6. That was a collaboration between Volkswagen and Porsche. And at the time, it was the entry-level Porsche. The 4 is the one that uses the Volkswagen engine. The 6 using the Porsche engine from the 911T. So, again, I thought he would be up a little bit higher only because of that mid-engine, a little bit better weight distribution, a little bit better balanced handling. But, again, up against – oh, I heard that sounded like a spin.
Yeah.
One thing, rain or dry, you can tell when something happens like that.
Yeah, somebody spun and they're restarting. If camera can look down to the left a little bit. Somebody spun. I'm guessing that is Andrew Dahl in that 240. Jim Lenahan looks to the inside here of Witzak and thinks better of it. Gets behind. Both look to have somewhat clear windscreens.
Both of them going up through Mission Foods Turn 1 rather gingerly up the hill through the S's, but both of them seem to have a little bit of pace here, a little bit more grip than I thought they would have. Rear-wheel drive against the mid-engine Porsche.
So we've got Michael Sollenbach in the lead, followed by Anthony Esposito in second, Andrew Dahl third. We think he had a spin at 1. Dan Witzak fourth, Jim Lanahan fifth, Dave Nicholas sixth, Don Meyer seventh, and Paul Gravel in eighth. Paul Gravel in that other Mini Cooper, I think he pitted.
Yeah, that's the supercharged version of the 2003 Mini Cooper. That was the first Mini Cooper that the Michael Cooper, son of John Cooper of Formula One fame, actually developed and put that kit on there. The supercharged version, not quite as much horsepower as the turbocharged, but it is still very potent. But in these conditions, again, that is a front-wheel drive Mini Cooper, but in these conditions, especially if you have the windshield fogging up, very difficult to make up any ground. Just trying to stay on the track is a major victory here.
There's our leader. So it looks like Esposito's fallen way back. I don't know if we had a spin. Still, oh, we must have had a spin. Maybe that was him that spun at Mission Foods Turn 1. Esposito, as he's behind now, Andrew Dahl. So I think my guess was wrong. I think it was Esposito with the spin at Mission Foods Turn 1. And he's going to try to make this back. We're still looking for our resident experts watching here on SpeedTour TV. And if you're not an expert, you can act like an expert and just Google it. See if the Audi TT-RS has the Quattro, and we'll call you an expert.
Now, I know even with the Quattro you can spin, but it's a lot more difficult. I know in Trans Am, the Audi Quattros of Hurley Haywood and Hans Stuck back in the day, Hans Stuck was a master in the rain. You would swear that the track was dry watching Hans Stuck drive an Audi Quattro, but you can still spin them. It's just a little bit more difficult. But if you're not used to these wet conditions, you can be caught out, whether you have a Quattro all-wheel drive, front-wheel drive, or just a regular rear-wheel drive car.
Look at this. Here's the battle. Witzak is at his wit's end with Jim Lanahan in that 9146.
So Lanahan's to the inside. He might have this done.
There's Dave Nicholas there and Dawn Meyer. Dawn Myers. Sorry, Dawn. As she's coming in. Looks like that car's winking at us.
You're talking about her brothers. They finished first and second in the Sports 2000 feature race.
Nice job. Michael Burns is watching. He says, "Go Andy Dahl." So we've got an Andy Dahl fan out there. Thanks, Michael, for commenting. See if you can find out about that Audi Quattro for us.
Mini Cooper is still out in the lead. John Cooper works Mini Cooper. Trying to remember, I believe he finished third in the Enduro, the turbocharged version, in Sollenbach's hands, and Gravel finished right behind him in the supercharged version in the hour-long Enduro. So a lot of miles being put on these two Mini Coopers this morning.
There's our leader. Michael Sollenbach started in third overall, 2012 CW. And that was the, I forget what Mini Cooper called those two-seaters, sport coupes.
And it was not unusual to see him go by the two cars in front of him. Both the Porsche was a Midage and the rear-wheel drive, I think that was a BMW that started on the outside of row number one. But with that front-wheel drive, he had to wait a couple of turns, but he eventually made his way past and has pulled away from the field.
Yeah, and he seems like he knows, he's seen what the car can do and is pushing it just a little bit, just really driving smoothly. But he looks to be moving. I'd like to see the times. He's doing a 2:36.1. I wonder what the times were. I can't remember what the times were in Group 10.
I think, if I remember correctly from the Enduro, I think he was in the 2:35s in the Enduro, but both he and Gravel were out in the Enduro and benefited at least from having been out on this wet track already and has a little bit of track knowledge along with what type of grip levels you would have had in this particular car in the wet.
There's Dave Nicholas there. I'm getting word Ben Myers is watching. He says, "Let's go, Mom." Ben Myers was out there in S2000. Ben How did you do in the S2000 race? Scott, do you remember how Ben did in the S2000 race?
I believe it was Andrew that finished first in his car bearer, and Benjamin was second.
Okay, nice job.
And it was an all-car bearer podium with Ralph Lamacchia finishing third. All car bearers with the Myers family first and second, Lamacchia third. This is a long tow for David Nicholas. He comes from Palm Desert, California, so glad to have him out here with us on the East Coast at Watkins Glen International for the Hilliard U.S. Vintage Grand Prix.
So Don Myers just needs to take one more position so that we can have an all Myers Trefford podiums this weekend. Oh, and look at that. Jim Lenahan got past Witzak.
Yeah, we saw him on the inside last we were watching this. They were side by side, but Lenahan had the line, and I'm sure Witzak, again, discretion the better part of valor, said, okay, Lenahan, you're on the inside. I'll let you go in these wet conditions, and I'll fall in behind you. But now Lenahan beginning to pull away a little bit.
There's Dawn Myers getting a good shot of her coming through Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers Inner Loop bus stop. She comes across the Weepers. The car seems to be doing well. Obviously a little bit of damage there on the front end, but doesn't seem to be causing any problems. She doesn't even have her wipers on.
And I believe this is a new drive for her this year. At least I'm used to seeing her, I believe, in Group 1 in an MG.
Group 3.
Group 3.
Bubba, because it was Group 3 because it had a cross-flow head on it.
Okay. And now she's in a Porsche 911. There's Andrew Dahl, number 13. I believe you had a comment that you had an Andrew Dahl fan there. There he is.
Yeah.
Going down the straightaway, number 13, the Datsun 240Z. Datsun 240Z is legendary in club racing in the hands of Bob Sharp Racing. Bob Sharp Racing with drivers such as Paul Newman and Elliott Forbes Robinson. Of course, Bob Sharp himself. Bob Sharp winning his last national championship in a 280Z in C production. But then his son Scott Sharp climbing in a heavily modified Datsun for GT1. And of course, Trans Am legendary Paul Newman was always a factor there in that huge twin turbo Datsun.
So we are on the final lap, and I'm getting word from Flying Red Horse MGB that the Audi TTRS is all-wheel drive.
Hey, we guessed right.
So we have some experts out there.
I know we do. We have a lot of fans watching from all over the world, not just here in the United States. But thank you very much for that comment and letting us know that.
You can see Don Myers' oil cooler peeking out there when the fender was gone. Doing really well. So it's Michael Sallenbach in first and Group 12. Andrew Dahl first, Group 8. Antonio Esposito second, Group 12. Third overall, Jim Lenahan second, Group 8. Fourth overall, Dan Witzak is third in Group 12.
And I would imagine Dawn Myers, I believe she was right behind. She should be third in Group 8, so that might get her on the podium, yes, for the Myers family. And that Porsche 911. I know Andrew and Benjamin are certainly pulling for Mom there. Hollenbeck still continues to lead in the John Cooper Works Mini Cooper. There he is on screen. The turbocharged version headed towards what he at least hopes to, and certainly at the moment appears to be a win overall as well as in the Group 12 MP3 category. I'm sure Antonio Esposito very upset with himself because he was at least keeping pace with Sollenbach at the time of his spin. I don't know if he was catching him, but he was at least had him in sight before that spin in that Quattro.
So here we go, Michael Sollenbach. Mini Cooper, John Cooper Works taking the checkered flag like we predicted here at the beginning, just because of these conditions. These are the conditions that most Mini Cooper drivers are loving to see. Well, congratulations there. Come around Mission Foods Turn 1. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a break, but stay tuned because we have the TA, XGT, SGT, and GT race. And will this be the first XGT overall victory in these conditions. We have some great Porsche drivers in XGT, so stay tuned to see if we have a GT overall win in the National Series, as Eric Joyner won at the West Coast Championship last year at Utah. But we're going to take a short break, but stay tuned.
Yes. Hon, the WeatherTech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
That bush is really coming along. Hi, Carla. What are you up to? Oh, I just spent the whole morning having a little battery-powered fun. I can see that. This thing is powerful. Hey, honey. I was just gushing about our new favorite toy.
Let me tell you, the battery life on this thing, you wouldn't believe it. Sometimes we need a little extra push to get there. Sometimes, hey, I let it do all the work for me.
And it has so many different settings. All right, Joel. Ready to go again?
You should join us sometime.
I've got to get me one of those.
Lightweighting means reducing mass and consolidating parts. No one tackles these design and tooling challenges better than three-dimensional services. We'll provide flexible tooling solutions, including integrating parts, reducing design complexity, or even design changes. We're the go-to source for rapid manufacturing and low-volume production. Trust three-dimensional services to develop the most efficient approach to meet your lightweighting challenges today. Three-dimensional services. Prototype, production, proven.
As you can tell, I like to go fast. Our race team is really well prepared. We like to look good, but we also like to dress good, and that's why we shop at Franklin Road Apparel. I own the company, and I wear the clothes that we sell in that store. So check us out. We carry all the top brands: Baldwin, John Barbados, Billy Reed, Goodman brand, and on down the list. So come see us, Franklin Road Apparel, Franklin, Tennessee.
Welcome once again to the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. We're at Watkins Glen for the latest Speed Tour, and what a backdrop. With me, Tony Pirella, and this is always a great occasion here because we celebrate the history of Watkins Glen, both as a street circuit and, of course, the famous iconic racetrack itself. But for you, it's special as well.
This is really special on so many fronts. First, my first time here, I was 10 years old. My father took me here because I coerced him into taking me to see a Trans Am race. Now I'm 10. To come back here, now I'm 63, and have Trans Am and be an owner of Trans Am, but also some of the very cars I saw in 1969 are in this parade and racing with us up at Watkins Glen at the street circuit. So this is, you know, and we race everywhere, as you know. We're 25 races next year. But to be here, this is, and I live 30 miles up the road, so this is really coming home.
But also, not only did you sort of get your love for motorsport here, it's also where you professionally took over SVRA and signed the dotted line for the next 10 years ago.
It's so funny how much of my life has changed. On September 8th, 2012, I signed the papers in the paddock to buy SVRA. And over that next 10 years, we acquired Trans Am and the rights to F4. And we've exploded as a company. When I bought the company, we only raced it here, Sebring, and Mid-Ohio. And as I said, next year, we'll be involved with 25 events. So this is a homecoming. Look at the way the city embraces racing. But this event, you come here for a lot of different events are held here. But this is really paying tribute to how it all started in 1948.
This weekend, over 400 cars involved in SVRA and Trans Am, bumper fields throughout. Got to talk about Chris Dyson, who's dominating TA, and also a car that you'll be driving.
Yeah, I'm driving this particular Cobra was built by Candor High School. The one across over there was Waverly High School. We had 3 high schools participate in the competition. Chris Dyson started this Winner's Circle Foundation, and the idea is to get young kids in high school, who have the aptitude and the want to be involved with restoring cars, be a mechanic, involved with racing, brings it all together, and these local high schools build these cars and they compete. At lunchtime, they have, fit and finish, how the cars perform, how tight everything is, and then they have a competition. We judge them. And next year, I know there'll be at least 4, possibly 5 high schools. And the goal someday is to have a national show that high schools all across America are building these cars and, really bring tomorrow's racers, whether they're driving, mechanics, builders, what have you, into the sport at such a young age. Because the car culture it's changing as like e-cars come and kids are on their phone. It's different than when I was a kid. Everybody was into cars when I was a kid, and it's changing. So Chris is not only very fast and a great racer, but he's giving back to the community. So I'm just proud to be a small part of it, to have it here, that we showcase it here at Watkins Glen.
Finally, Tony, I've got to ask you about that, the racing of Chris Datsun. 5 wins this season. He's totally dominating in TA, and of course he's just from down the road. What do you think?
He's, look, he's a special talent. You know, he's raced on several different stages in mainstream motorsports. He's just found a home here at Trans Am. The last couple of years, he's been a force to be reckoned with, and I think he will be for a while. Trans Am as a series is going through some exponential growth, and that's including TA2, TA. All of it seems to be coming together, and I think we're becoming a ladder system for NASCAR with the emphasis on road racing, and having Chris as one of our competitors is just a gift. And obviously, I'm proud of what he's doing in the community as well.
Well, thanks, Tony. We'll let you enjoy the festival and the big weekend ahead. And talking of Chris Datsun, you've heard what Tony thinks. Let's hear what his competitors think of the great man leading the championship, Chris Datsun.
Chris Datsun, you know, is the ultimate professional driver. He's run a lot of different cars, prototypes, won Daytona 24-hour races, so he's been around the block a time or two. That's why he's so successful.
Well, he's got a fantastic team behind him, but it's his mindset. He's a fantastic champion. He's been a champion in many different racing series over the years, and he's brought that to Trans Am.
Chris obviously has a ton of experience in all kinds of avenues of racing. He's a champion through and through, so it's exciting to race against great people and great competitors like the Datsun family.
As a driver and his team, they're on such a momentum, and you know, when you guys get a chance, look up the word momentum in the dictionary. It's unstoppable sometimes, and but that's what we're here for, to stop his momentum. We've got 3 races to stop that momentum, and that's all we can do right now is get in his head at the end of the year that we stopped his momentum going into next year. Coming after you, Datsun.
Well, I know one thing's for sure. Chris Datsun would love this. Born just down the road. This is what it's all about, Ben. 1948, on these very streets is where it all began.
Yeah, this is the Downtown Parade Festival, the Watkins Glen historic Grand Prix here. The cars are ripping up through here. This is over a 6-mile course, and they actually had to shut down the railroads back in the day, which is quite a feat. But they're about to come around for the second lap. We've got pre-war Bugattis from the 30s, old Grand Prix cars, but we also have a great group of historic Trans Am cars. So a ton of history here on these historic roads in Watkins Glen, New York.
Now, talking about oldies but goodies, am I right in saying 10 years ago, you were Tony Pirella's first hire?
Yeah, this was our 10-year anniversary. Tony signed the papers here to take over SVRA. He called me and said, will you come up to this event? I want to talk to you about some things. Had no idea it would be this. I've had a blast. He might say it was a bad decision, but I think this is our aluminum. I know you say aluminium.
That's all right.
Anniversary, but it's really cool to be here. Probably my favorite event because of this downtown parade.
Well, it's about to get underway. Engines are going to be approaching very quickly. Let's quickly talk about, though, what's happening up the hill, the TA battle for the championship. Yes, Datsun has to be favorite with 5 wins, but there are others who could stop him.
Yeah, in a tight fight for second place is Amy Ruman, Tommy Dreesy, and Ken Twaits. He's kind of been the surprise, and right now he's leading in second place, so never count that out. I got to speak to him a little bit earlier. Well, thank you, gentlemen. I'm here with Ken Twaits, Franklin Road Apparel, at the Franklin Road Apparel Classic at Watkins Glen. But first, Ken, I feel like I need to apologize. I may have had something to do with a couple years ago into what now has obviously turned into an addiction.
Yeah, thank you. You know, I ran the Audi for 2 years, just a little 1-car team, and now look what it's turned into. We got a 4-car team, 2 TA2 cars and 2 TA cars. So it's getting bigger, we're getting faster, we're getting more successful.
Second in points in TA. I know that's got to mean something to you, especially with the
close competition between Chris Dyson, Tommy Dreese, Amy Ruman, some huge names in racing history.
Yeah, I never expected it. Last year I finished 4th in points, which was crazy for me, my first year in the big class. You know, and Chris Dyson's put everything out of reach. You know, he's pretty much got another championship locked up, but Tommy Dreese, Amy Ruman, and I are in it. You know, we're 1 point apart. It's a battle.
Knowing Ken Twaits and that you're all about this show, I've heard some rumblings of what's going on for next year, and I'm super excited about it. I know you can't share that yet, but the things that you're doing behind the scenes, you're already looking forward to 2023.
Yeah, we've been talking to a lot of different drivers. It's a silly season in Formula One. It's a silly season in Trans Am. There's no different. And we've reached out to a few people, and a lot of people have reached out to us, which is a very big compliment to our program. They want to run with us. They want, you know, we're kind of on the ground floor, so we can only go up from here. And so there's going to be some exciting announcements. No, you're not getting it out of me right now.
Perfect. Well, gentlemen, that's Ken Twaits here at the Franklin Road Apparel Classic at Watkins Glen, New York.
Hey everyone, welcome to Watkins Glen International for the Franklin Road Apparel Classic. And certainly it's going to be tough out there. You can see the conditions for yourself. They haven't changed since early this morning. The rain started coming down as predicted, and these are the sights and sounds of Watkins Glen at the moment. The wind has dissipated a little bit, but as you can see from the track conditions, it's not drying up any. And right now SVRA still out on track, and the spray and conditions just not good for racing, especially in a big 850 brake horsepower plus Trans Am car. But history continues here at the Glen, and as you heard from our dear leader Tony Pirelli, came here as a 10-year-old back in 1969. The tradition of the longest road running series in North America continues here today. I want to make sure we remember that it is September 11th, and as a Brit I just want to give my condolences to all my fellow Brits and the Commonwealth around the world for the loss of Queen Elizabeth II. The fans though, they don't care about the weather. They're used to this sort of stuff, and so they have continued to sit in the stands, and they'll be filling those stands very soon for the start of our race. But one man who doesn't care whether it's good, shiny or not is our Ben Sissel. He's down there in the thick of it. Down to you, Ben. What's happening?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. We're doing the grid walk here at a very wet grid, at the false grid with the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. I have a very special guest representing Franklin Road Apparel, Adam Andretti, who we saw yesterday in the TA2 race. He's going to be the color commentator here for our broadcast. But Adam, I know you have a lot of experience here in the wet, but tell me some of the drama that a driver's going through at the grid like this.
Well, first of all, you know, our natural road course that we have here at Watkins Glen, as you can see, is pretty unforgiving with those baby blue barriers all around. But what I love to see here this morning, above all, is the die-hard race fans that we have that stuck it through with this weather, and we love to see you still sticking around here. So thank you for that, and we have not gone unnoticed. But yeah, the anxiety that comes about you, because there's a lot of rivers that come with this place as well, with the elevation changes, and you know, and it's not a brand new surface, so it is kind of polished in areas, so you really have to know where to place your car. So there could be some home field advantages for the people like Paul Fix and the champ behind me here, Chris Dyson, who has a possibility of locking up that championship here today, Ben.
Nice. Well, let's try to talk to Chris Dyson here before he gets in. Chris, before you get in the car, from the Empire State here.
Yeah, I'm
what's
fine with
your
that.
strategy? It's you know, it's kind of unlike you to see you starting second. You're going into the rain, single file start. What's your strategy here at what I would consider one of your home tracks?
Well, obviously it's to survive first and foremost. Conditions can get pretty treacherous out there in the wet, and the car's been great in all conditions all season, and I'm really happy to have the Altwell car up here on the front row, and we've got a decent points lead. I'm just looking to consolidate that and take it down the home stretch here.
Do you think you have the visibility issue that we've seen in conditions like this? Do you feel like you have that figured out?
I think I can see it through the windscreen, and that's a big start. It's going to be clear sailing ahead, and we're looking forward to it.
Nice. Thank you, Chris Dyson. Adam, if you'll come with me, because you're really familiar with this car with Pancho Weaver. I was talking to Pancho Weaver and Boris said ahead of time, and Boris was going to go out in his 16-inch wheels that he used at Road Atlanta a few years ago against you, and Pancho was like, I don't know, but am I going to go to the 18? So now, what's that?
Bought a set of wheels.
Yeah, so he bought a set of wheels. Look, Pancho's trying to correct, or Boris is trying to correct me. Now they're on the 18-inch wheels, no longer on the 16-inch wheels. Are they brand new tires, Boris? Boris is shaking his head, brand new tires. So Pancho Weaver, I love it, going to try to put Boris up front. What can you tell us about that strategy?
So you know what you love about that is this is really the story of that David versus Goliath, right? Pancho brings this thing out of an awesome shop that he has down in his basement of his home, believe it or not. And so this is a big stretch of their budget to also get this. That's a big shout out to Brant Gladstone, who's here from Fixie Wheels, who is Fixie Wheels. So big shout out to Brant and Fixie Wheels for stepping up to help out this operation like they did, and Pancho doing everything he can to make sure Boris is up front here today and wreaking havoc on this field like he can do.
Nice. And now we got to brag on our friend starting third in this Franklin Road Apparel, Ken Twaits out here. You're representing Ken Twaits in the Franklin Road Apparel with your shirt on. You're going to be announcing for everybody, but you've raced just about for every group in here in the TA class. But how cool is it to see Ken up here in third place with his front car in Justin Marks qualifying first? So first and third, you got to be really proud of that.
So proud of it. I mean, we've seen Ken just come leaps and bounds since he's entered the Trans Am paddock. He started off in the GT class cars, and then he got a taste of these TA cars and has not one to let go, and who can blame him? But on top of that, he's put in the effort to absolutely get better. And talking with JJ over there, he had an eclectic time yesterday on his data. You know, that puts together all our best of our laps, and his eclectic time would have put him easy P2 to Justin Marks. And Ken's got a really solid head on his shoulders, so in these weather conditions, he knows what he has to do to keep this thing underneath him, stay on the black stuff, and we look to be real proud of him also in another 100 miles.
Now look what I'm noticing right now. We're talking about this rain, this visibility. Everything is sealed up. You can see there's some redundancies. He also has these blowers. But then it looks like they had to do a little bit of welding and some fabricating and a little bit of grinding here. And that's what you're doing, kind of last minute, all these things to try to keep drivers with some visibility.
Well, absolutely, and even little aero pieces on there too to keep the things planted to the windshield, because at the speeds that you carry in a TA car here, I mean, you're well over 170 miles an hour, so you're going to float those things right when you need them the most when you're entering into that bus stop. So really, really good stuff here as far as the crew there at Showtime has done everything they need to do to make sure. And I had a nice umbrella from Tony Pirelli. I love that. And I rhymed it. But the redundancy, it's like an aircraft, right? You got to have a fail-safe, and they have those. They have the anti-fog shields on here. We also have, obviously, the wipers. And, you know, the blowers inside are going to make the big difference. And Ken's going to be using all three, I guarantee you, the whole time.
Nice. Well, I'm going to send it up to Jonathan in the booth to run us through this whole grid in TA, XGT, SGT, and GT. Jonathan, take it away.
Excellent stuff, Ben and Adam. Adam will be joining me here in the booth momentarily. The perfect man to have, as he's got so much experience in these absolute monsters of the cars. But let's take a look at the grid. 143.8, not a bad way to Justin Marks to open his campaign in TA for Franklin Road Apparel Chevrolet, because it is his first time in this team. Chris Dyson, the championship leader, could wrap it up if he takes the full 35. That's going to be a big ask, though, but he's in the right position. Twaits is in third position, then Boris said, as you heard there, with the new wheels on that one and only Dodge Challenger. Pintarik in fifth. Amy Ruman, coming back off surgery, is in sixth place. She hopes to give it a go. but loves racing here and has had some great times here at the Glen. Paul Fix rejoins us. He was pole here back in 2016 in his Ford Mustang. He starts 7th. Tommy Dreesy also has had some good times here and some wins here at the Glen in his Ford Mustang in 8th. Then it's Hamann coming up from his IGT. He's on double duty this weekend as his Jody Miller. It'll be good to see the battle for 9th and 10 between those two in XGT. Then in SGT, Aaron Pierce, he's got a good record here at the Glen. Cindy Lux, always good to watch in that Dodge Viper 12th. Leuenberger 13th, Kerry Hitt. Then Richard Grant and Michael Sire in 16th position. Milton Grant, Danny Lowry, they're in 17th and 18th. Danny had a little off earlier in the weekend in the R8, but he's fixed it all up, having got parts from far afield. Scott James, Lee Saunders, Larry Bailey, and Cary Grant in that Porsche GT3 Cup car lines up 22nd. That's how it's going to be. It's going to be one of the toughest races of the weekend, and the championship is on the line. Let's head back down to Ben now as we get ready for the start of TA from Watkins Glen.
Ladies and gentlemen, so happy to be here at the TA XGT SGT GT grid. Adam Andretti is going to deliver. We've had an Unser here with us as the Grand Marshal. Now we've got an Andretti here to deliver the most famous words in motorsports. Adam, take it away.
Well, very proud to present Franklin Road Apparel, and thank you to all the race fans here and at home watching. Proud to deliver the most famous words. Ladies and gentlemen, start your engines.
Absolute cacophony of colour and noise. And we'll be on board with our pole man, Justin Marks, for the Franklin Road Apparel on board. There is Justin, and if you don't know that name, of course, you may have heard it in motor racing terms. That's because he is the owner of Trackhouse Racing in NASCAR. They'll be racing at Kansas this afternoon. And yeah, we've got some pretty good celebrities. Ken Thwaites, the team owner of Franklin Road, will be on board with him. What a season he's having. And he is one of the men who could challenge the man to his right, Chris Dyson. And in these dicey conditions, to keep on the Dyson phrase, it really is a case of who dares wins. Lucas on board with Tommy Dreesy. Tommy has had an up and down season with Paul Gentilozzi, and they were expecting to get the new chassis. That hasn't arrived yet. And we'll also be looking at the Altwell Chris Dyson car will be on board with Chris as he navigates his way around the circuit. Adam Andretti has just rejoined me in the booth, and I'm looking forward to talking to Adam about racing in the wet in a TA car. Because imagine this, folks. These are purpose-built for racing. Yes, they have the silhouette, if you will, and the engine of the famous manufacturers like Ford Mustang, like Dodge Challenger, and so on, Camaro right there. But you've got 850 brake horsepower under the hood, and in these wet conditions, it is basically like being an Olympic ice skater with and the wheels of an Olympic runner in the form of the speed that they can pull out. So, Adam, just while we've got a moment, just tell me how you deal with that when you've got way more power than you need.
It's like playing basketball in a bowling shoe.
Yeah.
You have no idea what kind of grip level you're going to have from moment to moment. I was very fortunate to be able to talk to most of the drivers out there and get their take on what's going on. And it's funny. And what you love about the wet as a racer is it's the great equalizer. So honestly, like every single driver, even the ones that maybe after time trials felt like their chances today were to win a race were not that great, but it's totally salvageable now because of this great element of rain. And that's what's so fun about our sport. It's the unpredictability of it, and this just adds that to it. I so enjoy this part of it.
Well, let me ask you this. I mean, you know the circumstances. You've raced Chris Dyson yourself. You know how good he is, wet or dry. But if you were looking to try and see a chink in the armor, would it be a day like this when he has to think twice about how hard he wants to go?
Well, this is it. I mean, he's obviously got everything to lose. I mean, the championship is his to take it today if it all goes right. So, you know, and Chris is so smart, and he's so with it between the ears, you know, right where you have to be in his headspace. And so for him, he's going to manage the day. I predict him to manage the day very, very well and very intelligently like you would expect. So him and the Altwell Ford Mustang and that group over there at CD Racing, they always have a great strategy. So he's definitely going to be one to beat. You know, Justin Marks out there, he's there to win a race, flat out, sold. He wants to win that race. You have David Pinterick, who's in that new Riley chassis, which is everyone raving about with this weather condition. Let's not forget about our good friend there, Boris Said, in that Pancho Weaver Dodge, and what he can do in these conditions. Time and time again, you see him as a maestro in the wet. So this is going to be a very, very exciting day, and I really look forward to calling this race with you today, Jonathan Green.
Well, they always say the lead dog gets the best view, especially Justin Marks in this case, because he has got nobody in front of him, no spray. But let me ask you this, how do you prepare for these sorts of conditions? I'm sure there's a few people out there like myself who've never raced a car before. We've all been in the wet, we've got wipers, but in these conditions, with the mist, and you're trying to literally overtake people, how do you go about it?
It's really challenging, you know. I mean, when you said it, you know, when you're not the lead dog here, and like he's got clear vision right now because he's got no one in front of him, right, Tommy Dreese. But as you get up to speed, you know, imagine yourself on the highway when you come up next to that semi truck that's throwing all that spray up, and you check off the throttle, and you're really hesitant to make that pass on the highway. You know, as a racer, you don't have that option. You're keeping your foot on the wood there, and you're driving through that mist, and it's really it's a lot of a blind drive, and you're driving by instinct, you're driving by total feel, and knowing where the track goes, and that's what that's what adds this tangible to it, so to be so exciting.
Nice bit of information there. The previous winners at the Glen, Dyson last time out in the doubleheader, got 2 wins. The only man who's not out there of those winners that we just saw, Ernie Francis Jr., currently in Indy Lights, a 7-time Trans Am champion. So all the winners in the past, bar Ernie, are out there right now. Well, let me ask you another question. The pace car obviously is going slower. The cars are going slower than they would in dry conditions. Is that a worry for warming your tires?
Well, no, because they're getting 2 full laps here. You know, if you noticed yesterday in the TA2 race, for those fans that tuned in, we only got the 1 lap. You know, we were in dry conditions, beautiful weather. So here today, they're going to get 2 laps. They're going to do a single file start, and it's going to be really easy to know which ones are GT cars because they got headlights.
That's a good point. Yeah, and let me riddle me this, as they say. Could the GT cars, especially as we've got a couple of ringers from IGT, could they perform well in XGT, given that they're a little bit more nimble, they've got the lights, they've got the grip, and these conditions could suit the Porsches?
They're licking their fingertips right now, I can tell you that. There's no doubt about it. I know I would be if I was in a GT car right now in these conditions around a track like Watkins Glen, where you need high-speed stability and a little bit less horsepower in these conditions doesn't hurt. And that's the thing about this weather, is the kind of that pestering weather. It wants to rain and then it doesn't, so it doesn't really want to make up its mind what it wants to do. But it's definitely going to keep this track plenty wet for our entire 100 miles here.
Now let me ask you this. I would presume, and you're a motorbike man just like myself, that this is the attitude when it's wet like this is more like on a motorcycle, where you're kind of on your toes a little bit. And, you know, in terms of being on top of the car, you've got to be where the grip is. You've got to feel it, right?
Yeah, it's a lot like dirt racing.
Yes.
You know, you're finding out. You're always on the search for grip. You're trying to go where they're not. You know, and seeing if there's more grip there. And it really opens up the artistic side of it, to be honest with you. And because you'll find something, and And racers, if we're anything, we're great at copying each other. So the second you see someone making time somewhere, if you don't see it, someone on your team hopefully is and giving you the message, and that could be huge. And I know for Showtime, they've got Cameron Lawrence out there with tons of experience and one of the best wet racers out there. I'm sure out there, telling them on the radio, giving them some tips and advice as well, to especially Ken Thwaites, but also Justin Marks.
In a moment, you're going to see those lights go off on the Honda Civic, and we'll be racing. And it's going to be like ice skating at 160 miles an hour, I can assure you. This is where the skills of the likes of Justin Marks, who's got a huge history himself in NASCAR. He's done all three categories, from trucks to cup racing and to Xfinity. He has done a lot of sports car racing, and in fact, he used to be brought in as a ringer for NASCAR at places like Watkins Glen because he was a road specialist. As you can see, the lights are off on the Honda, which means Justin Marks will lead the field to green in a moment. He's trying to get as much acceleration and grip. Dyson's right there. They're going to try to bunch it all up. They're going to have a single file start, and that's important too because usually we're 2x2. Does that make any difference to your approach?
No, as a racer, you want to go side by side. That's your advantage.
Sure.
Starts and restarts are always your best time. So understand what the Trans Am officials here are doing, though. It's to ensure. It's something that's not uncommon in motorsports these days to see them take starts. We've seen plenty of even Formula One races abandon their standing start and go to a rolling single file start. So here we go, Jonathan Green.
Here we go, coming out of the last corner then. It is showtime for Franklin Road Apparel's Classic here at Watkins Glen. Watch those lights. They'll go to green in a moment. And there's the green flag. Just out the sight there, but saw it out of the corner of my eye. Justin Marks gets away well. And already, good start from Chris Dyson. He's looking up the inside as the Mission Foods turn one, and already side-by-side racing action. Whoa, that was daring from our championship leader. But he has to settle for second place, and Marks leads the race. Look at this spray, Adam.
That was a classic example of what I was saying of go with or not.
Yeah.
All the top three did just that. Some of that is for vision, and some of that is for track position. We're on board with Ken Thwaites maintaining that P3 position, but Justin Marks found a lot of grip out there on the outside where when you looked at Chris, when he tried to plant the power where he was at, it was not just getting it down. So good job there, great racing. It seems a single file here. Boris said right there in P4 maintaining good position there, and David Paterick right there hunting down the top right there and out the top five.
Everybody tiptoeing through the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers bus stop. And here come the GT cars as well. Watch out for those Porsches. Watch out for the Vipers. So much power, but so careful on that power, especially for Cindy Lux and the likes of Lee Saunders in those Vipers. We're on board with Dyson here, but already losing ground to Marks, and it's great that Marks is here to give him some competition.
Absolutely, I can see why. I mean, Justin's like he's at Eldora there. He's up on the cushion, just with the back end hanging out, just doing an awesome job, holding himself a nice, pretty wheel. Accelerating down in here. They call this the heel of the boot.
What's the toughest part of the track?
I believe it's the boot by far. It's the most technical. It's a really challenging part of the track. So basically this whole section they're in now is called the boot. And every bit of that is a very technical part. So from the carousel on in through here, I believe are the toughest parts about Watkins Glen International.
Just thinking about Ken Thwaites, we're on board with him now. Surely he wants to get past Dyson as quick as he can, because Dyson's not going to fight too hard in these conditions, but Ken's got to make it clean, and he knows that Boris is behind him in that Dago lit yellow Challenger.
Well, we know that's the points battle too, right?
Yep.
As Ken Thwaites is points, and if you don't think Chris Dyson knows that, you're wrong. He knows exactly who's in a points battle with and who he needs to have a gap on, and right now this is looking very, very good for Ken Thwaites, and he's got, like I said, a very sharp, square head on his shoulders. So he'll keep doing what he does. It's a long race. You can see the time clicking down for 57 minutes. So there's a lot of racing left here. Go.
Yeah, and for those that don't know, what a great story Ken Thwaites. Not only is he a team owner, but he had 10 years off from racing while he obviously built his own career and was able to afford to build a team. But that's a long time away from racing. You've never done that.
I believe it was even longer.
That's it?
Yeah, no, I believe it was even longer.
Whoa, there goes Boris.
I believe it was more in the 20s, range when he last raced. So, he built a wonderful business.
There's those headlights you were talking about in the Porsche. So Ken Thwaite loses a place to Boris Said, who is, well, with his vast experience, we're talking about Justin Marks' experience. Boris Said has done every form of racing, from sports cars to NASCAR to Le Mans, you name it. And Boris, semi-retired, but when Poncho Weaver, like you said, in his own basement builds a car, Boris will race it.
Boris, yeah, absolutely, 100%. And, you know, everyone knows that these are Boris Said conditions.
Yeah.
Everyone knows that. And I even went in there, you know, my little chat with Boris beforehand. I go, man, you got to be just chomping at the bit. And he's so humble and modest. Like, he was, you know, we hope to have a good 100 miles. But, you know, he's getting a feel for the track. He's as smart as they come. And he's going to give this Poncho Weaver Dodge a good ride today, I can promise.
Well, Lowry is in 18th position, but Stephen Hammond is leading in XGT at the moment as we follow through, watching out for Saunders as well. He's 19th at the moment. We're on board with Chris Dyson, and you can hear the wheels spinning and him struggling to keep that grip. There's Paul Fix, haven't mentioned him. Paul Fix coming in for Hamid Massoud.
He's having so much fun in that Stop Flex Ford Mustang, and working with CD Racing, and he just was really, really jazzed about being a part of this group and getting out here to do this. So he's hoping to get to do some more, and you know, I think he's equally enjoyed by CD Racing and Chris Dyson. So that's a great partnership there that we could be seeing develop here in front of our very eyes here at Watkins Glen.
Yeah, Paul Fix, not a regular, but of course he was in pole here back in 2016 in Trans Am. So Fix knows his way around here for sure. As we take a look at the 72, making his way in these atrocious conditions, that's Stephen Hammond from Barrington, Illinois, in the TLM Racing Porsche GT3 991 car, and he's already had a lot of action on track, but not in these conditions, because he's done his regular job, if you like, is for IGT, so he knows the car well. They don't have to change it, and that's been a real opener, because it means that we can get more of these sorts of cars involved in Trans Am. We hope to see more. On board with Tommy Dreesy there, struggling, as you can see, with the conditions like everybody else. There is one of the crowd favorites in the Corvette of Amy Ruman.
Yeah, that was a heck of a pass by the GT car that was just made to again accelerate them further up the grid there. Made that pass on Paul Fix. So again, that's a whole other deal that we talked about with these GT cars and how competitive they're going to be in these conditions, especially as they get a feel for it. They have more adjustments. They have traction control and ABS, a lot of them, or most of them do. So they have those adjustments to twist on, and the severity of it. And, you know, when I hear Pippa Mann is down there driver coaching as well, so you got someone with a lot of experience on the mic with that kind of thing, you know, with those items, sharing that information. So there's a lot going on in these races, and that's, you know, when you get to know a lot of that involvement, it gets you more and more excited about the sport.
On board with Dreesy as he's chasing down Amy Ruman. And these two have had some great battles over the years. Amy Ruman, in fact, beating both Dreesy and Thwaites last time out in 2021 at Watkins Glen, finishing in front of them. Like I said, she's recovering from some surgery she had during the break, but luckily she had that 5-week break off, and so she wasn't sure how fit she would be. She hasn't been able to work out, and so this is going to be, in some ways, a better race, that she's not having to physically go as fast. But as you can see, here we go, Dreesy and Ruman, round, I don't know, 1,500?
Right, exactly. No, she, exactly what you said, to add to that sentiment, that she was very blessed and fortunate to have that break, you know, if you can be, with the health issues that she had there. But happy she's back on 100% mend, and definitely the physicality of a wet race is not as much as it is in the dry. You don't pull the G-load under braking, which is the biggest thing, right? That's the biggest blunt force to the body, but also the sustained G that you take during the S's here as well. So very, very, very happy. Price, a little bit bittersweet for her. I know that she used to really, really love the wet. It's not been her favorite here lately, but and I'm sure Tommy's calling in the little bit of a taillight flicker and the single light pitiddle that we have on the back of Amy's car there, because sometimes calling in the pits are easier passes to make than those ones on the track.
And Adam, just describe to us how Tommy is driving. I'm noticing that he's just, if you like, keeping slightly to the right to avoid the spray, but keeping an eye on that tail light.
Yeah, and you know, we call it the rain line too. You'll see that they're not racing in the traditional line, and that's because You know, down there, obviously, it's been polished too. It's been polished from the cars running on it over time on the rain line, but also oils and all the rubber. And rubber's a petroleum-based product, obviously. So you mix rain with all that, and it just gets really, really super slick. So we call it the rain line. And so when you're behind a car, you try to take advantage of the rain line as much as possible, but you also need to see. And they're taking advantage of the rain line in front of you. So it becomes an added challenge. You know, as we're seeing this starting to add up to be a 3-car battle here between Ken Twait's a GT car here that we have of the 72 of Stephen Hamann, and then we also have right there again said Paul Fix. So this is going to be a good little battle here, and you can see how these GT cars are up against these monsters here in the wet.
Yeah, I spoke to Stephen Hammond earlier in the weekend, and you know, he's really excited for this because this is his first real Trans Am run, and he's delighted because the mechanics don't need to change the car from IGT. In terms of preparation, it's a car he's comfortable in, obviously, because he races it every weekend, and he could be on the podium in this race overall, as well as what he's doing at the moment, which is leading an XGT.
It's a beautiful race car too. I love the play on the Martini. Martini Rossi that they have there with the Martini Hammond. So beautiful, beautiful stuff. Glad to have him here, and a new addition, like you said, to the Trans Am paddock, and not new to these Speed Tour weekends per se, but really, really fortunate to have him and that team as a part of this paddock. So congratulations to the run so far, and looking forward to the rest of the 100 miles for them.
Well, I'm glad my director's sticking with this battle because we've got 2 former Trans Am champions going at it. Tommy trying desperately to get past, but I'll tell you what, Ruman's not going to give it in easily. She does give it in at the bus stop, but now watch her follow him because these two are maestros at it. I was talking to one of the old-timers here at Watkins. Oh, no! Out goes the 55. That's a Grant. And he'll need a Grant to fix that.
Milton Grant's out. That's a darn shame. Like to pan out, you see where that might be. But,
yep, the man from Germantown, Tennessee, one of 3 Grants in the race. And sadly, he's hit.
Oh, yeah.
Looks like one of those baby blue barriers, as you call them.
That's out of the heel of the boot. So it's that's downhill, off camber. And the thing is, I'm suspect it might have touched the curbs there. The painted curbs here can be very, very, very slick under the wet, and so we may get a possibility of a replay on that to show us exactly what happened. But that's what I'm suspect of right there. Ken being really cautious and smart as they come around. But he hit on the paint right there. See the curb on the exit,
yeah. Well, we
and
saw
it'll cross you over.
This particular corner where he went off, we saw right at the beginning of the day 2 cars going off in SVRA. So that is probably the slippiest corner on the track at the moment. So we have a caution. We're under caution, and this does change the complexion just slightly of the race as we go through. And this is going to give Justin Marks some pause for thought. It allows Chris Dyson to catch up, but we are very privileged to be listening to the sounds of Adam Andretti, who's raced these machines for many a year. What do you do? How does it change now under caution? What do you do? Let's put you in, let's say, Dyson's position. How do you go about this?
Right now, you're starting to kind of analyze exactly where you were at with your car. Brake bias, especially, those are some of the adjustments you have. These have sway bar adjustments. Chances are in these conditions, you're full soft front and rear. But you may tweak on that a little bit depending on your balance, right? If you have...
Well, tell us about that. Okay, where do you balance the brakes normally?
So if you have... normally in the wet,
and I know it's preference, Mike.
Yeah, it's always preference. But in the wet, you would discuss with the engineers. The engineers will give you a guideline, but it's usually a rear bias because you don't want to go to a front lockup.
Right.
So you're on a rear bias so that you can keep your steering underneath you, and that's a big part of that. And then
And I'm guessing that pushes the car down as you approach a fast corner, and therefore gives you a bit more stability.
It definitely settles the car down, and you're doing all your braking in a straight line in the wet anyway, so it's not like, right, locking the rears as you turn. The other thing is, too, is, these cars, like we mentioned, is the sway bars. You have adjustments from full soft to full stiff, and I mentioned probably started at full soft, to get the most grip. As they drove, they might have made adjustments as they drove, too, depending on the balance. If you were loose, the back end of the car, oversteer was coming around, then you may want to go ahead and stiffen the front bars a little bit to take that away. And vice versa with the rear. If you were sliding the front around, you would want to maybe stiffen up the rear to start to even that out a little bit. So there's plenty of adjustment here.
you would definitely be going back and forth with your team and your engineers.
What would you want to know from your engineer at this point?
Very little. I mean, it's so early. It's absolutely so early. You know, Justin wants really probably no information. You know, he had pulled a gap and was maintaining it comfortably. We saw no drama out of him, so he's just going to keep his head down doing what he's doing. I mean, a 2:07.7 pace in these conditions is pretty impressive. So I think that's going to be very, very good. And you know, here in the Porsche, he's really excited about this yellow because it bunched it up right as he was getting a very good feel for that 911 GT3.
I wouldn't count him out for a potential podium or win here. I know the cars ahead of him are a lot more powerful, but in these conditions, it's a leveler, as you've mentioned already. As you can see, the lights are off on the Civic. That means we're going racing again. Take us through it. What does Marks have to do?
Well, Justin Marks, you know, he's got to keep doing what he's doing. It's that simple. I mean, he has not put a wheel wrong. He's got a good feel for it. He's pulling a gap. Chris Dyson is not taking any unnecessary risk. He doesn't need to. He's a reigning champion. If all goes right today, he could clinch it here today, and the next two races are just fun and games for him. So that's where his head's at, and I can promise you, one of the smartest racers out there with Boris breathing down his neck. With so little past history there, I don't see him putting up too horrible of a fight.
Well, you've all heard the song Slippery When Wet. Well, that's what exactly it is, because we're about to go racing at a very slippery Watkins Glen here at the Franklin Road Apparel Classic. Away goes Marks in the mist. And these gorillas are just that, gorillas in the mist. As another restart. Dyson looks to the inside for two reasons. One, maybe an overtake. Two, to stay out of the spray. Boris said is up to third. Amy Ruman is just ahead of Ken Thwaites. And now Hammond is creeping up on Ken Thwaites. Watch for the overtake about to happen on him.
Amy got an awesome restart there. What a great restart she jumped out on here. I mean, she gained like 3 or 4 spots.
Yeah.
It's tough to do. It's really, really tough to do under this new rule as far as us staying single file across the line. So she did a great job at taking advantage of that. So happy to see her jump right into that P4 right behind Boris said. And you look at the Steven right there, Hammond, going on the inside of Ken Thwaites at the bus stop, showing him that 911, what it can do. Well, beautiful, beautiful job.
Yeah, but look, watch Dreesy now coming. He's tucked himself up right behind Thwaites. And Tommy Dreesy in the Lucas number 8 will be wanting to get past. We go on board with Tommy. This is his view, or lack of it.
Yeah, because that's an important battle for second in the points. You know, Dreesy came into this only 1 point behind Ken Thwaites.
That's right.
So this is a very, very important points battle between these two. And then Amy Ruman, who sits right in front of him, you know, comes in this thing 4th in points and only 5 points off of Dreesy and 6 points off of Ken Thwaites. So we are literally looking at that championship points battle from P2 to P4. So who's the best of the rest after Chris Dyson and CD Racing is what we're looking at here.
Yeah, a total of 35 points up for grabs in each and every race, but most of the races will score points. 241 is what Dyson started on. Ken Thwaites at 176, and 1 point behind was Tommy Dreesy. Oh, off goes Hammond! Oh, no! That is disaster. He'd done so much right, and it's all ended up in the gravel.
And something's wrong with Ken Thwaites. We have a mechanical here for Ken. Shame for Franklin Road Apparel. And
oh, it's a puncture.
No, it's not a puncture because he would have made it back to pit road. I think he's got a different mechanical failure that's put him off to the side there. He was under power, but it's very, very interesting. Maybe Ben or somebody down there on pit road will get a word from Gary.
Yeah, commentator's blind, I think, because I was hoping that Hammond would have a huge win there, but sadly he's gone off. Let's hope he recovers. Adam, what do you see?
Well, right here, you know, it's slick there because you can see Boris and Amy hanging on for dear life as they come through the heel of the boot. Oh, on the outside of Ken Thwaites. Ken was already having a mechanical, it seems, and that caught Steven out. So that was not necessarily a driver error by any means. That was just a poor bad luck of circumstance. So I think Ken Thwaites was having the mechanical issue that he was having, and Steven misjudged. And that's hard. That's very easy to do when you're caught in the spray of one of these monsters. So I feel so bad for that group. They had such a strong showing going here, and that went all to pot for really no big, nobody's fault. That was absolutely no fault deal.
I love rain races because it really does show the pure skill that it takes to wheel one of these 850 horsepower beasts around a track. And yeah, this is not an easy job. And you can see, look, the mist on Tommy's
got
car.
fog.
He's just about being able to see, but not much more.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of fog, which is going to make it hard when you're coming up to the right-hand turns, which good thing is there's only a few here. But coming up here, you see the toe of the boot, as we call it, as he goes to make that right-hand turn over there in turn 7. Yeah. That right there, you can see. He can't see the apex, right? It's 180 degrees. So I'm sure if I know Tommy, he's got his thumb on the button there telling him I'm back that we don't have full defrost across this windshield. It's certainly affecting part of his performance. But he's doing a heck of a job there. He's got himself into a top 5, and he's doing himself a fantastic job.
Yeah, there's really nothing he can do about it. But keep watching the graphics on the bottom of the screen and notice just how fast he's actually going. Slowest is about 55 miles an hour, which was just a moment ago, but already over 100 miles an hour. Oh, look at this. Yeah, like ballroom dancing.
Yeah, I'm telling you, turn 8 right there is slick. And it's slick in the dry, so in the wet I can only imagine because it's so off camera there. But I believe I want to say Stephen Hammond got himself out of that gravel trap because we never saw full course caution. And I believe that would have been something brought out. That would have been a precarious place. So very, very good job there, but that was some heads-up driving.
This is Jody Miller, another man who's come from the IGT Championship in that TLM car, beautifully prepared again. So very similar cars. They park next to each other, even though they're rivals, these two. And sadly, one going off, but Jody Miller still circulating well, and he's got a great chance now.
Well, he's sitting P9, which is fantastic. You know, he's got Kerry Hitt right there. That's who we saw sliding around dirt tracking it, was Kerry Hitt. He's in the latest and greatest variation of the Camaros that his company produces, ACP produces. So, you know, they produce the bodies for these wonderfully looking and awesomely efficient Trans Am cars. That we're seeing a very battle between Amy Ruman, two-time champ, and Tommy Dreese here going at it. I mean, these two have the best history that you can imagine. You can maybe hear the giggle in my voice there, but for the hardcore Trans Am fans, you know where I'm at on that. But they're going to go out there and they're going to race hard each other, that's for sure, every lap.
Well, Paul Fix is joining that battle too, so it's going to be a three-way battle between some of our most experienced TA drivers over the history of the last 10 years. But Dreese, not an easy, can't lean over and wipe it down either. He's strapped in.
No, it's funny you say that, though. You know those little extension hands that you have between the windshield. That's part of that was spray, right? And I mean, that
fantastic overtake.
The car seems like it jumps out of nowhere on you when you do that. And I mean, the closure rate is incredible. So great heads up from Tommy. And it shows the level of focus you have to have every second that you're out here. As we look here on board with Chris Dyson, and it just kind of highlights and accentuates exactly what he's going through out there. I mean, nothing is okay in these conditions, that's for sure.
So let me ask you this: how come Dyson has got the perfect screen? Is that just preparation?
I mean, you're looking at a group of individuals that's been endurance racing and preparing for these conditions for gosh, over 30 years. Scotty and the gang down there at CD Racing, they know exactly what you need to do to keep these windshields dry and clear, and that's all comfort level for the driver too. When you can give them that level of comfort, they can put down these performances like you're seeing in Chris Dyson and Justin Marks, right? Justin Marks, he seems to find this 2.5 seconds, and they say, hey, Justin, you got 2.5, and he shuts it off right there and just makes it roll. But really, really good stuff here from these two great champions of motorsport.
Once again, though, Justin Marks building that lead at the front. Dyson's not too worried about him. He's not fighting him for the championship. He'd love to win this race, but he may get the chance, but he's not going to push it, that's for sure. We're under yellow.
Yeah, full course caution is out right now for the Trans Am race. Don't know right where yet.
There it is, confirmed that.
Can be tricky to spot, sometimes where it can be in these conditions also for our crews. So there's David Paterick. We know it's not him.
Nope. It's also not the car behind, which is the car number 6.
Oh, it's
Larry
Amy
Bailey.
Sound reports are coming in that we got Amy Ruman.
Oh no.
So hopefully everything's okay there. And where it's at yet, Justin, visor down,
now, hang
head
on a
down.
minute. His wipers have stopped.
You know what though? At the speed that these things carry, you gotta. It's not that's not the most crucial part
of your vision, the most
Easy
crucial
for
part
you
of your
to say.
vision. Well, I'm telling you, I'm in there. The most crucial part of your vision is the fogging. If he's not fogging up, he's fine.
Yeah.
You
No, I hear
know,
you.
when you start going over 90 miles an hour, they've got enough treatment, you know, like a Rain-X style treatment on the windshield that stuff will just fly right off.
But if Dyson were able to get a better start at the restart, then he'd have a problem.
Well, the spray would affect it, especially as they got to the low speed stuff, but it's not the worst. He's not sitting there exactly. So I tell you what, sometimes I turn my wipers off because they're worse for you than better. So he might have shut them off. You don't know.
That's a good point. Well, listen, we're under caution here at the Glen. Adam Andretti and Jonathan Green. We're going to get our galoshes on. We'll see you in a moment.
Speed, endurance, desire. For 160 years, Motul has helped engines and drivers go faster, further, and stronger. Tested in the heat of battle, driven with passion, with one aim: to give you superior powertrain protection and performance. Motul.
Welcome back. And, well, we got the answer to our question. Justin Marks' wipers are fine. He's got them back on again. He did. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Well, he has got the best view because he's got no spray at the moment. But at this restart, it could be crucial because now Dyson has another crack at it. And obviously, when they get behind the safety car, they all bunch up again. And that changes the dimension of the race. We've had a few offs already. That's why we're under caution. We're under caution right now because we believe Amy Ruman's gone off as well. But we had a little fisticuff between Thwaites and Hammond. And not quite sure what happened, but we're going to find out in a moment, I'm pretty sure. There's Tommy Tracy, and again, that view is not great at all.
It's all going to make. I mean, you can see the difference between his and the other cars we've been on board with. You know, it's when you were even talking about. I mean, like I said with Justin, windshield wipers, his wipers aren't on. That's not his problem. The problem is the fog. He's fine. He can see perfectly fine until he looks to the right, and so that's when it becomes tricky.
So we're under caution here at the Glen. This is Trans Am Racing, the championship on the line. It's being led at the moment by Chris Dyson, as it has for the last 16 straight races, dating back to Lime Rock 2021, where he won and took the lead from Ernie Francis, and he hasn't looked back. That's how dominant. He's the Verstappen of our championship, if you will, because he has just dominated. Chris Dyson grew up watching his father race here at the Glen, and they claim this and Lime Rock as their home races. Poughkeepsie is where Dyson hails from, just down the road, and Tony Pirelli likewise lives just 30 minutes away from here. So it's a special weekend for a lot of the drivers and organisers here at Watkins Glen. Do you like racing here?
Oh, of course. I mean, I would be able to call myself a driver if I didn't love racing at Watkins Glen. This is one of the absolute best classic places, and I think Ken Thwaites said it yesterday, to have Franklin Road Apparel just associated with the great facility that is Watkins Glen International, the global presence that it has, one of the best on earth. So yeah, I absolutely love being here at the Glen.
Now, we've mentioned two TLM cars out there, both Porsches, one with Jody Miller and the other with Steve Hammond, who came together. Let's talk to the crew chief at TLM and find out just what happened. He's with Ben.
Well, welcome back. I'm here with David Lear, crew chief with TLM. First, I got to say, what's up, people, to David Tuati.
What's up, people?
It's kind of a new race here with Trans Am and TLM. Steve Hammond was having a great showing, moved his way up to, I think, 5th place. Then what's the driver telling you? What happened?
He really hasn't told us much. He was doing great up until the restart, the safety car situation. And then in the restart, in the rain, he got in touch with somebody else, and just they took him out, and that was it. But it's just a racing incident. We're happy to be here, and our other drivers, Jody Miller, he's doing great. So we're just happy to be here. And again, what's up, people?
Nice, and I love it. And in this kind of rain, Jody Miller and Hammond had a little bit of an advantage. We've got Pippa Mann up there at turn 1 talking to Jody Miller, and I'm sure she's giving him the best strategy we can. So keep in contact with these XGT, SGT, and GT cars in this rain. Anything can happen. Gentlemen, back to you.
Thanks, Ben. Good stuff. And if you're not familiar with who Pippa Mann is, she's an English racing driver who has, in her past and present, competed in the Indy 500. She's been a proponent of single-seater racing for a long time. I remember watching her as a young 18-year-old in Formula Renault coming through the ranks. She came to America many years ago, and she's been a huge proponent for women in racing and continues to represent well. She's a teammate to Jody Miller and, if you will, mentor to Jody. She doesn't do a lot of driving in IGT, so she likes to do this kind of stuff, which is mentoring, and she's doing just that today, and evidently down at turn 1. Always nice to have somebody in your corner.
Absolutely, and Pippa's a wealth of information, and she's calm and knows exactly what kind of input. We've talked about that as our organization this weekend, is the best people to have on the radio are those that have driven, because they know what kind of information you need, they know when you need it, and when it's okay to do it. Because the timing of it is so crucial too. You don't want to catch them in the middle of a downshift and a braking zone and be trying to give your driver information, right? You got to find those moments. And Watkins Glen has plenty of those where the drivers, not doing much of anything or kind of, ready for some information. So it's awesome. Debris actually fly off one of the cars right there. So, but yeah, it's a great story. It's great to see them here, and I love the way he put it. That it was a racing deal. It was nothing intentional. That was just a bad circumstance because Ken Twaits was having his own mechanical at the time. And so just wrong place, wrong time. And boy, if I had a nickel for every time I've seen that in motorsports.
Yeah, no kidding. And you know what, just thinking, we were saying that turn 8 is probably the most slippy, but I noticed that turn 9, at the bottom of that hill, as this race continues and these conditions continues, do you start thinking about how much of that water is running down and then effectively making turn 9 even slippier?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Every time, I mean, it looks like it's intensified for one. We said the luxury of our booth here, Jonathan Green, that we don't know what Ben Sizzle's exactly going through down there, but
he's loving it.
Yeah, I know he is. He's not going to melt. I know that much. He's too good of a man. But what I'm saying about that is, it looks like it's intensified. And anytime the weather intensifies, of course, everything they just got used to has changed, right? All the dry or the spots that used to have a little less water, well, hey, they got water on them again. So it's going to be a very interesting restart.
Well, we're hearing it's green next time by, which is great news, and the clock is ticking down on this race. Justin Marks continues to lead. Marks coming in for a one-off. Like I said, he's a NASCAR owner for Trackhouse. His two men have both had wins this year, Chastain and Daniel Suarez. In fact, in TA2, in your race yesterday, he was carrying Suarez's number, so he's out there representing.
Yeah, absolutely, getting it done, and that's what makes us tune in, right? Is these stories? Oh, look at the fans here, Boris.
Boris, I love it. They've all got the haircuts.
Oh, of course they do.
Great stuff from our cameraman.
I remember being here when my brother John was in the Cup Series. And, Boris was doing one of the one-offs here at love this.
This is great. She's got the little checkered flag on and the haircut, but yeah, no, we've lost an R.
Yeah, we dropped the R.
Okay, let's get that R back up. Come on, I. What are you doing, I? Get up. We're watching you. There you go.
The youngins aren't as enthused about
they
Boris.
Don't. What is my parents making me do on a Sunday? Who is Boris? They probably think it's Boris Johnson, the ex-prime minister.
There you go. But back to the story. I was with my brother John. We're on pit road, and across from there, there must have been 5,000 of them, all chanting at the same time. Who said? Boris said.
Oh, God, that's great.
And they all had those wigs on, and so to see that flavor still here, and like I said, I can't thank the fans here enough all weekend long. But those diehard ones that stayed put during this weather, you know, when you're camping here, the grounds aren't exactly like the most terra firma, as we could say, but these diehard fans have been here with us, and we love you for it.
Now, there's that sitting water I was talking about at 9. Look,
look at the debris there, too.
You got debris, you got water, we got the lights out on the safety car. Justin Marks will lead us to the green again. And if you don't know who Boris Said is, he's got a storied history. He's raced about everything in North America and around the world. His son is coming into play, too. He's in the playoffs, in SVRA playoffs, in Mazda as well. So watch out for him coming up. And yes, he has the same curly hair, although he's not quite as tall quite yet. Here we go then. We're about to go racing again. One more corner now for Justin Marks to prepare himself to go racing. He's got the Trackhouse colours, as you can see on the front of the hood. But now Dyson's got his chance. Will he make his move now? Because he's been in second throughout this race, and Justin Marks has been able to stay right ahead of him. Let's watch for the green flag from the mist.
Tommy Dreese's looking racy too on this restart as we go green right here into turn 1.
On board with Dyson in second place. You can see how bad it is. Here comes Boris. Those fans will be happy, but so too. Right behind him, as you mentioned, Tommy Dreese right there in 4th position, and behind him is Paul Fix.
Yeah, Tommy seems to have found, oh my goodness, so he is flying blind up the S's. Ladies and gentlemen, I can't tell you how tough of a job he's got in front of him right now. I mean, this is so disappointing for him. It's a struggle as a driver, right? You're stuck in there, and you just want to pull through, but at some time you got to really look for your own safety and the safety of your fellow competitors. So hopefully that clears up as speed comes, but sometimes the cautions really, if you're fogging, just makes it so much worse.
Well, as you know, Tommy's often been very generous and lent us his radio during races. I'd love to hear it today. He's going to be spitting and shouting and screaming at his engineers. I can't see.
Well, yeah, and honestly, rightfully so.
Yeah.
You know, there's something that you definitely want out of your car, and that's when we're racing in the rain, you want that wet weather prep.
This is good stuff. Aaron Pierce just got Cindy Lux behind him. They just passed one of the Jody Miller Porsche, who seems to have slowed a little bit. Here's Chris Dyson, still in second place, still with 24 minutes to go, holding on to the grip or whatever grip there is out there. There's not a lot, I can assure you.
Well, I can tell you right now from looking at Chris's windshield, he doesn't want too many more cautions because he's starting to fog up.
Yes.
So, and that was one of the better prep cars that we saw earlier. So I'm sure. Now look at Justin really trying to let that 900 horsepower eat in this weather, isn't he?
Look at the sitting water, Adam.
Oh, the weather looked like it intensified.
Oh no, Boris almost lost it.
No, I think he's out there trying to find dry. You can see how it's drier out here.
Yeah, I see your point.
And Boris is savvy, I'm telling you. He's not going somewhere for no reason.
No. Well, this is good racing. Aaron Pierce is in a real battle here for SGT with the 44 of Cindy Lux, and that's really impressive stuff. She's always good, but she's excellent. And so, excuse me, that's Lee Saunders, the other Viper, my fault. Former champion, Lee Saunders from Lakeland, Florida. He's in the battle with Pierce.
Well, Aaron Pierce, a fellow Hoosier, of mine. He's Sam Pierce Chevrolet is their family's Chevrolet dealership there in Indiana, and so it's always good to see Aaron in the Trans Am paddock, and always even better to see him up front and in class for him racing. So he's got a hold of that Corvette, the only GT car without the headlights on. So I kind of like that style that he's rolling. True race car.
And hats off to our cameramen who are doing a great job of spotting these cars. And there's no question, my mate Lake's beard's probably gone about 4 feet longer in this wet because it's growing right now because the water is pouring down. It's been raining since early morning this morning. Jody Miller has dropped back decisively in the last few moments. He's dropped down to 10th position. He's behind Saunders and Pierce in their battle. And this is a really intriguing battle because Pierce is holding on to the lead in SGT. And Saunders, a bit like Cindy Lux, is a faithful Viper man. He's won the championship for SGT in that Viper, and he continues to choose that particular weapon to go racing, the man from Florida. And look how close it is as they come out of the bus stop.
I love it, and it's also cool to see. It's cool to see, Cindy Lux and Dirk in that, or Jody Miller, excuse me, in that battle as well. But it's really cool to see a Corvette and a Viper, American muscle, like at its peak level. Detroit, you know, right? Modern Detroit muscle is at the forefront of this battle in the wet, which is pretty darn cool to me.
Yep, and we're going back to Detroit soon, so looking forward to that. Bailey at the back, no time for him, and likewise, as you saw, Grant going out early in his Porsche, but we're back on board with Chris Dyson. 21 minutes to go, and we're getting down to the business end of this race. I think Dyson's quite happy to settle the second place today, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's, you know, it's about points right now, and he can't seal the championship today because apparently he needed to get pole position to be able to do that because he needed maximum points. So sorry for that misinformation that I gave earlier, but
that's exactly, you know, right. The full 35 was on.
Let's go ahead and say, for all intents and purposes, it'd be pretty hard for him to throw this one away at this point. But he's a consummate professional. You know, his dad Rob is here, so that makes it extra special always. And you know, because Rob is such a legend of the sport. He's not a Hall of Famer, which shocks me. Like, Rob Dyson should be in a Motorsport Hall of Fame absolutely somewhere, and he's not, which is absolutely shocking to me. But nonetheless, you know, because he's made such an impact on our sport and such a lasting impact, and carried into another generation with his son, obviously, Chris. So, you know, it's fantastic to have them here, and I know Chris wants to win this race, but I know he's also big picture thinking. And the smile that's on his face with him Trans Am racing, that's what his dad and I were talking about yesterday on the TA2 grid. His dad was so impressed with the size of the TA2 grid and the growth of that class. But at the same time, he sees how much joy. Kerry hit all over the brakes.
Luckily, he's been able to go through the bus stop there. He takes out a Bollard, but that's okay. Luckily, he did it there under braking because he was able to gather it all and not go completely off track, and that's really lucky for him. But he's just about to get involved in this battle for SGT. They're 8th and 9th overall, these two. But they're still going on. Great stuff by Pierce. And yeah, you mentioned having, you know, a dad like that. The pressure is on. If you've got a family member, and I don't know, I'm thinking of another family that I know called Andretti. I think it adds a little bit of pressure when you're racing, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, oh, look at Dreesy now. He's almost fogged shut. That's a shame.
He's got to stop,
but,
surely.
I mean, you know, well, we'll hang on. He'll hang on. And I know Tommy, he's brave, and he knows the track well, and he's going to try. And look at him. He hasn't lost really a whole lot of ground.
He's given up on the wipers.
To Boris said, yeah, he doesn't need it. I mean, he doesn't even figure he needs it. So, but yeah, that's a darn shame right there to see that thing fogging shut on him now. But yeah, but back to your point, it's the pressure you have, you apply to yourself.
Right.
I don't honestly think maybe in the public's eyes or someone else's eyes, you would have, the media's eyes, you'd have more pressure on you, but that internal pressure you put on yourself. You know, Chris as a competitor, myself, for example, I looked at my cousin Michael, my brother John, the other second generation, and it's all the same amount. You know, it's just different.
Yes.
You know, obviously, you know, there's a different set of expectations for Chris Dyson.
Check this out, Adam. Here's our leader. And if you think he's not struggling out there, check that out. That's good control.
I'm telling you, Justin Marks, he's known for his car control.
Yeah.
That's what makes him so darn good in these big, heavy cars. In any condition, I don't care if it's wet or dry, he's good in these cars that require that level of car control. Fast hands. Look how fast those hands are moving. Yeah. He knows, and he's feeling it before it's happening. So he's holding such a pretty wheel and really schooling the class of the field here today.
Well, I'm ready to start a rumor and to lay down the gauntlet. Justin Marks, come and join us full time in Trans Am. We know you love it. Your team's going good. It's starting to win. You don't need to be in NASCAR every weekend. Come racing with us 13 weekend. Why not?
I think he would love to do nothing more. And yeah, I would like to lay down that gauntlet for him as well because he's a great addition to the paddock. Trackhouse alone, their presence, their professionalism, the way they're represented, their style, even their styling cues. Everything about them, you just admire what they have going on. To see them in our paddock, to have a presence like we see in Brent Cruz in TA2, and we love to see Justin Marks here every weekend.
Oh no! Out goes the 45.
Oh, that's going to be Cindy Lux. Oh, poor Cindy. I hate to see that.
She has hit the barrier hard, and that engine right at the front there.
Her and I have a special bond. You know, she did. She went and got checked because of checking for Andretti, and she was caught early, and she attributes my brother John to saving her.
Here's what happened.
Checking for Andretti, folks, and we're going to take a look here at Cindy Lux, and unfortunate luck here. She grabbed a little bit too curved there. Oh, that's a hard hit.
It is a hard hit.
Oh, that's a hard hit, Cindy.
At the bus stop there, and unfortunately,
well, now our thoughts are with Cindy. Hopefully, she's okay. She's definitely she's tough competitor, a tough woman, and I hope Cindy's okay there.
You know, while we're under caution, and no surprise, that brings out another caution, and Justin Marks will have to wait again, but he gets to relax a little bit. But he made a really good point to me. He said, not only do I love driving these monsters, because it's fun, and it's real pure racing, as we always say in Trans Am, but he also said to me yesterday, because he also did your race, TA2, and he said, you know what? He said, there's a lot of reason for me to be here. I'm watching Brent Cruz. I'm watching Jesse Love. I'm watching these guys coming through. Austin Green, all these youngsters that potentially could be drivers for him in the future. That's what they want to do.
Well, that's where you learn to race at a place like TA2. You really do. And what I mean by that is Brent Cruz.
14 years of age.
Well, that's what I'm getting to. He's 14 years of age and talent, more talent than a fingernail that most of us have in our whole body. So he's incredibly talented. But his racecraft when he first came into TA2 was not all that great. His racecraft has become so polished. I've been so impressed with that level of step up and I honestly attribute TA2 and the competitors he has to race against to get there. We've seen it in Connor Mosack. His racecraft has come up tenfold. You know, so I see what TA2 does mainly for the racecraft, because you're going to fight no matter where you're at, and you're going to fight people that don't want to give up an inch. And that is like true short track racing on a road course. And now that NASCAR is stacking up road courses left and right, basically built a road course car for its next gen car, let's face it. Of course, Justin Marks should be looking here, should be carrying his talent through these series, because it's going to be important as they make that stepping stone into his daytime, what he likes to call his daytime job, right? That's the NASCAR teams.
Yeah, Connor Zilic, under the management of Kevin Harvick currently, trains with him. Just 16 years of age, another one, jumped out of nowhere, to our minds anyway, last year, or a couple of years ago now, at VIR, taking the pole position. He's another one on his way. And there's no question that one of the points he made to me yesterday, Connor, he said, you know, what I love about racing here is I can learn from Morris Hull, I can learn from all these people about what it's like to go racing without the pressure of, let's say, being in NASCAR. Now, we've got some more information about what happened to Ken Thwaites. Let's head down once again to Ben Sissel.
Hey, I'm at the pits at the Franklin Road Apparel Classic with Mr. Franklin Road himself, Ken Thwaites. Ken, rough luck there in the early stages with you and Steve Hammond. What happened out there?
Well, you know, it's raining pretty hard. The visibility is pretty bad. I let him by me, you know, we're not racing each other, and we came up to the heel of the boot, and, you know, he stopped pretty quickly. I went up inside him. I wasn't really racing him. He didn't see me. We touched, and he broke my front suspension, so we're out.
But it's not over. The Franklin Road car is winning with Justin Marks. What are you hearing out there? He's made some unbelievable saves in this nasty weather.
Yeah, you know, he's a good driver. He's just searching for grip out there. The rain is coming down harder than it has been all day, so it's getting worse and worse traction control-wise and traction-wise. So he's just looking for grip. He's got a pretty good advantage, it looks like, on Chris. But, you know, these restarts, anything can happen.
All right, well, gentlemen, you heard it right here from Ken Thwaites at the Franklin Road Apparel Classic. Back to you.
Great stuff, Ben. Yeah, despite the fact that the boss is out, it could be a big day for the Franklin Road Apparel Classic.
Yeah, you know, Ken, I'm glad he gave us another perspective, because all we saw was the tail end of that, Jonathan.
Yeah, well, let's take another look at it.
Yeah,
and now we know that information.
Yeah, exactly.
I want you to kind of analyze it differently, perhaps, than what we just saw, because obviously we got a really good insight there from Ken. Let's take a look at it, Adam.
Right, because the earlier replay was just really the tail end of it. Now that we got more of the insight from the early on, so yeah, he's hard on the brakes here, down to the inside. Oh yeah, I see. Yeah, No, that's a challenge, right? You know, what we're betting on as a faster paced car in these class races that we're in. You know, what you're betting on is you're betting on. Here we go. Here's another look at it. We'll see just the tail end of it as they come in here. Yeah, right there at the tail end. But yeah, what you're betting on is that they see you, right? Like the slower class cars see you, and that's, I'm sure, where Ken was at on that. But I misread that. I'm sorry for miscalling that earlier, that Ken had a mechanical failure. No, that was a result of the contact that they had there. But I can see Ken's frustration because this is class racing, and that took Ken out of his hunt. And that's a huge blow to him in the championship, too. You know, he came into this P2 in the championship with only, 2 rounds after this to go, Jonathan Green. So that's pretty tough for him to swallow, I'm sure.
Well, I got some good news for you and the fans. Cindy Luck's A-OK. She's spoken to her team. She's been on the radio to her engineer. A little bit sore, as you can imagine, but she's okay.
I promise you it knocked the wind out of her, but that's a blessing to hear that she's okay, and thank you for that information, because that's important for all of us to know, her family and friends at home, and all the Cindy Luck's race fans, or any race fan out there. We don't want to see anything like that, and that was a hard lick.
Well, these conditions are atrocious, Adam, and let's take a look at just how hard it is for some of these drivers. You're just struggling with these conditions. Out of 8 again, and 9 here. That's Danny Lowry, who had an off earlier in the weekend. That's just one example.
But see, that's kind of a rain line here, and that's what I was trying to explain earlier. There's some good pavement up there, and it's not, you may take a longer way around, but, when you can get to the throttle more, that's all right. Justin Marks there, look at that, hold on the wheel, and just that 900 horsepower is a grunt. And all right here. Cindy, oh, my goodness.
Ooh, that's
Hold your breath, people, because that's a hard hit.
Well, that's why we're under caution at the moment. And
yeah, that's going to take a minute to clean up, because you got to repair the wall and all that. But here's our replays.
Yeah, absolutely. And don't forget, CBS Sports Network, Trans Am Watkins Glen, presented by Franklin Road Apparel. You can watch it in full again on September 18th at 5:30 p.m. Eastern. So tell your friends if you enjoyed what the action you saw, and it'll also be repeated at 8:30 p.m. Pacific. That's all on September 18th.
That's the Night Owl replay, yes, for people like me that are up at 11:30 on the East Coast. But yeah, it's great to see the support we have.
You still sleeping standing up?
Yeah, knees locked like a racehorse.
I don't know what we're going to do with you, Andretti.
Yeah, well, they've been saying about that for 43 years. Since I came into this wonderful world. But
I got to ask you, what's Thanksgiving like at the Andretti household? Does Mario hold court? I've seen his Christmas tree.
Yeah, our Christmas is really the holiday we gather as devout Catholics and our family. That's a very important holiday, and we enjoy it together as a family. I'll be honest with you, Thanksgiving is spent with my wife and her family. They're New Englanders.
Oh, right.
So that's,
so you're going to get you're in a food coma most of the weekend.
I could tell you, I never would have thought that parts of the country do that tradition that we're going to have here in a couple months differently. But New England, where it was the birth of the tradition, I'm telling you, they do it differently. It's like the 5 days of Mardi Gras.
I'll bet. Now, I've just heard from race control that those lights that you see just in the distance are going to go out fairly soon as we come through the bus stop, and that means it's going to be her last hurrah, really, for Justin Marks. The last time he's going to have to do a restart, and the last time that Chris Dyson, I say that, but is going to have another crack. As you can see, Boris said in third, and Tommy Dreesy needs to get past Boris if he can.
Yeah, and I tell you, he wants that. He wants those points, right? He wants to keep this heat on Dyson. He doesn't want Chris going home on that short drive back to Poughkeepsie, as you mentioned.
Yeah, exactly.
He wants it in his head on that drive home that, hey, you got to go to VIR and you got to lay down the stink, or else, because Tommy is very fast at VIR. He's had a very successful career there, so it's going to be interesting to see here. And you can see Justin starting to test the grip levels, trying to get some heat back into some things there, but he is definitely on another plane here this weekend and showing why he is who he is.
This has been a long delay too, so there's a lot of water come down on the track in the last 10 minutes or so, and Justin Marks is going to have to be wary of that, which he will be. But this is going to be a really tough finish for both Marks and Dyson, and possibly Dreesy. That's the battle. We're also watching the battle in SGT because Pierce has been holding on. 7.5 minutes to go in this race. The lights are off on the safety car. Watch for the water down here. Look how much there is down here at the bottom of 9. Got to be so careful, Marks. I reckon about 3 laps, Adam, and that's going to be exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, this is going to be exciting end of the race here, and you know, as we're on board, coming on board here with Chris Dyson, you know, we've got our winner circle representative Pius has just joined us up here in the booth. But you know, Pius, tell us just. Well, we can't right now. We're getting ready to go green, but we really want to talk about winner circle here in a little bit and what you guys are accomplishing. But this is the end of the race. We've got to make sure it's exciting.
Okay, so we're about to go racing. We'll hear about the winner's circle in a moment, but the safety car comes off. Justin Marks heads down the main straight here at Watkins Glen. Dyson tucked up right behind him. Dreesy's looking for a way fast as well. We're coming down to the last 6 minutes of this race. We go green and down to the Mission Foods turn 1. I promise you it's there. You just can't see it.
Oh, big rear lock up there by Chris Dyson. They could hear the engine go soft, and he's got some fogging up underneath the caution. Tommy Dreesy got around Boris said with all that fogged up windshield. Tommy Dreesy got around Boris, and that's his sights set on the 2021 champ of Chris Dyson.
Oh, Dyson's fogged up completely now.
He cannot see. You can hear him off throttle, up the S's. Well, he is struggling.
Tracy's got an opportunity here, but he can't see either. It was fixed that came unfixed at the last corner there in Masood's car. Out of the mist come the Gorillas, and here they are coming into the bus stop one more time. 5 minutes to go. Dreesy got a chance now to maybe get a point or two ahead on Dyson and keep this championship alive. He's got past Boris said.
That rain has intensified. You could tell when they went down the back straightaway there, you could not even see Chris Dyson.
Look at this.
I mean, look at Tommy. And I mean, he's got like 2 little areas that he could see through, and that's it.
You can see how he's using the throttle and the brake bit by bit to just
he's what we call driving by braille.
Absolutely he
is.
is.
Because this is very, very difficult what he's undergoing. So really good on you.
Stevie Wonder may take up racing after this. This is incredible. Absolutely insane.
That's good stuff for sure.
Awesome stuff. We're really enjoying this race, and the skills of these drivers is absolutely incredible. Let's take a look. We saw that Dreesy got ahead of Boris said. Adam, let's see what happened.
I mean, the only place he could go and see, right? Like, I got to get over here just to be able to see him, and he just flat out broke Boris there, was able to get, you know, more woe down out of the car and made the pass. As we're back on board, Justin Marks has not put a wheel wrong, doing an awesome job. I mean, he can definitely be so proud of his performances here this weekend. It is not easy to come in here and to stretch a gap on a Chris Dyson every time you get a green flag here today.
Yeah, just a reminder, you can see on the CBS Sports Network on September 18th. So look out for that in your TV guide, if you still take one. But SGT also still going strong. There's good battle. Aaron Pierce was leading it. He still is leading it. In fact, he's got a bit of a gap on the 44 of Lee Saunders at the moment here in the closing stages. There he is coming out of the mist, coming into Mission Foods turn 1. Some traffic in front of him as well.
Yeah, right behind Kerry Hitt there. And but right here, our guest Pius is with the winner's circle. And just give us a quick, 60 seconds, Pius, on what you guys are accomplishing there at the winner's circle.
The Winner's Circle has been partnering with local high schools to really teach students about racing organizations and becoming a racing organization themselves through project-based learning. And so throughout the year, they're building Factory 5 Cobras, and they're competing with who did it the best. And so it's been a wonderful venture to be able to get into giving kids opportunities outside of the classroom and reinventing the classroom. And Chris Dyson is a major sponsor of ours. He's also a childhood friend of mine since I was 10 years old. And to be able to work side by side with him to give these students the opportunities has just been priceless. We do have a movie coming out called From 0 to 100, which was shot throughout COVID and showing what the kids could really do outside of regular classrooms. There's a whole field of people being introduced to racing through our project.
I met some of you kids down at the Grand Prix redo, as it were, or the replica of the 2 laps they did. Oh, in a moment there for Justin Marks. He almost lost it completely. A fantastic thing that they're doing, and a great learning thing for those kids, getting them back into motorsport and getting a love for cars.
It was wonderful because Alfred State has been one of the supporters of it. So we want motorsports for kids to go and say, hey, you want to get into motorsports, there's college degrees that can happen from it. So Albert State was a great partners of ours, Factory 5, obviously, the Dyson Foundation and the Dysons as well. And the champions last night were crowned. Waverly High School won. And Dr. Eric Knowles has been one of the greatest supporters, one of the greatest administrations that I've ever had has been with that high school.
So glad you could make it in here.
Thank you.
Watch out for that.
Appreciate
Go
you.
down
Thank you.
to it.
Thank
What's
you,
the
Adam.
website?
It's winners-circle.org, and we're auctioning off this Cobra at State Line Auto Auction at Waverly on September 30th.
He got it in there.
There you go.
147 to go. Justin Marks almost went off track there for a moment. And we just saw Pintaric coming into the pits. Pierce still leading in in SGT. And in XGT, Jody Miller is leading. But here's the man of the moment. And
So I'll
take
tell
us
you,
home.
Jonathan Green, there in turn 9, where you say that he was going off, you go there in the wet. That's where you go to get the drive off. So it looks very dramatic, and it looks like, but that's where you need to go at Watkins Glen to find the grip in turn 9, because it's such a tricky part, and it's really off camber on track. It kind of flattens out up there and stays a little drier and doesn't hold the water. But, you know, Justin, again, as he enters into the boot there, through turn 6, as he accelerates to turn 7, this is where I saw him like a sprint car driver at the beginning of the race, just hanging onto the left rear and driving around that thing, but holding a pretty steady wheel. And, a lot to play here. I'm back, and he's getting the white flag this time around, don't you think?
I think so. And Suarez, if you're watching, this is how you do it in the wet at the Glen.
Yes, sir, it is. Yes, sir, it is. Except you don't have to deal with this part.
Nope.
They don't have to deal with the boot.
That's true. So we're getting down to the nitty-gritty, and Justin Marks is almost sideways at every corner here.
See, he's going to go wide here.
I see
that?
Yeah, I gotcha.
And then he can point it straight.
Gotcha.
Now with the wheel's straight, I can be on the power.
Gotcha. Good
see that?
knowledge. Yep. Yeah. No, I totally appreciate that.
Yeah.
And absolutely, to the unclassified eye, as it were, yeah, it looks as though he's in trouble, but no, he's just straightening the corners.
100%. We call it diamonding the corner off, is making that angle, right? You go in. You know, my teammate in TA2, he is a magician at that driving style. He is so freaking good at it.
There's
so
your white flag.
Out.
1 lap to go here at the Glen. What a day it's been for everybody involved. I can just see our cameraman perched up there at turn 1. That's his view of the front straight. Incredible stuff. Dyson's going to come home in second. Wipers flailing from side to side as he tries to desperately see through that foggy windscreen he's got there, but he's done a sterling job, as has Greasy in third. And
you notice it has cleared up since he's caught speed.
Yep.
You know, under caution, it's like you just hate to see a caution all the time. So when you're up front, but it's especially a big struggle in the wet because you're just so scared of this fogging. But as you can see now that he's moving up at his speed, he's got some pretty good vision now. And that's, I'm sure, how he's been able to reopen that gap up on Tommy Treacy there. Because I'm guessing if we went on board Tommy, we would see a pretty fogged up windshield still.
Yeah, and I've just heard that Boris said might be challenging again for the third, so it isn't over for that battle. But it's pretty much going to be game over for second place. I think Dyson's got this now. He just needs to nurse it home. Same for Justin Marks, just a few corners to go, but this is when the gremlins start to creep in. You start to relax, think you've got it, and then suddenly you can get caught out so easily in these conditions. This has been a masterclass on the way.
And I tell you what, Chris Dyson they're rooting for Boris Said right now to take some more points away from Tommy Dreesy, and because Chris has had a pretty darn good points day. Justin Marks came in, stole the show today, 100%. Has just had a great weekend. He was, just in qualifying yesterday was astonishing, and
here he comes.
So yeah, he's looking pretty here. What a beautiful car that is too.
Yeah, great color scheme for the number 5, but it's going to be Trackhouse Racing and Franklin Road who take the victory here, win in the hands of Justin Marks. He took the pole position, the man from Tennessee, and hasn't looked back in that Camaro ever since. It's a good day, despite the fact that the boss in Ken Thwaites did not get to finish. His car is going to take a win here, and a special one at the Glen for Justin Marks. He comes out of the last corner. There's the checkered flag, and Justin Marks goes from pole to win here at Watkins Glen in atrocious conditions. And a high five for Ken Thwaites and the team. They'll be celebrating long into the night, I'm sure. Well done to them, and what a season it's turning out for the Franklin Road team. No question about it. Dyson comes across the line in second place, and at the moment we're just waiting to see who takes third, whether it's Said or Dreesy.
But celebrations all round and thumbs up. That's nicely done. Here comes Tommy Dreesy.
Yeah, that does look like it was going to be Tommy Dreesy there at the line.
And here's that battle for SGT, and it's not over. Pierce and Saunders. Saunders got some time. He's got 2 more corners now to have 1 more pop at Pierce. He comes to the inside. It's going to have to be an audacious lunge if he tries it, but he doesn't, and Pierce is going to hold on. What a race these two have had. This is actually better than the front race because these two have been this close pretty much for the last hour. And Pierce is going to... Oh, is he? No!
Oh, no, that is not the line there. That is not the line there.
Saunders waited and
wow. What drama at the end in GT. That is beautiful, beautiful stuff. Lee Saunders showing the poise. And my Hoosier buddy, Aaron Pierce. That's not going to be a fun trip back home to Indiana, buddy. I know you're going to hate that I-80 stretch, but back on board here, the big race winner, Justin Marks. Great job for Trackhouse.
Waving to the camera.
No, you should be proud. That's when you come win Trans Am races, TA2 races, you've done something. This is a historic series. It's a very competitive series, and we're just so happy to have him and representing it and doing so from the front.
What a race. That had everything.
It did, and that's what the rain does, Jonathan Green, right?
That's exactly right.
This is why, I don't know why people laughed at Bernie Ecclestone when he said he wanted to put sprinklers on tracks, but I think it's a fantastic idea. Mid-race, just throw the sprinklers on and make everyone come in for some wets.
Well, one thing's for sure, Chris Dyson's still leading that championship by a country mile, and that was a good, calm performance by Chris Dyson and the Altwell team because they could have gone 2 ways that. He could have pushed and made a mess of it, or kept his head and not worried about the win, and that's exactly what he did. And that's how you win titles.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a consummate professional. He knows he was raised in a championship-winning atmosphere. He knows exactly how to do this stuff, and so he stays poised, and he put out the performance exactly what you would expect today, and so did this man. Exactly what you would expect out of Justin Marks. I've seen him do some incredible things. I watched him bounce off the wall there on the downhill at Road Atlanta, not even burp the throttle in a TA car, and still carry on, I believe, podium there that day in the wet. So this is cool to see him pull into victory lane. Great to see for Showtime and Franklin Road Apparel. This is their weekend, so to be able to capitalize on that, I know that's very special for Ken Thwaites, his wife Shelly, and the whole gang over there. It's a really good feeling for everybody.
Well done to Justin Marks, and well done to the Franklin Road Apparel to win their own classic, which they sponsored. They are the headline sponsor, so that's a lovely moment for them, and they'll be celebrating as they come in to victory lane.
It's all done, Justin. Now it's over. You're get out and celebrate with the boys and gals of the team, and this is what it's all about. This is the joy of sport.
Ken's going to be one of the first to greet him.
This is Jeremy there helping him out. I believe crew chief on this car. And Ken, proud owner.
Yep, he's going to give him a big hug, but he may not get in there before our own Ben Sissel, who's ready and waiting to greet Justin Marks. Let's head down now to victory lane at Ben Sissel.
Yeah! Good job. Hey, buddy. Nice.
All right, look at this. Some great celebrations here as Ken Thwaites. That's 2 for Ken Thwaites here in the TA series. 1 with Paul Menard, 1 with Justin Marks. Unbelievable in this kind of weather as he hugs his family. His girls are here. His wife is here all the way from Brentwood, Tennessee. They were super excited to see him win. Let's wait until he gets it out. So while he's taking off his helmet, his Hans device, Ken, come over, team owner. How's that feel at the Franklin Road Apparel Classic?
It was awesome. I'm glad that Justin and I were able to, get this deal together. I told him when he inquired about the car, I said, you can win the race in that car. And he kind of like, well, maybe. But as this weekend went on, it was pretty clear he had the pace, and man, he got the job done. It was awesome.
Nice. Well, let's talk to Justin. So, Justin, just a few years ago, Road Atlanta, we saw you in TA, and you got 4 wheels off the ground, but still finished on the podium. Yeah. But now this weekend, you've just been the class of the field in what I call terrible conditions. How was it out there?
I love these conditions, man. This is what I love right here. Come here, girls.
Introduce your family here.
Daughter Olivia, my daughter Presley, and my wife Erin back there who's hiding from the camera. No, this was great, man. It's a testament to just how well prepared these cars are. The Showtime Motorsports team brought an awesome race car. Literally from the first session on the racetrack, we just were fine-tuning and tweaking stuff. So it was just, I just had to do my job, really, honestly. And we worked all week to get this thing perfect in the dry, and I think we got it perfect in the dry, and then it rained, and those guys made really good changes right before the race. We were able to just maintain all race long.
Nice. Girls, are you proud of your dad?
You proud? Yeah? Okay, they're shy.
Yeah. I love it. Yeah, exactly. I love it. Justin Marks, congratulations. Unbelievable down here. Let's come over here in this Viper. In SGT, Lee Saunders, congratulations, man. How was that? How did that feel out there? Not the best conditions. Could you see?
I couldn't see anything. It was unbelievable. My windshield wipers failed, so I got no wipers. Luckily, we had a caution. I could wipe some of the dew off. But man, Aaron, I feel sorry for him because the last turn he lost the lead to me. I'm grateful that I got it, but he drove an awesome race, just super clean. We had a great battle. That's probably the most fun I've ever had in this car.
The most fun he's ever had in a race car. Unbelievable. And then over here, first time in the Trans Am Series, had some great races this weekend in International GT, but Jody Miller winning in XGT. How cool is that, Jody?
Wow, what a great time. I really appreciate everybody. It was safe out there. A lot of difficult driving. Visibility was zero. Just a great experience to get through this. Really hand it to this gentleman, SGT, made an awesome pass. He won that. He did a great job. But to be honest with you, visibility was near zero. Cars without lights, probably pretty sketchy. But I had a great time, and the Trans Am Series has been really welcoming, and I couldn't be happier.
Give a little what's up, people, to David Tuati.
Hey, what's up, people?
Nice. That's kind of the TLM signature, if you don't know. Hopefully, TLM will be back in the Trans Am Series. Nice job. Tony Pirelli, owner of the Trans Am Series. You started in Trans Am here back when you were a kid. Tell everybody about your experience and what a dream it is to own the series.
Well, I was here as a 10-year-old kid in 1969, and names like Pernelli Jones and Roger Penske and so on. To come here all these years later, this is the 10th anniversary of us being involved with SVRA and Trans Am. And it's just what a day. I mean, yesterday was the best weather you could ever have. Today was the worst. And I don't know which show I enjoyed more. The THO, these guys are warriors to driving and stuff, but it's a thrill. I'm just so appreciative. The fans that came out and weathered this, and just a glorious weekend, and despite the weather. But great job by everybody.
And you said names like Parnelli Jones and George Fulmer, but now we've got like Justin Marks and Chris Dyson out there, and Boris said, how cool is that?
I mean, it's just awesome. I mean, the TA2 seems to become a ladder system for NASCAR and the Cup Series, yet these guys with the Trans Am group are just putting on a show. And you get a guy like Dreesy in the rain, and he came through at the end to get Boris. What a show they put on. And they don't blink, they don't complain, they just drive, and it's awesome.
I love it. And we got to, before I go up to you, Jonathan, I got to cover this. Pierce, Lee Saunders, you guys might have had the race of the weekend.
Man, it was, it's fun to race with somebody you trust. And, I mean, I was really good up the hill, and he was really good back through the bus stop and through the carousel there, through the boot. And, coming out of 8, I could get him up the hill. And then when we got down the front straightaway, he's out braking me down here. I didn't have any analog brakes. I mean, that car doesn't have them. And when I hit the water down there, it was pump, and try to get it back. And then he passed me on the bottom. So it was a lot of fun.
But this camaraderie, you guys just came out of a great race and just hugged each other. Is that what Trans Am is all about?
Go tell him a good job, So, yeah, I had a good time racing.
That's all about Trans Am. It's, you come for the race, stay for the people. So, Aaron it was just luck of the draw that unfortunately for him, that last turn, if we'd had another lap, he'd have done it to me. So it just happened really lucky for me, and we raced each other clean, and that's the best thing. When you know somebody is going to race you clean, and you know you can stick it in there, and they're not going to hit you, and you're not going to hit them, it just makes for that's the most fun I've ever had.
Yeah, a lot of fun.
Well, congratulations, guys. That was awesome. Jonathan, I'm going to send it back up to you in the booth so we can start our celebration.
Great stuff. A soppy, wet Ben Sissel there doing the business as Watkins Glen goes quiet for a moment. More racing to come on the day, but that was a cracker, no question about it. Let's take a look at just some of those amazing highlights there. So we started off and it wasn't great weather at the start, and it just got worse. Everybody trying to avoid the rooster tails as the Dayglow car of Boris said, even in the wet you could see that car. He gets past Ken Thwaites, and Amy Ruman and Dreesy continue their war on track. And Ken Thwaites going off after coming together with one of the Porsches in XGT, Stephen Hammond, and that would cause him to be out of the race. Great move by Tommy Dreesy there on Amy Ruman. And Kerry Hitt back in the saddle, but probably worrying a little bit about that moment. But another great moment for Tommy Dreesy as he goes past Boris Said to take third position. But it was Justin Marks who took victory here at the Glen. Well, the conditions did not improve a great deal throughout the race. It's a little bit better now. So why don't we take a short break and we'll be back from Watkins Glen after this.
The next generation of communication is here with Allgram, the decentralized all-in-one communication platform. Your unique digital ID is hosted on the blockchain for the most secure peer-to-peer communication experience in the world. Chat, voice call, and video call seamlessly, triple encrypted, and decentralized. That means you're protected. We can't share, sell, or use your data in any way. Nobody is accessing your data, and Allgram validates every user on the blockchain. Plus, the app just works really well. Schedule calls and meetings, or create private or public clubs to use however you want. This is Allgram. Simplified, secure communication. Your data is yours.
Welcome back to Watkins Glen, and that camera shot tells you everything you need to know. Hopefully that cameraman is getting a nice warm sandwich right now, but that's the conditions we've had throughout most of the day here. But let's take a look at some more action from today. Battles throughout, but Grant was the first to succumb in the 55. And then Hammond went out, and luckily not too much damage to his car, but it did take Ken Thwaites out. Jody Miller got going in the all-blue GT3 Cup car and would go on to take victory in XGT, his debut run. But Aaron Pierce, under pressure, immense pressure throughout the race from the Viper, who wanted to make the sting, and he finally got his chance. Sadly for Cindy Lutt, it all ended up in the barrier, and she got stung from her Viper, and sadly so did Aaron Pierce, because on the last corner Lee Saunders makes it through as Pierce goes on. Justin Marks though wins. And he'll check on the results then. Franklin Road Apparel and the Chevrolet of Justin Marks wins in TA ahead of the Ford Mustang of Chris Dyson. Dreesy takes third, important points for him, ahead of Boris Said in fourth. Paul Fix in fifth, welcome back to Mr. Fix. Kerry Hitt, likewise, welcome back to him in sixth. Lee Saunders wins in SGT ahead of Aaron Pierce. Jody Miller wins in XGT and is ninth overall, making his debut. And Dirk Lohenberger is in 10th. Further down, Michael Sire in the Rapid NGMT Rapid Wraps, and KMC wins in GT, and Scott James, his opponent, is second. Danny Lowry 13th. Grant, Pintaric, Lux, Ruman, Thwaites, Hammond and Grant all not finishing the race, but really brave just to get out there on a day like this. I'm going to leave a chance to talk to Adam Andretti after we look at who wins the chill out moment, and we'll see if Adam agrees, but we think that our chill out moment should go to Tommy Dreesy. He did a great job of overtaking in atrocious conditions, literally running blind for our chill out systems, chill out, keep cool move of the day. How about this one? Coming up on Boris Said at the restart. And remember, we saw the onboard shots. He could hardly see. He jinks to the inside and overtakes right at the line on Boris. And that was a really, really strong maneuver and great stuff indeed. Meanwhile, Dyson had his hands full. There you see it completed, and through he goes on Boris, and that really is the move of the day. And under the circumstances, given how it looked in the car, well done to him for our chill out, keep cool move of the race.
Totally agree with that too, by the way, Jonathan, because when we went on board and saw Tommy on board, that was a full fog shut windshield, and he made that pass happen. So really, really nice job.
Did you wish to be out there, or did you enjoy being here today?
I love driving race cars, no matter what the conditions. So yeah, of course, I always want to be on the racetrack, and but I was blessed to be out there yesterday for Peterson Racing and Three Dimensional Services Group. So you know, I got my fill. But as a racer, you never have your fill. Just ask Scott Borchetta, who drives, I think, like 16 different classes on the weekend. So, but you never really get your fill as a true racer. So, yeah, you always wanted to be out there. But what a great job by these Trans Am competitors and putting on a show for us. Thank you so much to the teams, to Trans Am, to Greenlight TV, and to you, Jonathan Green, for letting me spoil your fun up here in the booth. It's always fun being a booth mate with you. But and also a shout out to a pretty little princess at home, Juliette Heaps. So I want to give a shout out to her. So thanks for everything up here. Really, really appreciate you all, and appreciate all the support. We'll see you at VIR.
Yep, Adam will be in action again at VIR, as we will once again. My thanks to everybody involved in this soggy day, but we'll take a short break. We'll be back for more from Watkins Glen very soon.
This is my house. My parents helped build it. Now we don't get wet when it rains. I don't get too hot or too cold inside. I can play with my sister, I can play with my brother, I can play with my mother, my father, my family. This is my house. This is my house. This is my house. This is my house.
This is my house.
Visit Habitat.org to find out how you can help more families like mine.
My name is Monse, and I am a senior at Cristo Rey. We bring high school students and corporations together to transform education. I work 1 day a week at Ryan Companies. There are Cristo Rey schools serving students across the country. Visit CristoRayNetwork.org and learn how you can become a corporate partner today.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it. Watkins Glen International, the Franklin Road Apparel Classic with the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. Unbelievable. All right, so we're having to kind of roll with things here because of the dry erase marker in the wet. That doesn't do well. In the GT class, where is in second place? Let's hear it. Mr. James, where are you, Mr. James? Come on up here. All right, Scott James. I'm learning as we go. Man, welcome to the series. All right, and first place in GT. Thank you, James. Let's hear it. Mike Saya, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, they are very slippery. Be careful. So, how was it out there in your Porsche? Tell us about your race.
It was treacherous. Tons of spray. Visibility was terrible. My windscreen was a layer of fog. I couldn't see a thing. But I made it through, and it was fantastic. Great to be part of the Trans Am Series, and thanks for having me.
Nice. I love it. Let's hear it. One thing you should know, this is the first time in history that we have had a Porsche represented in all three GT classes, and today was definitely a Porsche day. Mike Saya, tell us about your race out there.
Well, first of all, I want to say thanks to KMC, crew chief Chris Ross, my teammate, Trans Am, for a great show, and I need my head examined to be out there for that long. So I had a couple of spins, came back, rallied, and just thank God I got through it. So thanks, everybody.
All right, on a scale of 0 to 10, what was the visibility out there?
10 being the best?
Yeah.
Minus 50?
I think that's what we're hearing from everybody. Exactly, I love it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, hold those trophies up. Let's hear it. GT class here at Watkins Glen International. That was some fantastic racing. Good to see you guys. We're going to put on the Pirelli hats. Let's hear how loud Watkins Glen can get for two Porsche drivers. Let's hear it. We got James in second, Saya in first, here at Watkins Glen International, the Franklin Road Apparel Classic. Welcome to the Trans Am Series. Thanks for coming out. And that was quite a show. Uh-oh. Let's see it. Oh, here we go. Right in the eyes. So now you got zero visibility for the rest of the afternoon. One more time for our GT class here, Watkins Glen International. Congratulations. That's awesome. Super GT. Well, hold on now. Let's see. Who wants a hat? I know, but see, I can throw there. That's easy. I'm gonna try it for the bleachers way up there. Boo! Cheap seats. Oh, I had a little curve on it, and that was a terrible throw. I should have just given it to you guys. Super GT. Let's hear it. In third place in that yellow Dodge Viper, Dirk Leuenberger. Aquastar. I don't know if you know this, but if you eat seafood, chances are that came through Dirk Leuenberger. That's true. Second place in SGT. Came down to the final lap. These two had quite a battle and so much fun. Let's hear it. Second place, Aaron Pierce.
No, it's fine. He's wearing Sam Pierce. I was like, what? Yeah.
It's always confusing because you're wearing Sam Pierce, and we'll talk about that later. And then in first place, I think he took it on the last lap. These two had a great battle. Good friends in that beautiful Dodge Viper. Let's hear it. Lee Saunders, first place, Super GT. Now, Dirk, being teammates with Cindy Lux, I know that had to be a little disheartening out there at the end of the race, but nice finish.
Yeah, it's not the way I want to advance a position, but Cindy's doing fine. She's doing well now, so I think that's the upside of this day, actually, for me. But appreciate all of you being here. Not the best conditions for any of us, but I always love racing at Watkins Glen. I love racing with Trans Am, and thank my team for a great car, and we'll see you at the next race.
Nice, I love it. Dirk Leuenberger. Aaron Pierce out there just, I think, wishing for some anti-lock brakes or something, but man, nice race. Tell us about your race out there.
Yeah, there at the beginning, I had a good race going on with Cindy, and you know, the longer I went, I've only raced a car twice. This is the second time in the rain. So the first few laps was just trying to learn, and I got faster and faster and faster and put some distance between myself and Cindy. And then on the caution, I looked back and I saw Lee back there, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna have to get up on the wheel now. So there were spots that he was way better than I was, and there was places I was better than him. So I had to take advantage of the spots that I was better than him and really try to put distance between us. And a couple times I got far enough away where I couldn't see his headlights, and just tried to keep plugging. And then there at the end there, you got a little pressure on me, and I just got in a little hot down here and kept it out of the fence. So ended up second. I saw him go by, but couldn't throw anything out in front of him.
Nice, I love it. And Lee, you've been with us a long time, but you got out of the car saying that might have been your favorite race. Take the mic, tell us about your race.
Thank you. Yeah, that was actually my favorite race. First of all, before I get anything, I'd like to thank God for allowing us to be here today, for keeping everybody safe. So glad to see Cindy was okay. Thank you for Trans Am. This is unbelievable. I've never been to Watkins Glen before. Absolutely beautiful facility. Thanks for the fans for coming out. Just awesome seeing everybody. And also, for one more thing, I'd like to dedicate this race to my best friend Brian. He lost his battle with cancer about a month ago, and it was really special maybe to win for him today. He would have been watching if he was still here with us, but I know he's watching from above. So anyway, yeah, great race. It was unbelievable out there. The visibility was definitely negative 50. The good thing was I had Aaron to follow, so I just watched for his brake lights, and because that's all I could see. And he was definitely giving it to me in some corners, and I was able to come around him or come up with him a little bit. And he raced so clean with us. It was awesome. Everybody did. It's just awesome knowing that these drivers are so good that you can hang right beside them and know they're not going to take you out and you're not going to take them out. And it was just luck of the draw. Another lap, he'd have come around me. So I got lucky today. Aaron drove a hell of a race. Everybody did to stay out there. And just thanks again. Thanks for coming out and had a fantastic time.
Nice. Thank you. I love it. Let's hear it, ladies and gentlemen. Dirk Leuenberger, Aaron Pierce, Lee Saunders, Super GT here at Watkins Glen International.
It's melting.
Man, you guys got quiet. I'm sorry. We don't like quiet here. Let's hear it one more time. Dirk Leuenberger, Aaron Pierce, Lee Saunders. There we go. I love it. Stay there. Glenora Wine Cellars with some champagne. You've got some trophies. You get champagne. You get all that and a bag of chips. Don't forget your bag of chips. Oh, he's getting the crowd. Look at that. That's some good tasting champagne there. One more time, Super GT, Dirk Leuenberger, Aaron Pierce, Lee Saunders. Nice job, guys. Oh, they say come this way. Exit stage right.
We're very coachable.
Yeah. Extreme GT. I got to brag on this person real quick. He broke something in practice, and through the night, this is a logistics owner, manager of a big logistics company, Bridgehall, drove all through the night to one of our competitors in International GT who gave him the combination to his shop to steal a part off of his shelf or a few parts to drive all the way back through the night to finish second in XGT, right, Mike? It's all melted over here. So let's give it up, Danny Lowry in that beautiful Audi R8. So that's some good hustle to be up here second place. Nice job. First time in XGT, finishes first in another one of our Porsches. Let's hear it, ladies and gentlemen. Jody Miller out here with Team TLM. Danny Lowry, I've seen you this year in a Porsche at Charlotte. You've been in a TA2 several times, but in these conditions, I think an Audi R8 was pretty suiting. Tell us about your race.
Well, normally it would have been the exact car I would have wanted to be in, but due to our issues on Thursday, we lost a wheel speed sensor, so we'd never had any electronics in the car. So the goal was just simply to go out there and make soft laps and finish the race, stay out of trouble, and have some fun. So we did it. We accomplished our goal. It wasn't pretty, but we got her done.
Did you stay out of trouble?
I stayed out of trouble. That's what counted. I really like to give a shout out to my buddies at Ricky Sanders Racing for all their support, and Tyler Hoffman coming up and helping me. And we even got help from Goldcrest and Autometrics, and my buddy Rick, I can't think of his last name, he's from Connecticut. He showed up like an angel. He saw how we were struggling working on the car, and he showed up and had mercy on us and helped us fix the car. So it was all in all a great weekend. I love Watkins Glen. It is my favorite racetrack on the circuit, and Trans Am is just always incredible to work with. So thanks, Ben. We appreciate it.
Nice. I love it. So Jody, Steve Hammond, man, he just took off like a rocket early on, and I think watching the broadcast, we were even saying this could be an overall win in XGT, and then had an unfortunate incident, was off the track. So then it was up to you to represent TLM, and actually while the broadcast is going on, David Tuati's texting me. So you know he's watching you and cheering you on. How did it feel out there?
Well, first of all, it was...
Here, you take the mic. You're tall, man.
It was treacherous. I think that's the word of the day. Visibility just was not there. But what I liked about it was everybody kept their head about them. I didn't see any dangerous driving. People were courteous. I think we all had our heads in the game. And for a first-time Trans Am racer, I could not be happier with the field. I will be back. TLM, awesome job prepping the car. Mark Exton did the crew chiefing this weekend on this car and just helped a ton.
I would not be here without Pippa Mann. Pippa Mann has been my coach for 2 years. I've been driving for almost 2 years now. And without her guidance and coaching, she sat up in that bleachers in the rain and helped me call every turn. And I am so thankful for her in my paddock. So thanks to everybody. Thanks to TLM. And just could not be happier. It was so unfortunate for Stevie. He was making numbers up so quickly. He is an unbelievably good, talented driver. And it was just unfortunate. I should be there, and he should be here. But we'll be back next time.
Nice.
I love it. Well, let's hear it. You know, one thing to know about this mixed class racing in conditions like this, usually the faster cars have headlights and they can flash at you. Nothing. So you can't see these faster cars coming up in the mirror, so that's crazy. Let's hear it. XGT, Danny Lowry, Jody Miller, hold those trophies up high. Oh yeah, you're not done yet though. I know you've been on the podium with us this weekend with International GT, but we got to do this thing called the hat dance. So let me take this hat, and then you'll put that one on. Hold your trophies up high. Look at the photographer. One more time, Danny Lowry, Jody Miller, welcome to the Trans Am Series. Jody Miller, nice job. Unbelievable. And Pippa, he says only 2 years. Is that right? That's unbelievable. Uh-oh. Let's hear it, crowd. Let's get loud. Danny Lowry, Jody Miller, out there spraying. Good thing these guys have raincoats on. That does burn the eyes a little bit. You guys want some Mission chips, too? Feel free. Juan Gonzalez brings those out for everybody. All right. Trans Am Masters. So happy to have him back with us. We have missed him so much throughout the season. Let's hear it. Kerry Hitt, Trans Am Masters. Come on, people. He makes these awesome bodies for us. Advanced Composites, longtime Trans Am supporter. Kerry Hitt. You know, when you come back to the series, you want it to at least be good conditions. Tell us about your race out there.
Well, I think treacherous was the word of the day, so I agree with it. But it was really great. First thing I got to say is to be here. Mark Meissen came in and helped get my car ready. I thank you for that. And Adam Taylor and Noah Blake and Ron Weiss, those guys worked their butts off getting this thing ready to even be able to come out here. So but the race was great. I like the rain. I know, but it was interesting. One thing I want to bring out and I want to point out, we changed our car number. We changed it to number 22 of our veterans who end up giving up and leaving us, and that's per day. I don't think enough attention has been brought to that. I'd like people to realize that the reason we are here and be able to do the things that we do are for people who have given it all. So I just want to, we're going to run that number the rest of the year and hope that will love people. There's a group called Racing for Heroes, and they're the ones, they'll be at VIR, they're stationed at VIR, and they do a lot of work with veterans who have PTSD, and they use racing as a therapy, and what better therapy could there be but racing? But thank you all for coming out. Thank you for being here, and thank you so much. It's so great to be back to the Trans Am family. Missed you guys.
We missed you, Kerry, and thank you for everything that you're doing. 22, that's unbelievable. Thank you for wearing that number. Let's hear it for Kerry Hitt here. TA Masters. Kerry, would you consider Watkins Glen your home track or Lime Rock? What would you say?
Probably. I can't remember how many times I raced here, but yeah, I love it. Yeah, Watkins Glen, I would say, is probably my most favorite. Yeah.
Watkins Glen is his most favorite track. Let's hear it. Kerry Hitt, Masters in the Pirelli hat. Kerry, welcome back. And I love that you're running the number 22. We will talk about that a lot. Just want to show you what we're working with here. I need you guys to read those names for me right there. It's melting. All right, now we are to TA. 850 plus horsepower, fire-breathing behemoths. A fantastic race between some legends out there. Making a late race pass on Boris Said. Let's hear it in third place, Tommy Dreese. That beautiful blue Lucas Mustang. Tommy, welcome back. I've been missing you. Are we going to get a famous Tommy Dreese selfie? All right. Yeah. You guys stick around for that. If you follow him on social media, you're going to know what we're talking about here. In second place, in his home state of New York, a hard-fought battle, last year's TA champion. Let's hear it, Chris Datsun. Here he comes. Driving that beautiful Altwell CBD Ford Mustang, wearing his Jim Weed hat up here. And then, see, there we go. And then in first place, ladies and gentlemen, at the Franklin Road Apparel Classic, the owner of Trackhouse Racing was here just a few weeks ago with NASCAR, showing the NASCAR drivers how it's done at the rain, at the Glen. Let's hear it. First place, Justin Marks, Franklin Road Apparel, Trackhouse Racing. Tommy Dreese, this is going to be quite the good selfie up here. Take the mic, tell us about your race.
Well, first of all, everybody who came here to go through this weather, to watch us out there, that's why we come here, to put a good show on. Justin's been the class of the field all weekend, dry, wet. I got to say something. Justin's a great driver. He better be good, right? But who picked up their game as a team and driver is Ken Twaits. I mean, Ken Twaits, he didn't have a good race today. He got together with somebody, but he was so good today. And then, I don't know, are you a champion? Where's Claggett? Is Claggett like adding the numbers up right now? Anyway.
Here he is.
There he is. Oh, I got it. Anyway, had a good race. I had to go back and forth, lost a couple spots, gained a couple spots on the restart. I don't know. My hat's off to Boris because that thing was so wicked. Whenever he was driving, I don't know if he had something broke in the suspension or he just lost tires, but he drove his heart out. So, hey, we all drive our hearts out there. Thank you very much. 3GT, thank you very much. We've had a tough weekend. We needed this little sail under our wings going into the next race. Lucas, the Lucas family, MAV TV, and CBS, anyway, Trans Am, all the people who work for Trans Am, thank you very much. Lacey, Jagger, Elon, I love you. I'm coming back. I'm coming home.
Now let's take a little break for the Tommy Dreese selfie. Yes. This is a tradition in Trans Am. He pulls out his phone, he takes a selfie. Make sure you follow him on social media. Let's hear it for the Tommy Dreese selfie. Come on, I can hear DJ back there laughing about that. That's a pretty famous selfie you got there too. Oh, and the product placement from Chris Datsun. Oh, all on the top step, look at that. We got some good product placement from Datsun too. And I gotta mention, last year, Datsun clinched the championship at VIR. According to Chris Dyson's math, we cannot officiate this or make this official, but according to your math, I don't know how athletic you are, Datsun, you're gonna have to cover us on this. He thinks he may have clinched the championship here one event earlier in his home state at Watkins Glen. What are we saying here back there? Somebody's yelling at me. Is that Ashley? It's provisional. It all has to go through tech. There's so much to go through. So I think that's what John told me. Here's what John's saying. John's saying it's provisional.
So that's according to the series president, not Chris Datsun.
Yeah, that's according to John Claggett. Now, hold on here. You take the mic.
With the visibility I had out in track today, the last thing you guys want me doing is math right about now. I'll tell you what, it's always great to come up here to Watkins Glen. We've had a hell of a season. Tommy's run me hard the whole way. Great having Justin here this weekend. I hope he comes back and does more. This series is phenomenal. I'm so pleased to be running up front here. This has been some of the best years of my career here. I've really enjoyed it. It's been terrific to be aligned with the Pickett family and Altwell, Jim Weed, and just so happy to be bringing the team out here. 2 cars every weekend. This series is the oldest and most historic, most badass cars in the world. And being up here at Watkins Glen, it's home for me. My dad's here. I don't know where he is, but Dad's here, which was a special treat. We've had a lot of good times here, man. We've had a lot of good days here, and today was certainly one of the more exciting ones. I think Justin put on a clinic out there, and Tommy, damn it, you're running me hard. He played possum all weekend.
I couldn't believe you made it up that hill.
But so happy to be here with Altwell, Jim Weed, joining forces with the series, and obviously branding on the car. We're just trying to grow this thing, and if we can keep having weekends like this together with the racing and the competitive fight we had up front, I think this series is just going from strength to strength right now, and really proud to be here, proud to be a champion. Thank you.
Nice. I love it, Chris Dyson. You had a busy weekend too with Winter Circle and the high schools that made these Cobras. That was a really cool thing. I want to say something about just being a motorsports fan. All the work that Justin Marks does with his new team, Trackhouse, the NASCAR team, Ross Chastain, Daniel Suarez. He spends his vacation time, his time off here, racing with us at Watkins Glen. How cool is that as a motorsports fan? Justin, I hope you can race with us more in Trans Am. I'm just going to put you on the spot. Do you plan on coming back more this season or next season?
Well, not this season. I got to go to these. I got 8 more Cup races I got to go to, and we're making a run for the championship. So, 2 weeks. But it's race car driver vacations aren't necessarily at the beach. They're just at maybe a track they haven't been to in a while or something like that. So no, it's awesome. Look, this car was great right off the truck. This Franklin Road Apparel guys, Showtime Motorsports, they built a really, really great race car, prepared super well. And I have not driven a TA1 car here, so it was just great to be able to get in that first test session and have it just work immediately well, so we could just kind of go to tweaking it. So ton of fun. These are my favorite race cars in the world. I mean, I've driven a lot of cool stuff, and these things there's just nothing that quite compares to one of these things. So it's definitely we got to get the world out there to the world how amazing, get the word out to the world how amazing this series is, and I'll certainly do my part. Just honored and humbled to be able to just have a great weekend with everybody here.
100%,
Nice.
Justin. Well done.
All right, well done, Chris Dyson says. You got your trophies. Chris Dyson's got his Jim Weed. I can hear DJ out there laughing. You got to hold the trophy, too. He needs another hand. Let's hear it. Tommy Dreesy, Chris Dyson, Justin Marks, and Chris Dyson. You're 70 points ahead, pending tech, which means passing tech. I think John says you would clinch here. Where'd John go? He says yes, so let's hear it in his home state. 1 weekend before he did last year. That is cool. Dreesy, okay? You okay?
Yeah, I'm all right.
All right, here you go.
Okay.
Hold these trophies up, gentlemen. Let's hear it. Tommy Dreesy, Chris Dyson, Justin Marks. We've got some legends up here on the podium. Congratulations to the Dyson team, Altwell CBD, putting together one of the best seasons I've seen in TA in quite a while. Now we come up here with the champagne. Justin Marks' family came here all the way from Brentwood, Tennessee to celebrate. Let's hear it. Tommy Dreesy right in Justin's eyes. And I don't think, well, Dyson, you forgot about one for the homies. We need one for the homies. He never forgets, he says. Tommy Dreesy, Chris Dyson, Justin Marks, showing us how it's done in the rain. Justin Marks, super talented in the rain. There's one for the homies right there as he gives it out. I love it. And we will do family photos. Yeah, hold on, Justin. Before you leave, come up the top step. We've got his daughters here. Come on up here. You want a picture with your dad?
Okay. IMCO is going. Okay. Yeah. IMCO is Justin. Who's
All right, so Justin, if you'll here, stand up here in the front, Justin, with your daughters. Let's hear it all the way from Brentwood, Tennessee. His daughters came up here to cheer for him. Saw their dad win again. Don't go too far, Tommy. And Justin, what are their names?
This is Presley on my left and Olivia on my right. This is
Nice, I love it. Presley from Tennessee. Presley and Olivia. They're shy. I love it. Well, welcome, guys. And Justin, don't go too far.
Hey, chill out, right? Okay.
We're going to start with our chill out moment of the race to keep him cool throughout these races. And Justin, don't go too far yet. But for the chill out moment of the race, let's hear it. Chill Out Systems, Tommy Dreesy. Mike Dallenbach up here to deliver the Happy Gilmore check. Let's hear it for Chill Out Systems, ladies and gentlemen, keeping our drivers cool out there. $250 goes to Tommy Dreesy for not getting heat exhaustion in the next couple races. Perfect, Tommy, thank you. And then our MCO Top Gear Award, Larry Bishop, come on up here. Justin Marks gets our MCO Top Gear Award. Let's hear it. Justin, get up on that top step, and we've got some hats for you to throw out afterwards, so don't go too far, people. Let's hear it. Larry Bishop, how's it feel to be awarding such a legend the Top Gear Award?
It's awesome. I'm so proud of you guys, everybody that built the car. Worked really hard, stuck him in there, went fast, good competition, tough conditions. Congratulations, everybody.
Nice. I love it. Let's hear it. MCO Top Gear Award, Larry Bishop, Justin Marks. So much fun. All right, Justin, put you on the spot. Throw out some hats. Who wants some hats, people? Come on now. Ooh, a little boomerang, actually. He throws them high. Look out. This guy right here in this blue, he's wanting one. There we go. Nice. Justin, congratulations. Have a safe ride home to our home of Brentwood, Franklin, Nashville, Tennessee. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that does it for the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. Ken Twaits, thank you for putting on the Franklin Road Apparel Classic here at Watkins Glen International. In just a few weeks, we're going to be at Virginia International Raceway, but stay tuned, and congratulations to Chris Dyson.
As you can tell, I like to go fast. The team is really well prepared. We like to look good, but we also like to dress good, and that's why we shop at Franklin Road Apparel. I own the company, and I wear the clothes that we sell in that store. So check us out. We carry all the top brands: Baldwin, John Barbados, Billy Reed, Goodman Brand, and on down the list. So come see us, Franklin Road Apparel, Franklin, Tennessee.
If your tooling isn't quite ready, and you need parts, and you need more parts than just a few, or if your run is just not that big, look to the experts in low-volume production, Three-Dimensional Services. Whether it's 10, 100, or 1,000 parts, we can meet your needs. And if it's 10,000, we can do that too. Three-Dimensional Services delivers high-quality parts for short runs, 70% faster than industry standards. Three-Dimensional Services. Prototype, production, proven. A marathon coach owner is someone who expects exploration and relaxation to blend flawlessly. For the most reliable, luxurious motor coach on the market today, look no further than Marathon Coach. Indulge that wanderlust, leave any cares behind, and lead a life filled with adventure. Join the Marathon family and take your 5-star hotel with you.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street-legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
Feel the power. Experience the excitement. You're in the driver's seat. At Skip Barber, you learn from the best. Whether you are a new driver that wants to learn accident avoidance or a seasoned racer looking to improve, we have a program for you. We're your #1 destination for auto racing and driving schools. Skip Barber. Feel the power.
Welcome back to Watkins Glen. It's still rather murky out there, a little bit miserable, but it hasn't dampened our spirits, I can assure you. Jonathan Green and Scott Conway here, bringing you the action from SVRA, the Speed Tour. I hope you're tuning in, wherever you're tuning in from around the world. Sorry about the weather, but can't do much about that. But we're going to continue racing, and we're coming up with some really exciting stuff for you very, very soon. In fact, we've got a full afternoon of racing. We'll just see how the weather goes as it goes. But Scott, been some good weekend, yeah?
Yeah, it's been an excellent weekend. Watched the Bugattis yesterday. Very excited to watch them again. Even though with the dampened weather, still a lot of enthusiasm and cars going out on course. So Bugatti's coming up. Really a great period of history.
Well, let's head down now to the pit lane with Ben Sissel.
Ladies and gentlemen, would you please take a moment of silence? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It's with great pleasure that I'd like to introduce our color guard for the afternoon. Please welcome the color guard from Troop 87 in Big Flats, New York. And now I would like to introduce Reverend David Fife from the Elmwood Avenue Baptist Church in Elmira Heights. David will be giving the invocation this afternoon. David?
Let us pray. Lord God, we thank you for this opportunity to gather at Watkins Glen for this year's running of the Hilliard U.S. Vintage Grand Prix. We ask your blessing upon this race, Lord, giving each driver and pit crew member your protection. Guard the forest workers as well. And Lord, help us to remember that all things, good things, come from you. We ask all these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce Anna Hurt, local recording artist from Buffalo, New York. She is going to be giving the good stuff.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Ladies and gentlemen, Anna Hurt. Oh, there you are. I've been doing the dance all afternoon. It's with great pleasure that I'd like to welcome Jan Vandenblink, who is the president and CEO of the Hilliard U.S., or the Hilliard Corporation, who sponsors the Hilliard U.S. Vintage Grand Prix here at the Glen. Jan, I know that you have some magical words for us, but do you have any comments that you'd like to make before that?
It's great to be here no matter what the weather. Let's get this great race going with these unbelievably wonderful Bugatti cars. Drivers, start your engines. Let's go. Thank you.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, Jan Vandenblink from the Hilliard Corporation right here in Elmira, New York.
Well, we ready ourselves for this amazing, I'm going to say display, but it's not. Because it's both a display and a race in itself, because these are very, very special motor cars, and one you won't often see at any event anywhere in the world, and especially gathered together like this in one grid. I will turn to my learned friend, Scott Conway, to just give us the importance of what we're looking at right now.
Well, first of all, we had entered about 16 Bugattis, and we watched them yesterday. It may be a display, but they were racing very hard yesterday.
Yeah.
But this is a company founded by the Automobile Bugatti company, was an airplane manufacturer for airplane parts. First of all, turned to racing and used racing for the development of a lot of ingenuity that you see in some of the modern race cars, and that is part of the history of this Bugatti, and it's also some of the importance. The engineering of the road-going cars was legendary. They were one of the true most successful Grand Prix racing cars of the time. They had single overhead cams. They have 3.3 liter Grand Prix engines, 2.3, 1.8. They were looking at center of gravity. They were looking at aerodynamics. One thing that Bugatti never could adapt to, he did not like supercharging, although he did go to that in later years, but he did not like hydraulics. You'll see the cables out there. That's how they stop these cars. They pull the cables for brakes. That's about the only thing that engineering-wise that Bugatti did not like.
Yeah, and these cars, as we're looking at them, and they are original, I may add, but these cars are in a decade, the 20s, when motor racing finally started to establish itself as a sport for worldwide. I think Indianapolis, 1911, Brooklyn straight afterwards, not far afterwards, and then Monza are the first three tracks. You mentioned Monaco. These guys went on and won the first Monaco in 1929, I believe. So these are really the beginnings of motor racing in terms of the popularity. And this particular mark is fascinating. French, Italian, and German in its history.
Yes, they had the original plant was in Molsheim in Germany, but they were in the Alsace region of France, and of course the Torre Bugatti was from Italy. So they were very successful. They again had a great racing history. One of these cars, I believe it's the Type 35, which is basically their most successful racing model. It had over 1,000 race wins in its time. The modern-day Bugattis are both named after prominent people in the Bugatti legacy. I believe it was the Chiron that is named for the driver that was on more podiums. More podiums than any other driver. I'm going to let you say the other name because you say it much better. And he was the driver that, I believe, Chiron? Am I saying that correct?
Yep, Viron. I said Viron, but yeah.
He won the only 2 races, Le Mans 24-hour wins that Bugatti had. So that was why that particular car was named that. So,
and why we're talking about that is because even to this day, we might be looking back in history, but even to this day, Bugatti's name still lingers, and they are still making cars. Not many, I may add, but not many were made in the day, to be honest.
And they don't look anything like these. V12, double 2 turbochargers, huge power. But at the time, these Bugattis kind of following that same type of formula. These cars were lightweight. One of these cars has holes drilled in the chassis just to be sure that it was lightweight for Formula One at the time. Extremely great engineering. That's one of the things that Bugattis were known for. And a lot of the things that we saw in racing cars more as they get towards the modern era started right here with the Torre Bugatti and his great engineering.
Yeah, and there was one thing that he once described Bentleys, who were also big in the 30s, obviously, at places like Le Mans, built in Britain, and he described them as lorries on wheels. And so that was his take on how the British went about it. But like the Americans, the Bentleys were big, blustering animals, whereas these were far more stylish and elegant, and that was by purpose. But I want you to notice as we watch this, just some of the details about these cars and why they're so important to the history. You mentioned how we take so much from these cars that then are included in the next iteration, the next version of cars. I mean, I went up close look at some of the things. Notice the exhausts, for example, not underneath the car, but on the sides of the car. God knows how you get out without burning yourself. But another thing. You won't see it perhaps on these shots, but if you get up close to these cars, they use chain pulleys to use the brakes. Just a fascinating design.
Yeah, again, that was one of the things that, for all the engineering prowess that Bugattis have, one thing that he would not go with, and hydraulics were back in this particular time period, he did not like hydraulics, and that's why you have those pulleys that you pull on to stop this car. But you're absolutely right. We talk about single overhead cam engines, double overhead cam engines. Well, this is why we have them. Bugatti came up with that through his engineering and had these on his cars exclusively.
Yes, and you mentioned effectively they started out as an aeroplane manufacturer, but they used that knowledge also, and that's another theme in motor racing. Throughout the early years of motor racing, both in World War I and World War II, which were terrible things, but they actually helped the racing industry because a lot of the technology that was used in the aeroplanes, everybody was looking to go lighter and lighter and lighter, and I think of the Spitfire or the Hurricane as being, the ultimate World War II aeroplane. But that is from years and years of developing where the Red Baron began back in World War I. But both of them were trying to achieve the same thing, which was to go lighter but faster.
And look at this race we have, nose to tail going through the turns there.
Wonderful.
Again, these may be priceless cars, irreplaceable, but they were actually racing yesterday, and here they are out in the rain racing today. You're watching history in motion, folks.
And like I said, those brakes are on pulleys, guys. So imagine the conditions. You can see the sitting water. We were watching it in the Trans Am race.
Another engineering feat that the Bugattis have, we talk about synchromesh gearboxes, talk about paddle shifters, what have you. Well, they started with the Bugattis. They had what was called mesh gearboxes. Not synchromesh, but mesh. But for the time, that was extremely advanced. These engines that are in these cars, depending on the year, go from the 3.3 liter, which was used for the Grand Prix in the early days. They won the Targa Florio 5 years in a row with that engine. The 2.3 liter and the 1.4 liter. And that 1.4 liter was later on as the Formula One regulations, because Bugatti was dominating in Formula One at the time. They tried to regulate them weight-wise. Well, Bugatti figured out that if we put the engine a little bit lower down into the car, that we'll get better center of gravity. What a great concept in these early days of racing. And we drill holes in the chassis, that will make that car lighter too, and we'll get it through weight. Sounds like something NASCAR would do, doesn't it, John?
It does. You see them leaning out of the cars, and by the way, it's not for effect, mind you. You are literally balancing the cars. Back in the day, they do have mirrors, but they probably back in the day would possibly have a passenger for two reasons. One, breakdowns, and two, spotting.
And these Bugattis are something to see. Again, we have I think the oldest one out there on track is a 1913 Type 22, and I believe that is the one that has Bugatti's signature on the engine. The lady from the American Bugatti Club was nice enough to come up and correct me. I thought it was a 1922 just from the type number, but it's actually a 1913. But most of these cars are from the 1930s, mid-30s, 35C. I think we have several 51s, a couple of Type 57s, all of those with great Grand Prix heritage. Again, they won, and I'm going to let you pronounce these names for me, the French Grand Prix twice.
At
Pau. And I think the other one was at Gertrude. Did I say that right?
I think so.
Okay.
I'm no expert.
And they use these engines development-wise for the road-going cars. The road-going cars were known to be very luxurious. If you go to their website and look at their lineage of road-going cars, you'll see the Royale RP41, and that is not a race car. That is a road-going car, and it looks as luxurious and as long as some of the stretch limos that you'll see here in New York at the airports. And it was luxurious inside. They wanted it to be, don't drive to someplace, have an experience to arrive in style. That was kind of what they were going for.
And if you want to know some of the names, you mentioned the Veyron, which is still around. That was after one of the gentlemen that won the 24 Hours of Le Mans back in the day. And also Louis Chiron. Louis Chiron was well known around the streets of Monaco, just like Charles Leclerc.
Right.
He is a Monegasque, or was a Monegasque, and so therefore there is a Bugatti Chiron as well. And these are the names of some of the greats that raced these wonderful names. And the Monegasque racing driver Louis Chiron, therefore, has a Bugatti named after him. And a current 2015, they launched another Bugatti Chiron as well. And they've even got a Chiron hypercar that launched in 2016 at the Geneva Motor Show. So the history is very impressive and continues today.
Yeah, it was Chiron that was on the podium more times during his Bugatti racing career, and was the driver that had the most podiums through the length of the Bugatti racing era. We have one of the cars out there that was the last production race car. And again, you'll notice some of these cars will say produced. That was because they became more popular and they were actually produced, as opposed to the earlier ones that were actually hand-built. And again, having a hand-built Bugatti out here on a wet track on Watkins Glen International, I just can't tell you how much respect I have for these drivers. And I know you come from Britain, where the Isle of Man TT is very, very popular, and it looks like a sidecar driver, as they lean out and try to get some gravity or some momentum going towards the turn.
Yep, absolutely. No question about it. The leaning is not for effect, I assure you. It literally is to try to balance as much as you can the weight of the car as you fly into some of these corners. We're about to go in the Mission Foods turn 1, and here you go. Don't touch that white line, careful. I'm frightened for these guys. That's the number 14 car, Charles McCabe at the wheel of that Bugatti T59. And it is the number 32 of Brad Baker in his Type 51, leading the way at the moment. And Travis in the 13 has just taken the lead. Just changed there quickly. And that's Alan Travis in the T22 Bugatti, that dark blue one, leading the way.
Yeah, McCabe is in that car that we were referring to, the 1933 Type 59. That was the last production race car from Bugatti. They did have a couple of specially built Formula One cars, but this was the last production race car that Bugatti had before they went into such financial trouble that they had to be purchased. And the gentleman that purchased them not for their automobile manufacturing, but for their airplane parts. He wanted to do that, and then, of course, they were later purchased by Volkswagen.
The car you're looking at now, the number 4 of Alan Rosenblum at the wheel. This is a Type 37A Bugatti. built in 1927, and somewhat appropriate that we are celebrating the great long life of Elizabeth the Great, as she's now being known. Elizabeth II passing away on Thursday, and she was born in 1926, so period cars for a special weekend. And while we're on that moment of remembrance, let's of course remember it is September 11th, and we do want to make sure that while we are enjoying this weekend, we're not forgetting the momentous occasion some 21 years ago.
And the sacrifices that were made during that day to rescue as many people as possible, and to go through, and as more people were running out of the building, there's first responders were running into the building. So we have utmost respect, and we'd like to pay our tributes to everyone there.
Here, here. Charles Chalvoy in the 139. Let's go through your shot there.
I'd like to go back to that Bugatti Type 37A. Now, I want you to remember, this is a 1928 Type 37A. 122 miles per hour was the top speed, and it came from a Roots supercharger. Now, where have we heard a Roots supercharger before there, Jonathan?
Good point.
Yeah. And this was, again, this is what is just so magnificent about these cars being out there. There are such engineering feats that were done with these cars, and they don't look aerodynamic. I can understand people looking at these and saying, well, they look kind of like a square for racing, but for their time, they were the most aerodynamic cars out there. That was part of where the speed came from. Yes, the lightweight chassis, yes, the power of the engine, but it was the aerodynamics, too, that were all in play.
Yeah, notice that last Corvette car we saw, the exhaust underneath. One of the first cars probably to do that when we see some of the earlier iterations with the exhaust on the side.
Now, the Type 37A, that is the supercharged version. I believe that the other 37 is out there, and that was just the normal engine version. That had a 1.5 liter engine in it. But again, the engineering, getting about a 90 to 100 mile per hour top speed out of a 1.4 or 1.5 liter engine in the late 20s or early to mid 30s. That is just...
Look at those headlights.
Yeah, that's cool. I just saw that.
That's wonderful.
And what does that look like? I would say the Austin Hilly Bug-Eye Sprite. What do you think?
I think you're absolutely right. It's probably where he got the idea. This Alan Travis in that 1913. You can see it on the plate there on the front. 1913, folks. Think about it. That's almost, well, it is 100 years ago. Unbelievable.
And that is the 1913 Type 22. That is the one that, it used to be that people took a lot of pride in what they built. And this was one of the cars that was built as opposed to produced. And Ettore Bugatti actually signed the engine on that car, and signed every engine that went into the Type 22s.
Likewise, the gearbox on the outside, again, something that you may not have thought of, but they hadn't had the room at this point to put the gearbox in the middle or inside the cockpit. So the handbrake, and there you see on the outside the gear lever. And my mate Lake doing a hell of a job of giving us a really nice close look at these wonderful cars. And it's appropriate that Lake's down there, because there's a veritable lake right in front of him at the bottom of turn 9. Poor guys out there. But this is truly quite amazing that they're even out there.
And Ettore Bugatti, as we talked yesterday during the Bugatti feature race, this being the Governor's Cup race, Bugatti was one of those designers that was all hands-on. He actually helped in the design of the car. He was sure that they were well represented in racing, and that when they went to racing, he wasn't there to finish second. He was there to finish first. Much like Roger Penske or Chip Ganassi of modern-day racing, second place to him was losing.
Yes, just as Red Bull and Penske dominate, if you will, in Indy and Formula One respectively, the Bugattis of the day were the cars to beat.
And, of course, we're watching the Formula One race a little bit on your tablet there, Jonathan, and these are the cars that the modern-day Formula One cars came from. Again, these were the Formula One cars that were the cars to beat as they went to Monaco, as they went to Pau, as they went to the Grand Prix. And Bugatti was very proud of them winning the World Championship in Formula One.
Yeah, and the Germans in the form of Volkswagen Group, which of course owns Porsche, and that's what Bugatti now is sort of effectively under the auspices of. Still maintaining the name and maintaining the modern day cars, as you say, they're quite different than these, but it's great that the Volkswagen Group felt it important enough to keep the name going And while they don't produce a great deal of Bugattis, it really is something that if I had a chance to buy any car, I think it might well be a modern-day Bugatti just because of this.
And I have to tell you that they're doing an excellent job. This is not an easy track to drive in the dry.
Look at him take this first corner.
In a modern car. Well, look at that. He's right at the apex. Great job.
And look at that. Little bit of touch of oversteer. Grabs it quickly.
And now going up the elevation change up to the S's and going down that front straightaway where I'm not sure what year that is, but they had anywhere from a top speed of about 90 up to about 130 was, I believe, the highest speed that the Bugattis, at least the Grand Prix Bugattis had. And then he'll go into the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers bus stop. And they're doing a much better job than some of our Trans Am drivers.
You said it. And you may also notice the cambering of the wheels.
Yes.
It's an interesting factor. You see how the wheels sort of point outward? I mean, that still happens today in modern day racing.
I say that's part of racing, yes.
Yeah, as the power gets faster, you mentioned that they can do over 120 miles an hour. Well, those wheels tend to straighten up as the power is pushed down to the ground. And so that is why at these slower speeds here in the wet, they look as though they're out of shape, but they certainly aren't.
And again, we're talking about cars that date back 1909 was when the company was founded, but 1913, 1920, 1930s. And here you are, the man at the head of the company, thinking about aerodynamics. He's thinking about weight, thinking about camber in the wheels. I mean, how advanced was he? That's part of it. And then these, again, like today, our modern day racing is a great test bed for production cars. You know, you can stress parts. The parts may fail that you didn't think of because of racing. Well, here the same thing was used. Bugatti used in the racing as a way to develop quicker his Bugattis, and he was very much ahead of the curve to any of the other manufacturers.
Can you imagine in the early days of the car? I mean, I'm talking another 20 years back, maybe 30 years back, when Mercedes first started developing the car. The horse was the mode of transport, and while it sounds funny to say it, but it's true. Horsepower is how we measure the power of our cars. When you say 400 horsepower, it means the power of 400 horses. Developed, of course, from the fact that before the car was only horses.
And as we talked yesterday, Jonathan, you know, we had done a race earlier with the Ragtime group that had Model Ts in it. And the Model Ts were basically a box put on a chassis because they were basically the first production car. And one of the things that was not good about them was the suspension. Well, Bugatti actually has coil and leaf suspension. It just, to me, fascinates me the extent of engineering and the extent of thought that Bugatti had, Ettore Bugatti, to develop and design these cars with that type of knowledge and that type of innovation.
Yeah, and those who don't know, we often think, I think a lot of Americans would kind of presume that Henry Ford invented the car because he certainly invented the mass production of cars, that Model T Ford. Do you know what he gleaned from the earlier iterations from Europe, from Mercedes, from Bugatti, from Bentley, that would go in his cars, or he could maybe, I mean, it's all about, you know, imitation was flattery, of course.
You mean in Henry Ford's cars?
Yeah. Or American, the emergence of American cars.
Basically, Henry Ford, number one, saw how Europe was going with their racing and knew that the car was the wave of the future. In fact, it was supposed to be a steam-powered or electric car that Henry Ford was going to build. And the reason that he went to a gasoline-powered engine was because of racing. And when we were talking racing in the early days, it wasn't in the United States. It was all over in Europe, as you well know, Jonathan, coming from England. It was, you know, what are they doing in Europe? What are they doing correct? What do I need? More importantly, what do I need to not be doing? What mistakes do I need not to be doing? And a lot of the parts for his cars came from Europe. And Henry Ford had this down so much that he had special crates that the parts were shipped to him in. He actually took apart those crates, and he used part of those crates into the chassis of the car. And then what was left over, and you may recognize his name, was made into Kingsford charcoal. So where Kingsford charcoal came from was from Henry Ford and those crates. But every bit of what came and what went into that car was as reusable, which, you know, we were hearing more and more these days. But everything was reusable. Most of it was just basically, what do I not need to do, and what are they doing in racing? But it was basically just the box on the chassis and get them mass produced as quickly as possible.
You know, as I mentioned before, Indianapolis was one of the first ever race tracks, along with Brooklyn's a similar oval. Smaller, obviously, than Indianapolis. And Indianapolis, of course, the yard of bricks, as it now is known, it was completely bricks at the time. God knows how you would drive across bricks all the way around Indianapolis.
I don't know how you have any teeth left.
Exactly. You'd have to wear a gum shield, I think.
I'll say the reason that Jonathan was a little bit nervous there was going into Mission Foods Turn 1 on a dry line, you usually carry a lot of speed into there, and you go over the rumble strips and out onto that. Yeah. And that Bugatti almost did that. And, folks, this is not a dry track, as you can well see if you're watching
this.
this.
Flabbergasted that they're pushing these cars through their paces.
And you could have seen his hands. They were extremely quick, and he caught that car and motored on like nothing happened. Now, he may not be that calm inside, but he was, from the outward picture, he was very calm and collected that car and went on.
I tell you what, I challenge Colton Herter to try to do this on a day like this at Watkins Glen. I don't think he would have the same success as these men. Certainly Brad Baker in that number 32 Type 51, absolutely hooning round this Watkins Glen circuit, and it's a joy to see.
I always learn new words when I work with Jonathan. Hooning around.
Hoon. That's a South. It's an Australian and New Zealand word.
It may be South.
They like to hoon.
It may be South, but I come from Georgia. We don't use that word in the South.
Well, you hoon around. You're a hooner.
Okay.
You like to go fast.
Okay. See, I learned so much when I work with Jonathan.
There you go. Oh, we've got language down. That's for sure. We're not much good at much things, but language we love.
Just looking at my notes here, the Type 51. That was a 1931 Type 51, the Grand Prix Racing Type 51 introduced, and it had the twin overhead cam engine. Now, again, I just find this fascinating. Nowadays, that is nothing here. Mustang has a twin overhead cam engine, or Ferrari has, V12. This is the beginnings of modern Grand Prix racing, the beginnings of modern racing. And here, Bugatti has a twin overhead cam engine, 2.3 liters. Roots supercharged, 160 horsepower with only 40 of these, and this is one of the cars that was hand built. But I mean, just reading this, you would think that I was describing a modern race car.
Yeah. Well, we're looking at the leader, the number 32, Brad Baker, and he really is hooning, as I described, around the circuit. He's lapping people at the moment. He's some 5 seconds up the road quicker than most of them, but you can see how he's working it and how fast he is through our bus stop, the wonderful side of the big machine.
Yep.
Vodka Spike Coolers bus stop. Wonderful stuff. And he is absolutely flying through here.
And I'm a little surprised that it is this particular car that is out front, because the Type 57 was basically the car that was the most successful for Bugatti in Grand Prix racing, and also the Mille Miglia and the Targa Florio. But this is, as we just said, a Type 51, which is a little bit earlier than that, and he's doing a wonderful job out there, Jonathan.
Yeah, no question. And for those of you who don't know, motor racing wasn't always around circuits. They didn't have them. And as I just mentioned, some of the early iterations were ovals. So it was kind of point to point. London to Brighton, the first ever motor race, they believe, was Paris to Rouen back in 1890.
And you were telling me yesterday, how long was the Targa Florio?
Oh, these cars would have raced the Targa Florio, and it's over 1,000 miles. I mean, how the heck do you race one of those?
And they won 5 consecutive years from 1925 to 1929. And again, using racing.
And that's on roads.
Yes, it's on regular street roads, like you would be going out of here, to the hotel. That's what the roads they were racing on. But they were not paved roads, folks. They were not as good as we have today. And again, the prowess of using racing as a development for his road-going cars, which had an exceptional reputation, both for the engineering and for the styling of the cars.
Yeah, I can't overemphasize just what a wonderful opportunity this is for both SVRA and for Watkins Glen to have these wonderful cars all together on one track and racing in these conditions, I may add. But there's no other sport in the world that is able to do this. We jokingly say that some people put their art on walls, we race it. And it's true. It's absolutely true. It's not funny. It is absolutely true. And long may it continue. And I mean, the younger generations now will get into electric cars, and the combustion engine may well be long gone. But I think racing will continue. We still race horses, so I don't see any reason why we wouldn't still race the combustion engine.
And a lot of these cars, not only have they put a lot of miles around Watkins Glen, but a majority of these drivers came from the West Coast or very close to it. We have several drivers that came from California, Santa Clara, and Van Nuys come to mind right away, but we had several cars that were coming from Scottsdale and Phoenix, Arizona. Yep. So a cross-country trip, again, very glad to have these drivers, glad to have these cars and this piece of history right before your very eyes, hopefully watching on the live stream and listening to us either in the United States or around the world. But again, a history that you just cannot put a price on.
No, you're right. They are absolutely priceless, which is why it is even more spectacular to see them out in the wet like this. Just truly, truly incredible. Out of turn 8 then and down to turn 9. And the lap's ticking down as Baker McCabe. He's got a 20-second lead now, Brad, at the moment. Let's take a look at the number 11, currently in third place. Mr. Green. Good name. Spelled it wrong, never mind. But it's Nathaniel Green.
Now, here we are talking about the Governor's Cup, Jonathan, and we'll go back to Trans Am. The very first race that was ever run in Trans Am was called the Governor's Cup.
There you go. And I'm right in saying that back in the day, they only went to a few tracks. I think Sebring, Watkins Glen, and
Mid-Ohio, I believe, was the other.
That's
yes.
right, yeah. So it just shows you, I was looking at the 23 calendar for Trans Am and for SVRA. It's kind of expanded.
Yeah, the 10-year anniversary, September 8th, was actually the day that Tony Pirelli took over the SVRA, and wow, what a fantastic job he has done, not only with SVRA but with Trans Am, formerly Regional Americas, and of course the F4 U.S. International GT being a part of our family. It's just been a wonderful association, and every time that you ask Tony, well, what do you see? He says, well, we're just getting started.
Yeah. Well, and the beauty of what Tony, and I don't want to, overdo it, but the truth is, Tony, came to this particular track when he was a 10-year-old and watched Trans Am like in 1969, and that passion mixed with his business acumen makes what the success he's had so important. And why? Because the combination of passion and business head is what makes this such a special series, and why so many people want to be part of it. Over 400 cars here this weekend.
And now this is a featured mark of the weekend, Bugatti. We have another featured mark that is Ford, and the reason I bring that up is Ford Mustang. The introduction of the Ford Mustang to the public was right here at Watkins Glen International. Dan Gurney driving that car around. First laps that a Ford Mustang racing car ever turned was supposedly right here at Watkins Glen International, and it was named, we were talking about planes before, supposedly it was named for the P-51 Mustang that was in World War II.
Yep, that's right. Yeah, people forget that, don't they?
Yeah.
You always think about the Mustang as the Ford Mustang, but yep.
And a lot of the things that Ford Mustang has on it, again, we keep going back to this, were originated right here with the Ettore Bugatti. Sadly, his son passed away before the father Ettore did. That was Jean Bugatti, and he actually passed away in a Le Mans testing accident. The type, I believe it was 51, and I'm not positive, so don't quote me, but I think it was a Type 51. They had what was called a tank car, not like a tank, but it was just supposedly built as strong as, because it was a 24-hour race, and he was unfortunately passed away in a testing accident.
So the final lap as the rain continues to fall. We can't do much about the weather, but that's the way it goes. We had a glorious day yesterday. If you want to see these guys in the dry and how fast they really can go, check out yesterday's coverage on SpeedTour.tv, on YouTube, Facebook, wherever you want to choose. But yeah, you'll be able to see these guys in the dry as well. But this has been, I actually quite like them a little slowed down, because you can really start to see the intricacies. For example, that's where the leather you see on the left-hand side there, that's where you put the spare wheel.
But look at this, in the rain, racing, passing, going through on the outside. I know that's the rain line, but still, in a priceless Bugatti. Spectacular.
Absolutely superb. So Baker McCabe and Green are your top three in this feature race. On the final lap now. A wonderful, wonderful sight.
Look at that grill, just
look at the crank as well. That's how you start them.
Yep.
If you didn't know.
A lot of people early in the days had broken arms from trying to start
Yeah,
those
no kidding.
because it would kick back on them, and not being ready for that was not good.
That's what the passenger was for, wasn't it?
Yes,
You jump in, one does the throttle, one does the crank, and away you go.
Right. And we're looking at this on our screens here, Jonathan. We can kind of barely see them, and you have to imagine what type of view the drivers have. And again, if you look back in the day, they didn't have racing helmets; they had racing goggles.
That's right. Yeah.
If they did have a helmet, it was leather. It certainly wasn't one of the manufacturers that we have available now.
Well, and also think about this. One of the problems that they had in those days was the reliability of oil sort of seeping out of the block and of the engine, and so those goggles would easily get fogged up, if you like, with oil. And you often saw at the end of a 500 or any of these races, they would take their goggles off, or they'd be literally having to clean them on the fly because the oil from the cars, which over a time period would start to throw itself up into the driver's face. And so, yeah, just another hazard.
And these cars are not the easiest, the racing cars are not the easiest to get in and out of either.
Nope. There's the checkered flag then on our Governor's Cup feature race. Well done to Brad Baker. And McCabe taking second place, and Nathaniel Green in the T35 taking third.
Fabulous racing. Thank you, everybody that brought these cars out across country, or they had several drivers here from New York. But thank you, everybody, for bringing these cars out and showing us this piece of history, this era of history, if you will.
Wonderful celebration of Bugatti here through the ages. Cars from 1913 all the way up to 1932 in the form of Charles McCabe's second place car. And there it is, Nathaniel Green. And that tape over the lights to make sure they don't smash the headlights. That's probably the only modern part beside the helmet and the race suit.
This is pretty much just the start of our afternoon slate of activities, Jonathan.
Yes, absolutely. We've got lots to come, including Group 6, Group 12, Group 9. And as we wrap up our coverage of the Bugattis, my thanks once again to Scott Conway. We'll take a short break here from the Glen. Join us after this.
But we're live on SpeedTour TV on YouTube, so leave some comments. Tell us what you want to see. So currently I'll go down, Scott, and talk about, so Todd Treffert is leading, followed by Kyle August, then Glenn Chaplin, Scott Borchetta, Brian Watson, Emmanuel Moriea, and Larry Dupuis.
Yeah, Todd Treffert was our winner yesterday in what was a great classic battle of handling and horsepower when the track was dry. That Porsche at the very front of the field in the hands of longtime SVRA and other vintage racing series, Todd Treffert, and between him and Scott Borchetta, who in the number one, the many-time Bell Helmet champion, 2 times in GT, once in V production, in that 350 cubic inch Chevrolet Corvette.
There's Todd Treffert there. And he was saying that that is the livery of raced at Le Mans with the Harley-Davidson sponsorships. He won yesterday. That is a Turbo 911. Beautiful car. Beautifully prepared by Brady at the 901 shop.
We told a story yesterday about the reason that it's a 911, even though the 901 shop is the one that holds this. Peugeot had the exclusive rights to any three-numbered car, and so Porsche had a 901, and Peugeot said, no, you can't do that. So Porsche went to the next number up, which is 911. 901 still stamped on many of the parts that were in the original Porsches when they first rolled off the factory and were exported imported into the United States in February.
It looks to me from the naked eye that Scott Borchetta has some rear left damage. You see that little piece from sticking up from the fender, and when you see the car from the rear, so I don't know if he backed into the wall or if somebody hit him, but obviously something is not right on the fiberglass of that car. Scott Borchetta currently running 4th place, first in 6 GT.
I think that's the furthest back he's run in this particular group in at least 2 years. He was undefeated last year, 21 wins, 21 starts, and had that win streak going until Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And then, of course, you were there, Ben. I believe he had a clue.
Yeah, and it wasn't. I think it was a broken half shaft on his car. It was a mechanical. They were having a great race, and I think when he broke, I think he was ahead by about 2 car lengths, and then Peter Kloot came in to win it.
And one of the few races that he did not win overall, he had a great battle at Atlanta back at the SVRA SpeedTour with one of the orange Ford Mustangs. I believe it was Robert Corzin. And Corzin just barely beat him just by a scant couple of maybe inches. But Borchetta, he won 60T, but he was second overall. Borchetta's had a rough weekend with this car. He, in one of the qualifying sessions, I believe it was on Friday, unfortunately he found a little bit of oil on the track. He had the car go into the tire wall. So this has not been fortunate.
Uh-oh. Todd Treffert off the track there at turn 8, just above, went off into the little exit ramp. I appreciate that, Todd. Probably had a mechanical, and we appreciate that because we don't have to stop the race. He's in a safe area behind the wall. But now we should have a new leader. You're seeing him right there, Kyle August, running in Group 6 in that number 199. Beautiful looking Mustang or Shelby. I'm missing our grid sheets up here, so we don't have the information on the drivers of the cars, but we're getting them. But that is a Shelby GT 350 from how I'm seeing it. Beautifully prepared. Yeah, Gary Moore didn't show up to the grid. He's in a Shelby GT 350 also. But doesn't want to run it in the rain, which I understand. But I love the lines of these fastback Mustangs. So that should be Glenn Chaplin just right behind him in that Porsche.
in the Group 12 Porsche. Then Scott Borchetta moves up to third, then followed by Brian Watson and Todd Treffert, unfortunately falling down the list here. But we appreciate him coming in to the safer area. And here he is, Mustang on Mustang, modern Mustang. So that's Glenn Chaplin there, right behind him in the 74A. Sorry about that. That is a 2012 Mustang Boss 302R. I apologize, ladies and gentlemen. We're trying to figure some things out. That is Kyle August in a 1966 Ford Mustang, the white and gold. And if you just are joining us, like I said, Todd Treffert is out of the race. He was leading, but had to fall out at turn 8. And this is the race for the lead, two totally different cars. We've got a 2012 versus a 1966, both Mustangs in Group 6. This is a Mustang celebration weekend here. And we're on lap 7 of the Dick Mooney Memorial Group 6, Group 12 race. As they come around Franklin Road, turn 11. That's Glenn Chaplin there in second place in the 74A, the 2012 Mustang. Probably looking to take the lead here as they come down the straight. You can really see the size difference here in these two cars of different eras. And Kyle August moves back to second overall, but still first in Group 6. And they're on their final lap as they take the white flag here. Hopefully they could see that low visibility here at Watkins Glen International for the Hilliard U.S. Vintage Grand Prix. Just a little tap of the brakes there by Kyle August. They are on their final lap as we're looking for Glenn Chaplin coming around, winning in Group 12, winning overall with his headlights on in that 2012. But Kyle August giving him a run. Got a good run out of the uphill S's as they come into Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers bus stop. Both hard on the brakes. This is the fight for the lead here overall. Now, these are two different classes. If you're wondering the difference between Group 6 and Group 12, it's basically Group 6 is 1972 or older. Group 12 is 1973 or newer. They run about the same lap times, have nearly the same brake zones. That's why they're out on track together. That's the number 65, Emmanuel Morier, 1965 Mustang. And I haven't seen Scott Borchetta, but he's still scoring out there in third place. Again, we are on the final lap here. This should be the leader. Glenn Chaplin, 2012 Ford Mustang Boss 302R. I haven't seen what happened to Kyle August. Kyle was right behind him. Not sure what happened in the boot. But here he comes around Franklin Road, Apparel, turn 11. Wipers on, look at that. Frantically on is what I would say as he comes in. Glenn Chaplin, last little bit of a drag race down here to the checkered flag, takes the checkered flag. Congratulations, Glenn Chaplin, 2012 Ford Mustang Boss 302, the winner of the Dick Mooney Memorial Trophy race here at Watkins Glen International. As he comes around Mission Foods, turn 1. There's Scott Borchetta coming around Franklin Road Apparel, turn 11. I believe Scott is going to take 3rd place, but Kyle August might have fallen back. Let's see. Nope, Scott Borchetta takes 3rd behind Kyle August. And then Brian Watson just behind him in that 1986 Porsche 944. As they all come into Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers bus stop. And again, that does it for the Dick Mooney Memorial Race. We hope we made the Mooney family proud. All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a commercial, and we'll be right back with our Group 9 race here in the rain at Watkins Glen International.
One of the main reasons for poor vehicle performance is a dirty fuel system. It can cause decreased fuel economy and actually do harm to your engine over time. By adding Lucas Fuel Treatment to your vehicle, it cleans and lubricates the entire fuel system, pump, carburetors, fuel injectors, and valves as you drive. It also improves your vehicle's performance. It's a non-solvent product designed to protect both gasoline and diesel engines. Lucas Fuel Treatment. It works.
Well, here we are, Watkins Glen International for the Hilliard U.S. Vintage Grand Prix. As you can see, the weather is looking a little bit rough, but I want to remind you of the VIR, the Mission Foods VIR SpeedTour, coming up in just a few weeks at Virginia International Raceway. We'll be talking a little bit about that. Juan Gonzalez from Mission Foods will be there racing with us. Juan Gonzalez, always one of our best racers. I got to tell you a little story about this, Scott, before we get into Group 9. I saw Juan this weekend at our drivers meeting, and he was there with Butch Leitzinger. Butch Leitzinger is wearing an outfit, Mission Foods, and it's number 18. But Juan is wearing an outfit that says number 81. And I said, well, how come you guys are wearing different numbers? You're driving the same car. And he says, that was my old endurance number, was 18 when Butch Leitzinger drove for him. And he says, I'm 81 because everybody says, hey, Juan. Hey, Juan. So he's like, I might as well be 81 because it sounds like 81, hey, Juan, you know. And so he's 81, but he says, sometimes I feel like I'm 01 or 01 because his mechanics will say, oh, Juan, we need more money, or oh, Juan, we need more equipment. So I love that about Juan Gonzalez from Mission Foods. So now look at this. Look at these shots. Look at the tires there. I believe that's Nathan Bird. Yes, that's Nathan Bird in that number 98, the 2008 Elan Mazda Pro. I'm so sorry, ladies and gentlemen. We're having problems here with our microphones, you know, trying to work in these conditions for everybody as we look in there, and Nathan Bird is tough. But I got to brag on Nathan Bird because as Tony's getting us some great shots of some of his sponsors. Nathan Bird has raced in all but 2 weekends all year long. Like, not just with us. He's raced almost every event with us, but he tried to race every weekend. It just turns out there were 2 weekends that just there weren't any races that he could participate in. But how cool is it that he's out here racing? You can see the rain tires and the grooves. This is a Cahill car here, this Toyota. And if you're ever looking at racing in open wheel cars of this kind of lineage, I definitely suggest that you look into Cahill. they really prepare some great cars. That was Mark Sherwood there in that 1995 Ralt RT41. But Scott, I got to admit, or Dustin Hodges, if you're watching, if you want to come up here and join us in the second floor and tell us about these cars. I just don't know a lot about these Group 9 cars. I'm sure you've got all kinds of knowledge on these Group 9 cars. So tell us a little bit about these open wheel wings and slicks, but now on rain tires.
Yeah, Cahill, as you were mentioning, they're one of the preeminent organizations in the Pro Formula Ford and Pro Formula Atlantic series that they run. But we have all kinds of different cars out here. The Ralt RT41 that you mentioned, that was a Formula Atlantic car that was made into a prototype. Most of the Ralt RT41s were prominent in Formula Atlantic, and then as the Swift came on, Swift kind of phased out the Ralt, but all you did was put the bodywork on that Ralt RT41 and it became instantaneously a prototype racer. We had some old T9720s out there. Everybody number of those entered. Well, T9720 was the preeminent car that was used in the Indy Lights series. So he went on winning in 1997, which I believe all of these T9720s were in the 1997 Indy Lights series, especially for that series. A 1.2-liter engine in that series. Hilliard Castro Evans finished second that year. Cristiano Yamada finished third. The driver that has the most experience out there is the number 3, Stuart Crow. That is a Ralt RT40. And that is the same car that he raced back in the day when he won the Formula 2000 SCCA National Championship and ran in the Formula Atlantic Series, which he finished third in. He's only won in Mid-Ohio. Stuart Crow was the Ralt factory development driver for that car. And again, he helped develop the Ralt, not only the Ralt RT40 that he drives, but also some development in the RT41, which we were just talking about. So again, Stuart Crow with a vast amount of experience in this particular car, his old car back from his former professional racing days, and he is very prominent. Nathan Bird is out there. We talked about him racing just about every race weekend. He was with us at Road Atlanta and won the Enduro as well as winning his class. Who else we have out there, Ben? Okay, Mark Sherwoods, we talked about the Ralt RT41. That's the one that they put the bodywork on, and it became a prototype. It was in Formula Atlantic and was very prominent until the Swifts came along, the Ralt RT41 being phased out. Who else we have out there, Ben? Paul Subject in one of the Formula Mazda cars. This has a Mazda RX-8 Genesis engine in it, and it is very quick. Formula Mazdas was the rate to come up through the ranks into Indy cars back in the day. Not unusual to have 40 or 50 cars for Formula Mazda. Again, Formula Mazda, a development series that led into what then was called Indy Lights or Formula 2000, and then it developed into Indy cars. Ben? La DP08 was an Indy car, sorry, and it was very popular. It was manufactured and was produced by the Elan Technologies group, who bought out Swift, and they were very prominent in the IndyCar series. And then we have John Miro also in a Elan. Looks like we have a car off there, Ben. Yeah. Mark Sherwood is off course at the turn number 3. So he made it through Mission Foods turn 1 there, Ben, and went through turn number 2. Didn't quite make it to turn number 3 there, just as he was getting up to speed and headed out towards that back straightaway that leads into Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers turn number 5, the bus stop.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry, I'm Ben back here again. Scott Conway is just so full of all this knowledge. I wanted to get that. I honestly don't know too much about these Group 9 cars. I know a lot about Nathan Bird. I've been following him, and what an impressive driver he has been. He did so well in the International GT series with us Friday and yesterday, winning a race overall, winning a race, in his class, but then helping out with David Tuwati in the Enduro, doing really well in a Porsche Cup car, but then out here in these open wheel cars. So there's Nathan Bird there coming around into WeatherTech, turn 9. Nathan Bird is in that 2008 Elan Mazda Pro. My friend Dustin Hodges has been helping him out from the PR department. But the cool thing about, like what we were talking about with Nathan, he's trying to race in everything possible, trying to get a professional ride. And if you're looking for some up-and-coming talent, definitely look into Nathan Bird. Loves being at the racetrack, really personable, really good person to talk to, and I'm sure he's building up a big fan base. As we look there, I think that's Matt Clark, and well, there's Nathan Bird back there. And ladies and gentlemen, I apologize. I'm doing the best we can. There is that 3A of Mark Sherwood in that 1995 Ralt RT41, and then that was we saw Jim Stengel in that McRae GM1 making a pass on Matt Clark, but Mark Sherwood's back up and running, and that car sounds pretty powerful. And you know, these open wheel drivers, a lot of them, they're just not that experienced running in these conditions. And then Watkins Glen has a lot of what we call the weepers, but it looks like Sherwood's coming in. He put the visor up, he comes in through the blend line. He should be indicating that he's pitting, which it looks like he is as he comes around Franklin Road, turn 11. Ironically, Ken Twaits from Franklin Road Apparel kind of started in these Pro Formula Mazdas back in the day and was running up against championships of the likes of like Tommy Kendall. And then, just like a lot of the drivers in the SVRA field, professional life got in the way. So he went to do that, and now he's racing again. So my friend Boy from New York is online with us here at SpeedTour TV on YouTube. If you know, and I'm sure you know a lot more about these cars than I do, let us know if you have any questions or comments. Or if you want me to just stay quiet and hear the great sounds of these cars, feel free to tell me. But we are trying to work this out as we look at Nathan Bird getting a little squirrely there, coming around turn 8. But he's got a big lead over the drivers. After Nathan Bird is Paul Subject, followed by Matt Clark, followed by John Murrow, and then Mark Sherwood, who we saw come into the pits. So John Murrow is in a 2014 Elan DP08. Matt Clark is in a 2012 Elan DP08. And then Paul Subject, who we haven't talked about, is in a 1998 Star Cars Formula Mazda. But here's the race here. This is Paul Subject in that Star Cars Formula Mazda from 1998. Back to Nathan Bird. So there, no, that's not Nathan Bird. That is the 95 of Matt Clark, 2012 Elan DP08. And these two cars, they don't look like they should be this equally yoked out there. They just look like totally different interpretations of what an open wheel car is. But look at how smoothly Nathan Bird is going through that Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers bus stop and carousel. Kind of using that outside line that we've talked about in these rain tires. With the grip being what it is, it's almost better to run a racing line that isn't the normal dry condition racing line, because that's where the grip is. The asphalt seems to be a little bit more coarse out there and seems to be giving the drivers what they need as far as grip. You could see them when they're, on normal conditions, they're weaving back and forth on the pace lap to get temperature in their tires. But in conditions like this, they're weaving back and forth to see where the grip is. As we look at Matt Clark in that 2012 Elan DP08 as he comes into Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers. And right behind him is Paul Subject in that 1998 Star Cars Formula Mazda. This seems to be the race. I'm wondering what that green light is right above Paul. If you know, please leave a comment here on our YouTube SpeedTour TV channel. Star Mazda was a great stepping stone up to Mazda Pro to IndyCar. See, I'm already getting good information here from Boy from New York. That's what I love about the way that we're doing our live streaming here. Ooh, Nathan Bird getting on a little bit too fast there. But I love all the experts out there watching. You know, it's tough for us here in the booth to be experts on every type of car in SVRA when we have 400 different types of cars and over 100 years like we do this year of cars. So I consider myself to be a production British car expert. And this is the race to watch here. Number 77, Paul Subject, 1998 Star Cars Formula Mazda. Behind Matt Clark in that 2012 Elan DP08. Side by side as they come around Franklin Road Apparel, turn 11. Ken Twaits, I hope you're watching this. This is kind of your lineage here. I do like that both of them are running the rain lights. And I especially like that Paul is running some kind of like green headlight, indicator light. We were announcing this race here with the Trans Am cars, and in that mixed group cars, the TA cars, they have stickers for headlights. And that gets a little bit dangerous in these conditions because the cars they come up behind and quickly come up behind, I might add, can't see them as they're coming up. And here's a car we haven't seen yet here. This is the white number 99. He must have just joined us, and I'm not getting any scoring on him yet. Nathan Bird, our leader, into lap 4. Look, he looks very comfortable in this car. It's going pretty fast, and he got squirrely there last session with us. Aha, 33. Thank you, Lauren. That's John Murrow in the 2014 Elan DP08. I saw it as 99. Boy from New York is telling us we had a reality TV series for Star Mazda up here in Canada. So, boy from New York, you're in Canada? That doesn't make any sense. And didn't those Mazdas run a support races at Petit Le Mans? I'm sure they did. Everything's kind of run a support races at Petit Le Mans. And Scott Conway, who I'm going to give the responsibilities over to, is anxious to get on the mic because he's got so much great information for us on these Group 9 cars.
Yes, they did run the Formula Mazdas, ran as a support race to the Petit Le Mans. I actually did a couple of the Formula Mazda races there as the preamble to the Petit Le Mans. And Formula Mazda, the boy from New York is exactly right. That was the stepping stone into Indy cars, and it was known to be the development series. The Mazda ladder went through the Formula Mazdas, and a lot of the drivers that were in the Formula Mazdas were looked at because these Formula Mazdas were open wheel cars. They had some downforce, they had wings on them, and if you could drive a Formula Mazda quick, as they were spec cars, and you could keep up at the very front of the field, then the IndyCar driver to at least get you into a test, if nothing else. Those two, the Star Mazda and the Formula Mazda, both of those are pro cars. Again, it was not unusual to have fields of 40 to 50 cars in the Formula Mazda series, again, a development series for IndyCar racing. A lot of the drivers also, because of Mazda having the two ladders, one went through open wheels, the other one went into the Mazda prototype, which they are not currently running, but they did back in the day when we were talking about. And a lot of these drivers were at the Petit Le Mans hoping to get a shot at the Mazda prototypes that were run in the Petit Le Mans. So, Nathan Bird, a full 25 seconds ahead. I tell you, Ben, you're pretty good at picking out these winners. You did very good, I believe, in the Group 8 race, and you're spot on here in this Formula race as well with Nathan Bird, who I agree with you. I think I've seen him race 3 times, and the times that I've seen him, no one could touch him, and he was setting not lap records, but laps that were quick as the Formula 4 or FR America's cars, and that's kind of the style car that he races, and that's what we'll see in October at the Mission Foods Speed Tour at Virginia International Raceway.
As we pass the mic like the Beastie Boys here, we just saw Nathan Bird make an unbelievable pass coming out of the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers bus stop at the end, taking it around the outside. Unbelievable. And speaking of the VIR Mission Foods Speed Tour, October 8th and 9th, you can get your tickets now at virnow.com. It's actually the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th. They're doing tickets on our test day Friday. I believe tickets start at just $10. And if you haven't been to Virginia International Raceway, maybe one of the most beautiful racetracks in America, but we got to go back to this because Paul Subject now has taken the lead over Matt Clark as they come down into Mission Foods Turn 1. And this is a very deceiving part of Watkins Glen International because it's a long downhill. But here comes Nathan Bird about to lap the field. Nathan Bird just showing us all kinds of talent here this season. 2008 Elan Mazda Pro. And he's coming up on the back here of Paul Subject and Matt Clark. Mark Sherwood has not come back out onto the racetrack, and John Murrow is just is 2 laps down. But here comes the fight for the finishing out the podium, 2nd and 3rd. Paul Subject just ahead as they come into Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers bus stop interloop. And you can see the rooster tail from Nathan Bird in the background, and I'm sure if his mechanics or Dustin Hodges is seeing this, he's saying you have a chance to lap the field. Now he's within their sight, but look at this. Matt Clark around side by side as they come into Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers carousel as they go down into the boot, still side by side. I don't suggest that, gentlemen. And then there's Nathan Bird blasting through there, showing us the rooster tail and the grip of this car and the downforce that he's getting. This could be a very interesting next couple of turns here with us. And unfortunately, obviously, because of the weather, we can't show this because our drone can't get up into the air. So we're getting some great shots of our flags and our grid and our great marketing partners. And we'll be back here in turn 8 just as they come into view. And I'm guessing that Nathan Bird, Paul Subject, and Matt Clark are going to be real close to each other. We see the fans and the photographers still braving it out. The blue flag being waved. Thank you to the Watkins Glen International staff. Matt Clark now ahead of Paul Subject. They go side by side into WeatherTech turn 9. There's Nathan Bird right in the background. Now this is where it gets dangerous because Nathan Bird, these two, I hope he realizes these two are having their own race. They may not be aware of his presence back there as they come into Franklin Road. Turn 10 and 11. So now it's Paul Subject followed by Matt Clark. Spins into the wall. Oh no. Matt Clark got a little bit sideways there. Nathan Bird somehow finds his way through as Nathan Bird now laps the field coming into lap 7 at Watkins Glen International. Oh, that is so unfortunate for Matt Clark. Not sure. I don't think I saw metal to metal, but I think he might have been just a little bit disrupted, not aware of Nathan Bird's presence, or something may have happened. Sometimes these formula cars, they get in each other's wash like that, and in these kind of conditions, that can really disrupt what's happening. So really unfortunate for Matt Clark as Nathan Bird goes up the uphill S's at Watkins Glen, comes around here, this long straightaway into Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers interloop, followed by Paul Subject there. Paul Subject in the 1998 Star Cars Formula Mazda. And Nathan Bird just showing us again the talent that he has. in open wheel and modern cars and vintage production cars and enduros. There hasn't been anything yet that I've seen as a challenge to Nathan Bird, as we're seeing the yellow flag there at turn 9, or station 9. So that should be the station right before the Franklin Road Apparel turn 10, turn 11 complex. John Murrow just kind of in his own race, probably out there just, I'm going to go out there and learn how to race an open wheel car in the rain, which is very tough to do. Nathan Bird showing us the kind of talent he's got in these downforce cars. And I've got some, Elwood is saying that he got up on the painted curbing. Elwood, I have to agree. Irwin, too bad. Elwood was saying he was here Monday and Tuesday in the rain, and he says that thing is slick. I think you're probably right. And Abel Fox says those things are getting cheeky out there. They were. That's always the scary part that we talk about, Scott, in the when a car is coming up behind two cars in their own battle, a lot of times they're only concerned with what's happening in front of them, and they're not concerned. They're in their own race, so it's up to the Nathan Birds and the drivers, the fast drivers, to make sure they are passing good. And there goes the checkered flag for Nathan Bird coming into Mission Foods turn 1 here at Watkins Glen International for the Hilliard U.S. Vintage Grand Prix. If you've never been here or been to the Hilliard U.S. Vintage Grand Prix, all over the country people ask me, what do you think SVRA's best vintage racer? If I haven't been to one, what's the one you think I should go to? And I say definitely the Hilliard U.S. Vintage Grand Prix or the Mission Foods VIR Speed Tour. Those are two of our premier events. In fact, we end strong here with SVRA. We have a new event in Chattanooga coming up the weekend after VIR, which is going to be really fun. First time SVRA is there. Then we end at our national championship at Circuit of the Americas. But we like to end strong, so thank you so much for coming out. Make sure you come to the U.S. Vintage Grand Prix. We're going to do some results here in just a second, but you can really see how the downforce plays into this here. So, Group 9, Feature Race 2, Nathan Bird, first place in Elan Mazda Pro. Nathan Bird is getting a collection of our SVRA red hats and gold medals all year long. Paul Subject, second place in that number 77 Star Cars Formula Mazda. He was having such a great race with Matt Clark, who finished fourth. Ahead of Matt Clark is John Murrow, the number 33 Elan DP08 MZR. Then Matt Clark, and then Mark Sherwood. And so yesterday's race, we had 24 Group 9 cars, but because of the rain, we only had 5. So we are going to go to a commercial where hopefully we talk a little bit more about the Mission Foods VIR Speed Tour.
Hungry for SVRA action? Well, the best way to enjoy classic auto racing is with a delicious classic from Mission Foods. Green flag your race-watching snacks with Mission's mouth-watering race day recipes. Try some of our tasty tacos, piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
the next generation of Here at the Winter Circle Project, we're all about teamwork.
We work together all year to achieve one common goal, building a race car. A Factory 5 Cobra with a Coyote engine.
And now we're ready to sell it to raise funds for our school.
Please, show your support
as we auction off this car
on September 30th
at State Line Auto Auction, Waverly, New York.
For more information on how to register, go to State Line Auto Auction.
Welcome back, everyone. Slightly depleted field for our next Group 2 race, which is a real shame, to be honest. But the weather has definitely played a role in that. But we're going forward. That's what we do in motor racing. As my good friend Scott Conway just said, life is full of challenges. And here is one. Scott Conway, you can't blame them. It's just been an atrocious day of weather. I see Tony Pirelli doing his usual walk to go and shake hands with the competitors we do have. But I feel for him because you know, there's a lot of preparation, a lot of time and energy in getting these cars here, and obviously it's a shame that we're not going to get a full field.
It's a real shame. The very well subscribed field between the here's the Formula Bs, the Fs as they're now called, the Crosley, one of those manufacturers, the Club 4s, the post-war Club 4s. We had a great field yesterday. It's hard to tell whether he's out there or not, but Jeff Brabham was entered yesterday. He is entered this weekend, but was racing yesterday along with car owner Ron Hornig in one of the cars of his great father's name, Brabham.
Yeah. And of course, Jeff, the son of the three-time world champion from Australia, Sir Jack Brabham. And yeah, I mean, you know, you talk about the Unzers and the Andrettis, and we've had both of those names here this weekend. The Brabham is about the only one that could rival it, if you will, in terms of numbers of both championships and participation, if you will. And Matt Brabham racing today in Indy Lights, just across the country. And yeah, I mean, it's a legacy, it's a lineage that continues, and now they're starting to build their own cars again. Just as Sir Jack would have wanted, I'm sure.
Yeah, Jeff with a Can-Am championship to his name. He was the man to beat back in the IMSA GTP days.
Yeah.
With, that great red and blue Nissan ZTP GX or ZX Turbo that he ran. He was virtually unbeatable. Both he and his co-driver Chet Robinson, or when they were on the sprint races, there were two of them. But you know, Jaguar came into the series, they couldn't beat them. Chevrolet came in the series. Even Porsche had trouble beating that Nissan.
Yeah, I mean, as you say, definitely more known for his sports car accolades, but he also did quite a lot of kart racing in his day, IndyCar Kart World Series.
Yeah, he also, I believe he had 5 IndyCar starts. I'd have to look back here to be sure, but I know he had several IndyCar starts, and I believe 4th was his best. But yeah, Jeff Brabham was the man back in the day, and you know, coming from Australia, he won a Formula Ford championship over there. Australian Formula 4 championship before he ever got to the United States, and then won the Formula Super V. We were talking in the last race, Ben and myself, and we had a comment from the boy from New York, as he was called on one of the Facebook pages, that you know, Formula Mazda was the way to get up through Indy. Well, Formula Super V was too back in the day. Both the SCCA Gold Cup Formula Super V championship, names like Ari Leyendyk and Mario Andretti, or actually his son Michael Andretti, just to name a few, you know, came up to that series, and Jeff Brabham did as well.
Yeah, no question. And we look down this grid, Tony. Close up some of each and every car. Thank you very much indeed. Gary Schlohor in the VRD VF, and that's a lovely shot too. Right up the back of the engine there and into the radiator. Interesting to see the radiator on the back like that, but that's the trick.
Now, I know you're going to New Zealand for a rally just as soon as we get through here. That particular car comes from Australia, BRD standing for Borland Racing Development.
That's right.
And they were very prominent. They started off building cars for the Formula 2 championship over there, and they won it 5 out of the 6 years that they were constructing cars. And they kind of got bored winning that, so they turned their attention to smaller cars. And one of the Formula Fs that has come into prominence here in recent years is the Spectrum 014H. They were the ones that built that car. And the other car they built for small single-seater racing was this BRD Formula V. It's called a Sabre 01 Formula V, and there are not that many of them built. I believe it was about 5 or 6 of them that were built, and they were imported here into the United States from Australia. Again, one of the great things when you have this many cars is you have so many cars that are rare or with such interesting histories.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, down under, it's amazing when you're down there just how many different cars, especially in these smaller Formula cars that you see here. And it's no surprise that Scott McLaughlin, Scott Dixon, Jeff Brabham all came from those series back in back in Australia and New Zealand because they're so strong. I mean, I can tell you that the Formula Ford series this year alone in New Zealand has 35 plus cars. Wow. And what's interesting is that, you know this, that when you get Formula V and you get the Swifts and the Van Diemen chassis, they last forever. And an 82 chassis can compete against a 2020 chassis.
Yeah, I was going to say that you can race that car and you can be competitive in that car, not mid-pack, but you can be competitive towards the front of the field there. Van Diemen is still winning championships, even though we have the more modern Spectrum 0Hs. And we have the Magali Formula F, as they call it now, both with Ford and Honda power. But you can still be competitive in a Van Diemen, even in a Lola T342, which we have here in vintage racing. But you can still run those, much like the Formula Vs. The Protoform Formula V, which Arnold Carbaugh, and I'm not sure if he's going to be out here or not, they'll be perfectly suited to wet conditions, low horsepower, and very good handling. The Protoform actually is the defending runoff champion that won last year at Indianapolis. Protoform P3, here racing in vintage racing, but Andrew Whitston, who won his second Formula V championship, actually ran a Protoform.
I've got a funny story for you. You may have heard of Liam Lawson. He's one of the Red Bull Junior drivers in Formula 2 at the moment, doing a great job, and had a run in Formula 1 recently and for AlphaTauri. But he gave me a run at Hampton Downs in his first ever Formula First car, which he won the championship with when he was about 14, I think. But he was there on hand to laugh at my gear changes and see the smile from ear to ear as I went out there. But I loved every minute.
That's funny you should mention Formula First, because Formula Vs were of course, the beginnings of SCCA Formula V racing, but a kind of development of that was Formula First, which was a little bit slightly more horsepower, pretty much still the Volkswagen parts, which is what the Formula V stands for. But Formula First was a good series. We had a series that ran with the American Road Race of Champions at Road Atlanta in November. That was Formula First. But Formula V, the only class really that the year before even one car was built, the Formula V, the Volkswagen dealers wanted that Formula V class, and they went to SCCA and said, look, if you put a Formula V class there, we'll have cars there. And they said, well, we're not sure. And so they kind of convinced them. First race, there were like 30 of them showed up, said, okay, you're good.
Feature race 2 then from Group 2 here in the soggy Watkins Glen here in New York State, and not the field we wanted, but these guys have waited all weekend and they've had one race and they're going to have another. Even though if it's only 4, we should get some competitive racing between them, especially in these tough conditions. And I've said it all day, but the skill you need to race any of these cars, especially these Formula cars, with the power to weight ratio, is so hard because you are really fighting the car, and if it gets twitchy, if you get out of shape, it can easily let go very, very quickly. Look at this, 3 together on track, the 4th just trying to catch up, but coming through the mist and into the bus stop for the first time.
Yeah, Formula Ford, or again Formula F as it's called now, because we do have the introduction of the Honda Fit engine, but they were great training grounds. A lot of the Formula 1 drivers came up, Ayrton Senna comes to mind, also yep. James Hunt, they came up through Formula, but they were a great training ground because they had little narrow tires on them, so it wasn't like you could squill the tires through the corners. You had to really be precise and get that car to go through. It had basically the same horsepower from the Pinto engine, Formula Ford, the 1600 camshaft engine. And so it was a great training ground for them, but it was one of the great classes, and it came over here to the United States. We had a Pro Formula Ford championship at one time, and again, the SCCA runoffs being held at Road Atlanta for 26 years in a row. We had a lot of named drivers that are now in Indy come through that, and the reason they did so well was because Formula F, Formula Ford, you have a draft on it. You have to have racecraft, which we were talking about a little earlier, and of course you have to have the thing that a lot of drivers lack, that's patience.
Yeah, it's a very good point. That man's got some patience. Look at that. Beautiful. Steps out.
Yep.
He'll be watching this race, I'm sure. But it's Amber Stevenson at the moment leading the way in the number 15.
That's one of the gold medallion cars. That car is exactly as the way it was in 1969 and has been authorized to be a gold medallion car by SVRA in the Lotus 69 Formula Ford.
And there's the 12 of Arnold Carbour Jr., second place to him. And there's a bit of a gap now forming between Stevenson and Carbour Jr., and he is definitely starting to pull away, having started out into the bus stop with them 3 line astern. It's Robert Patterson in the 2FV, the yellow just behind in the number 38, and then Nathan Ryder is our 4th competitor in the number 42. So 1 lap completed, and looks fairly comfortable out there at the moment, does Amber.
And this is not surprising to see these particular 4 cars out here, because these are the lowest horsepower of the classes that run in the Group 2, Formula B being the most powerful and the fastest. But these cars are ideally suited for this rain. In the National Championship race, they have their Formula B has its own race. We had 35 cars there last year, and it was one of the best races of the weekend. You know, drafting, a lot of lead changes. Obviously, unfortunately, because of the weather, we don't have as many here this weekend as we will at Circuit of the Americas in November. But still, you know, you could draft off these cars. You couldn't really do much with the horsepower of it. Most of the work that was done on these Formula Vs was all aerodynamics.
Now, can you explain, or do you know, the history of the Mysterian?
I think I might.
It's a mystery to me, he says. But the M208 that Carbour is driving, sorry, Nathan Ryder was driving, but I've seen a couple of those out there, and I just looked down the list and thought, well, I'm not, I mean, you know, Crossley I know, Chevron obviously, Swift, Lola, Van Diemen, these are all the names we've been mentioning, but the Mysterian is not one I know.
Yeah, I don't know that much about the Mysterian. I do know it was one of the earlier...
Aptly named then.
Yeah, it was one of the earlier Formula V cars. See, I learned so much from Jonathan. It was one of the earlier Formula V cars. I believe that Lynx was one of them. That's, I believe, what Arnold Carbaugh is driving, the Lynx Formula B. And it was very successful in Formula V racing. Another Protoform. Mysterian is one of the, I would say, lesser-known manufacturers, obviously by both of us. Again, as Ben says, if anyone knows out there, please feel free.
We've got it up there. You're looking at Robert Patterson right now in the 2FV BRD FV, and as you mentioned, that is an Australian brand. I don't know how successful they've been in this sort of form of racing over the years, but yeah, the Aussies know what they're doing.
Well, now that one I know a little bit about. There were, I said there were like 7 or 8, and I double-checked. There's actually was 23 of these built in the 7-year span from 1993 to 2000. But it is an Australian brand, as you said, and it was the car that they built, Borland Racing Developments, after they were so successful with the Formula 2 Championship. Again, the Spectrum 014H was the Formula Ford that they built. And this was the car, the last of their cars that they built, the Borland Racing Developments BRD Sabre 01 Formula V.
Stevenson doing a very good job and starting to pull away. The gap now 2.4 seconds to this. Our second place car, that's Arnold Carbour Jr.
Now, Amber does a great job here in Formula Ford, but she also and has raced with us earlier this year in a Lotus Super 7. She does a good job in that racing as well. But Amber is quite high in the points there for SVRA. Again, we award the U.S. Vintage National Championship Bell Helmet Awards, but there also is an SVRA Sprint Award that goes to the drivers in the different groups.
Well, the field spreading out here on lap 3. Still Stevenson, Carbour, Ryder, and Patterson. As you say, yeah, Amber doing a really good job. She's got, 5 seconds now up the road on the second place man as they head back up the hill again. This is the view from turn 8. Now back with our 4th place Robert Patterson in the BRD FV.
Yeah, and you would expect Amber to be the fastest of these cars. Again, the Formula F, Formula Ford, has a 1600cc engine in it. Even the earlier versions, which the Lotus 69 is. Formula Ford, they had Eldon, PRH. Of course, they had Van Diemen, Spectrum here more recently, as well as the Magali. But I drove a Van Diemen Formula Ford at Charlotte, and the draft is something that you can be told about, but you actually have to experience it to just feel how great it is to be right behind the car. You know, you're going on the oval at Charlotte, and you get that great feeling of getting that extra aerodynamic advantage and going right by them.
I bet that's great, especially at Charlotte.
Yes. The only bad part was that when I raced, it was before the development of these great new helmets that they have, and you had to be sure that the chin strap was really tight because the air would rush in over, because of aerodynamics, would rush in over and try to lift that helmet off of your head, which is very upsetting when you're trying to try and figure out where you're going on the track.
Yep. Devoted fans there in section 1 and 2.
Glad to see that.
In fact, it is just crowd 1 and 2 for that particular section. Now, there's more people here than that. In fact, a lot of people camping over the weekend, making it a holiday to finish off the summer. And if you were seeing our drone shots from earlier, sadly we can't get up with this heavy rain. Yeah, if you saw the drone shots from earlier, you'll see just how many people are in the infield. In fact, on the way in this morning, that infield also goes to the outfield, and there's loads of cars camping and RVs parked up there. So, yeah, it's a real festival here. And well, it may be, because you go down to the town at Watkins Glen and you can see the Grand Prix start of the weekend, if you will, which was a great exhibition because the history, of course, of this particular venue goes back to 1948, where it all began around the streets of little Watkins Glen, when back then there were only about 3,000 people living here, so it must have been quite a spectacle running around the hay bales and across the hills and dales, because it's quite a hilly part of the country. And then they decided, you know what, we might think that might be a little bit dangerous, so let's build a circuit. It's worth it. And in 1956 they opened Watkins Glen.
And I've always said, I know we raced at a lot of great iconic racetracks around the country. Tony Pirella, Pirella Motorsports Holdings, doing a great job with the schedule and getting these tracks to agree to have us be part of their weekends. But I always said 3 of the most loyal fan bases that I've ever seen over the years that I've been attending races and been blessed to be doing some announcing at these races. One is Road America.
Yep.
They have always had a great loyal fan base. Another is Lime Rock, and the third is here. I think that there could be all kinds of stuff happening, and these fans would still be here saying, we're here, where's the race cars?
Yeah, it's interesting. You know, the Sunshine States of Florida and California, and even Texas, if you like, certainly in the South, when it comes to NASCAR, you know, Carolinas and so on. But the Northeast really does have some true bloods when it comes to supporting and following racing. And I quite rightly agree that Lime Rock, Watkins Glen, and
Road
America, and to a certain extent Mid-Ohio, although very different track. But you know, the support up here is huge.
Yeah, if we didn't mention Mid-Ohio, John Phippen would be very upset. Especially since we're going to see him at our next round at Mission Foods VIR.
That's right.
October 6th to 9th is the Formula Regional Americas, and the F4 U.S. Series will be part of that weekend.
Yep.
Along with International GT, Trans Am, SVRA, an action-packed weekend.
Yeah, it's going to be a very packed weekend at a cracking circuit, VIR. I mean, you know, you talk about great circuits here in America. VIR definitely one of them. Love going there. It really is something quite unique and special. So we're looking at Patterson in 4th place at the moment, bringing up the rear in that bright yellow. We need it today to keep him spotted. And hats off to the marshals, doing a great job. Been out there all day in the wet. Some of them have got cover, some of them don't, and they're ploughing on, as it were, and same to our cameraman too. So give them a hats off as well.
And these Formula Vs are racing here in Group 2, but they also, Arnold Carbaugh Jr. anyway, has a Formula V that he runs in Group number 1. And in the Group 1, Carbaugh has won, I believe it's 4 straight SVRA Sprint Point Championships. So he's very good, not only at this track, but at other tracks across the country.
Sam Sabo says, hey, that's my Aunt Amber.
Oh, there we go.
Well, there you go. She's out there. She's doing the business in really tough conditions, too. Just thought of something. You see the VW logo on the, we should explain it for those who don't know. That's what V, the stands for, which is VW. That's the engine, of course.
And that was actually, it's funny, you know, a lot of times it's the racing that drives the dealerships. In this case, it was the Volkswagen dealers with Ray Caldwell and his Auto Dynamics, which was one of the original Formula Vs, that the dealers wanted something that they could tout as a racing car, and they came up with this Formula V series. It's one of the popular and most long-running of the classes in SCCA, and it was a great class. Again, drafting was very key on these cars as opposed to being motor, going as your faster way around, or tires, it was actually just aerodynamics. And you can see a lot of these cars were bought as a particular manufacturer, and then over the years as the owner has them, you can see aerodynamic changes being made to the body.
Here's your leader. Nathan Ryder was just heading up the hill. He's in third place, but back to our leader now. As the clock ticks down, you can see the clock in the mid-screen there at the top, just letting you know that obviously we're not worried about laps. It's more a case of timing now because we've got another group to come to finish off our day. In fact, that'll be the Collier Cup, and I'm going to put you in the capable hands of Mr. Sissel and Mr. Conway. But our leader doing a great job because the conditions aren't getting any better. And this is great stuff from Amber. And if your niece is watching, or your nephew, whichever Sam Sabo is, I hope you're enjoying it. And back with Patterson in the 38. Look at that concentration on. I love clear visors. That's the one good thing about the rain, is that you can see the concentration on the eyes. The eye of the tiger almost.
Yeah, you have to have a lot of concentration in these particular conditions. You know, these cars are not the fastest of the SVRA groups we have, but it still takes a lot of skill. And these cars can still get away from you. Even the Formula Vs, they have what I call skinny or narrow tires. So in these conditions, even though these are not as high horsepower cars as some of the broadcasts that we've had today and throughout the weekend, Jonathan, they are still a handful to drive.
Yeah, and let's face it, they are very simple, and that was the whole point, is that they are affordable, easy to make, easy to repair, and but that said, once you get up to speed, they get to achieve very quickly and easily. 3 minutes to go then. I wonder if the 42 of Ryder can catch up to second place. He's got time, and time running out though, and the gap not too bad, about 2 seconds, and you can see just up the road where his competitor is. There he is. But those sitting water on the track must be a little bit distracting, and you don't want to go on the white lines, whatever you do, because that's where it really gets scary.
No, you don't want to touch the painted curves. We saw when Ben and I were doing the Group 9 race that caught somebody out very quickly. It was as if somebody just took the car and threw it, because it's like ice on there. I know we've said this a couple of times during the broadcast today, but again, you even saw the NASCAR cars, which usually hop the curves, especially through the inner loop or the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers bus stop. Nemechek wasn't getting anywhere near those painted lines because he knew. And of course, if you go off the course, you might as well just kind of wait until you hit something, because that grass is going to actually speed you up as opposed to slow you down. And turning the wheel is of no good. The car's just going to go straight.
Yep. Well, we're on the last lap here in our group feature race 2. Sadly, only 4 competitors, but hey, they're having fun. And look at Stevenson. Amber's got a, 15.8 second lead now. The only chance is maybe a change for second and third between Carver Jr. and Ryder. He's going really well in that 42. Through the bus stop for the last time comes the 15. Gingerly does it. Sitting water everywhere you look.
Yeah, that link speed of Arnold Carbide Jr., I think Ryder's made maybe a little bit of inroads, but I don't think he's going to have enough time to catch him.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's going to take a mistake, I think.
Yeah. Which you out very, very quickly. You know, you go straight, and as soon as you go across him, you swear that something's wrong with the car, because it doesn't catch. It just kind of glides over and then when you hit some pavement where you have a little bit of grip, it kind of jerks you back into the straight line.
As you can see, you can almost tell that they're gingerly approaching their racing to this particular set of corners here. Well, they might. Taking the rain line, as Adam Andretti put me right on, I thought they were making mistakes, but no. Sometimes it's better to go very wide and avoid the race lines, just simply because there's more grip there.
Yeah, the race line is very polished, and that is the last thing that you need when you're trying to make the turn in. Terry Irwood, one of the Skip Barber Racing School driving instructors, always says it's about 1 to 2 car lengths off of that, what you would normally call the dry line, and that is your racing line. And you have the grip out there. You see people making passes on the outside there. If they can trap a competitor down to the inside, the competitor has less grip than the one on the outside. So it's very important to stay on that outside line, that so-called rain line, to have at least a little bit of grip, more so than on the inside or on the apex where it would normally be.
Coming to the line then for the final time. Here comes our leader. Coming to the checkered flag and taking the checkered flag for Group 2. Well done to Amber Stevenson. She takes the victory ahead of Carver Jr., who is some 15 seconds behind, so we'll have to wait for a second to see them cross the line, but it won't be long, too long anyway.
So good job by Amber. Overall win and the win in the Formula Fords.
Yep, did very well indeed. And yep, as we expected, Carver Jr. holding on to that second place with Ryder third, and Patterson rounding out that four-way battle. Just one more group to go after this, and that will be the Collier Cup. A prestigious race indeed, and we're hoping to get at least a few more cars out for that one, for our final race of the day. But it's a bit of a sad way to end the weekend. It started so brightly. It was perfect weather yesterday. But,
yeah, we had great fields yesterday.
Yeah. Oh, well, it is what it is. But,
glad to see those 4 cars that brave the rain and come out and give us some enjoyment.
No question about it. And as we look down on Watkins Glen, I hope you've enjoyed our group coverage. So we're going to get a look at some of the other cars coming up in a moment. My thanks once again to Scott Conway. Stay with us here on our live stream, and we've got one more big race to bring you in a moment. We're going to take a short break here from the Glen, and we'll be back with more action
when the finish line calls. We answer. Hit the road with insurance protection from Hagerty. Whether you drive a built racer, sports car, or exotic, and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com. When the road calls, we answer. With our guaranteed value, unparalleled service and expertise, and savings of $264 on average, Hagerty has you covered no matter what's around the bend. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome here to the grid at the Collier Cup. We like to celebrate the Collier Cup here at the Hilliard U.S. Vintage Grand Prix at Watkins Glen because Sam and Miles Collier, who both raced in the original road races here from 1948 to 1952, they were kind of mostly responsible for importing MGs. MG, check a look at this badge here, Morris Garage, the best car company ever in the history of the world. I'm an MG guy. Hawaii Dave Nicholas is an MG guy. So, Dave, I know this race, being somebody that's been a motorsports fan your whole life, growing up here in Binghamton, this means a lot, doesn't it?
Oh, absolutely. That's why we're out here in the rain. Yep.
That's the least you've ever said to me, Dave Nicholas. That's amazing. Now, Dave Nicholas has been photographing. You need to check out barkboys.com, B-A-R-C boys.com, right? Because you've been taking photographs and you've been to almost every famous race. But expect this car right here, Honeybee, to win this race. He's a very fast, even though he's a Group 1 MGA, because now we're going to come up here to a Group 3 MGB. After the MGA, basically a truck frame on that car. Now we go to a unibody construction of the MGB, one of the greatest sports cars ever made. Andrew Moore, you've been running here with us in this event for a long time. What does running your MG in the Collier Cup mean to you?
I'm excited to be here, Ben. I mean, I love the history of the motorsport, Collier, brothers, everything that happens downtown. I ran the reenactment Friday night the first time through the back roads, and man, those were some brave drivers. I had no idea. So thrilled to be here. But today, keep it on the road. Don't do anything stupid. It's been a great weekend. Looking forward to the race.
Nice. I love it. Andrew Moore in that British Racing Green MG. And we honor the Collier brothers. And Sam Collier, unfortunately, lost his life at the road course that Andrew was talking about in the old street course in 1951. Then we come to Peter Usdavinas in the MG. Are we still allowed to say midget in this day and age? Am I going to get canceled for that? MG Little People? So tell us about this midget and how it even compares to the MGB.
Well, It's just a bit smaller in every regard. The size of the chassis, the engine, but very similar as far as the construction of the engine, that type of thing. Just it's aptly named midget.
Nice. I love it. And we're going to get a shot here because this blue car here, the 51A, is an actual MGA twin cam. Then we've got Heather Richards back there in her MG midget, and then an MGTF. So, Jonathan, as they're firing it up, take it away. Am I taking this? Yeah, I'll take my...
So, let's get underway. Great stuff, Ben, as always, and I know that Ben's going to be up here like Flash because he loves this race, and I'm going to allow him, obviously, to call it with you, Scott, because he absolutely adores his MGs. He has an MGA. I think he's got a collection, to be honest. So I'm looking forward to getting his words of wisdom on these wonderful cars. And I hope you've enjoyed our weekend. We try to bring you the best we can of the coverage from Watkins Glen, and it's certainly been a fun weekend, that's for sure. Not much you can do about the weather.
No, nothing at all. I just kind of have to adapt to it and roll with the punches, as they say.
Well, what's your favorite mark, then? If his is MG, what's yours?
Well, actually, mine is MG also, only because I used to race an MG midget in the SCCAF production. I didn't race it especially well, but I had a lot of fun. So Ustavenis, the last guy that he was talking to there, Ustavenis, who won both races last year in an MG midget, so I always cheer for them.
Well, I must have it in the genes. I've never been a racing driver, although my mum went to a seance and said that I was in my previous life a racing driver, and that I should always wear a safety belt, which I do. But my grandmother had an MG midget, and my mother had a bright yellow Triumph Spitfire.
Wow.
So I was always in the back, crunched up. I think that's why I have bad knees now, because I've been in those two cars, in the back mostly.
My dad had an Austin Hilly 3000, and on days like this, it was a very big challenge because they had the tunnel covers that had all the snaps on them in the back, and by the time you got the top up and the plastic windows rolled up, it had stopped raining. So looking forward to this Collier Cup coming up, Jonathan, with production cars in it, MG midgets, MGAs in there, and again, I know that's Ben's favorite mark, so he'll be up here very, very shortly.
Let's head down to Ben Sissel.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor. Here I am near Winner's Circle. We have a New York and an international legend, Ed Clute, famous pianist from this area, has done just a little bit of everything in the music business. But Ed, it is my honor to give you the mics, or put the mics in front of you, for you to give the most famous words in motorsports for this great MG Collier Cup. Ed, take it away.
Ladies and gentlemen, you may start your engines.
Nice. Thank you, Ed Clute. What an honor that was, ladies and gentlemen. And here they come, the MGs, the famous MGs of the Collier Cup, racing here at Watkins Glen International for the Hilliard U.S. Vintage Grand Prix. Gentlemen, I'm going to send it back up to you in the booth.
Well, the mist is still as it has been since, 8 o'clock this morning.
Yes,
very much apart. It's mist and haze and rain, frankly. But we are about to get underway in our final race of the day. And as you can see, the Honda Civic, as always, leading them around.
I really hate it when the weatherman's right, Jonathan.
Yeah, I saw the weather this morning in the hotel, and I could see that broad strands of the Midwest and New York area were going to be drenched. And sadly, they have been for the last couple of weeks, not necessarily just here, but certainly in much of the parts of the Northeast. So sadly, and of course Mississippi, hearts go out to everybody there. But as we remember the people of September 11th, and as we remember the great Queen Elizabeth II, who probably has been in a fair few MGs in her life, yes, it's a special weekend, there's no question.
Yeah, the British Racing Green was very famous in the Formula One when, before really sponsorships, they were always in the country's colors of the particular car that was there, and British Racing Green very well represented on Formula One grids.
Yeah, so it was, French was blue.
Blue, yes.
British were racing green, or green, a
Yes.
a particular dark green, almost like those trees. The Italians, red. Who else? The Germans, silver.
Yes, and the
or aluminium, if you will.
Aluminum, yes.
Aluminum, to be corrected. Any other countries have their own?
USA was red, white, and blue, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, but I'm not sure if there were any others, so I'm going to go with you. I know Italians were always red.
Of course.
I don't think Enzo Ferrari would have had it any other way.
And today they were red-faced because they lost at their own home of Monza to Red Bull. Sacre bleu, as the French would say.
Verstappen looks like he's indeed going to claim his Formula One championship.
At the moment, yeah. In fact, he could do it in Singapore, the next race. So here we go. Coming to the line, the Honda comes out of the way. We'll watch for the flag marshal to wave the green. If he's happy with what he sees, he will wave that flag. And he does so, and we are away for the Collier Cup for the final race of the weekend here at Watkins Glen. Away they go, down towards the Mission Foods turn 1 for the first time, and they're 3 abreast for a moment. And the 25 goes slightly wide. And can he get back? Can he get back? Yes, just about, but that was a bit of a moment. And in comes the 76. And this is starting to get very good already, because we've got a race on our hands, and I'm going to let Ben jump into the hot seat because I know he is chomping at the bit to get his MGs.
Those MGs, we have MGA and MG Midget out there along with MGB. Ben, I know this is one of your favorite, if not the favorite class that you have, based on the fact that you have an MGA, I believe, correct?
Yeah, I've had all kinds of MGs. I've had all 3 of those, a B, a Midget, and an MGA. And I love the history here because we had an MGA and an MGA twin cam, a Midget, a B, all coming into turn 1 at the same time. And don't forget the TF. Dave Nicholas just ahead of Peter Eustavinus. Now, Peter Eustavinus, that car should be a little bit more nimble than Andrew Moore's MGB, but that is absolutely beautiful there. Jim Holliday in that MGA twin cam from 1959. The twin cams made just a little bit more power than the regular 1620s, 22s, or the 1600s of the MGAs, but you had to have a great mechanic. They proved to be a little bit less reliable depending on whose hands the cars were in. We're getting some great shots of the street cars here. Lots of MGs. One thing that's really cool about the Hilliard U.S. Vintage Grand Prix is a lot of the fans and spectators drive out their classic cars as their everyday drivers to come to be spectators at these events, and it's so much fun to see. As we see there, the Lotus and the Rabbit Cabriolet. That white Rabbit Cabriolet as a kid growing up in the 80s and 90s, that was like the cheerleader car of the time. There's Andrew Moore in that MGB ahead of Dave Nicholas now. Now that MGB should have an 1800cc engine. Really well-balanced unibody construction like we talked about. Front engine, rear-wheel drive, very low slung. Andrew Moore was saying he had a great time yesterday, and that's an early MGB in 1965. I think the first MGB was 1962. As he comes around Franklin Road Apparel, turn 10 and 11. Now look, there's Dave Nicholas popping out. Dave Nicholas is in a 1960 MGA. And then Peter Eustavinus in a 1964 MG Midget. The MG Midget should probably have a 1275 if he's out here racing it.
Yeah, that's the Mark I. It does have a 1275cc engine in it. I only know that because that's an MG Midget similar to the one that I raced. And we had a 1275 in ours. It was a Mark I, and it was very potent back in the early SCCAF production days.
Yeah, so much fun to drive. You can feel every input you're getting into the car responds to it immediately. You can see these great lines of the MGA. Other than maybe a Jaguar XK120, for my money, I think the MGA has the prettiest lines of any sports car.
Yeah, the MGA was launched in 1955, and the MGA twin cam that you're talking about, that was from 1958 to 1960. There was 2,211 of those twin cams that were made. Twin overhead camshaft cylinder head, as what the name would imply, a twin cam for MGA.
Peter Eustavinus coming into the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers Interloop bus stop here. You can really see the inputs that he's putting into the front wheels as he tries to get the power back down. coming out, running a little bit more of the rain line here. There is Heather Richards. This is a great story, 1968 MG Midget. This is her first major race weekend with SVRA. She did a great school and race weekend with VRG at Summit Point. Her husband helps take care of that yellow MGA that we're seeing out there, Kevin. But welcome, Heather Richards. She's doing great. She's been a long-time photographer with us, but now she's out there running with us, living the dream. And then that's Glenn Moore in that number 56, 1955 MGTF. There was an overlap between this design, which is more of like a pre-war design with these TDs, the TCs, and the TFs. And this was the last year of the TFs, I believe, and the first year of the MGA, like you said. But anytime you're racing a car with wire wheels at an SVRA event, you have my attention. I just love the look of wire wheels.
Yeah, the MG Midget was produced between 1961 and 1979, and MG encouraged racing to sell cars, a common theme that we have seen throughout this weekend, that they used racing both as development and as a way to publicize and to sell their cars. MG encouraging racing to sell their cars had class wins at the 12 Hours of Sebring by drivers such as Sterling Moss, Bruce McLaren, and Steve McQueen. And again, a common theme we've seen here, Ben, throughout the weekend, whether it be historic Trans Am or these particular group cars, that back in the day, as they do today, they used racing as a platform to sell the cars in the showroom.
Safety fast was their motto, which I always thought was kind of an oxymoron. But you love it. And you think about like the Sebring days with that iconic MG bridge over Sebring, over the track. Jim Holiday said he came from, wasn't able to race with us the last couple of years because of COVID. He is Canadian, but he's out there showing us how it's done in his 1959 MGA twin cam. And the twin cams are getting more and more rare on the racetrack with us just because they were rare to begin with. They're a little bit harder to work on, and they break a little bit easier. So everybody's kind of gone to the 5-main bearing 1622, but I really appreciate him coming out. It looks like Glenn Moore is going to come in. He's got his hand up as he comes around.
Yeah, we're glad to have a lot of our both fans and competitors that we're finally able to come down from Canada and join us here at Watkins Glen International.
It looks like Dave Nicholas might have a little problem with the left front of his car. He's got a left front lean. I wish you could see this car up close because the preparation on Heather Richards' car is unbelievable. And she is having so much fun out there. What a beautiful car.
And that's one of the tracks that we will be visiting next year, Summit Point Raceway, Ben.
Yeah. SVRA will be at Summit Point. I'm really excited to get out there, especially for our groups like this, our Group 1, 3, 4, 5. Groups 8, that's a perfect track. Group 2, the Formula Fords, should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, a very technical track, but it does have some long straightaways where you can open up a Formula Ford and draft by people. But it is a very technical track and very fun to drive.
And MG also made saloon cars, but really what they became known for after the 1950s were these inexpensive, really fun sports cars, and that's what they are. They're really easy to operate. Not unlike a lawnmower, just for how simple the cars and the mechanics are in these cars, and just so much fun to drive on a country road. The beauty of MGs, and like I said, I love the Mini Coopers. That I just absolutely love driving them because they're the only cars that are fun to drive the speed limit on the back roads of Tennessee. Just got word that car 56 went into the paddock, the 1955 MGTF. I hope nothing major was wrong. We saw him put his hand up as he was coming in, indicating to all the drivers, so we appreciate that. But we're looking at our leader right now, Andrew Moore, in that 1965 Group 3 MGB. Now look, he got my memo about wearing the brightly colored gloves so we can see what their hands are doing. So thank you, Andrew Moore. We love that. We like seeing all the input that the drivers are putting into these cars. Just a little bit offline there to try to find grip. And then there's Jim Holiday in that 1959 MGA twin cam. Look at the lines of that car. No door handles. There's a little pull string inside the door.
Yeah, as MG went along, their cars got a little bit bigger and a little bit more powerful as they went from the MG Midget up to the MGA, the MGB, and then the MGB GT with a V8 engine in it.
Yeah, those are monsters.
Yes, they are.
So you can get an MGB GT with the MGB 1800 engine, but then they went up to the
V8
Range Rover Buick. What is it? A 2.0? I can't remember the displacement of it, but it's an all aluminum, really, really nice engine. A lot too much power, really, for the chassis, but really fun to drive.
Much like the Triumph GT6 went up to the GT6 Plus, MGB was trying to keep up with them as they were usually in combat with the MGs in C production and D production.
So it looks like the battle right now is still between David Nicholas and Peter Ustavinas. Within about a second and a half of each other.
You know, we watched Ustavinas, I believe it was yesterday, they had to come up from the back of the pack and had a good drive. That was in the dry.
Yeah, they missed qualifying, he said. So, and here comes Heather Richards there. 1968 MG Midget. I like that she's taken out every other spline there in the grill. That gives it a really good look and probably puts more air to the radiator. Racing there for Jake Stable. You can see the logo there, and then those 3 stripes on the back are rookie stripes, and that's self-imposed by her to alert the other drivers that, hey, she's new to the track, new to racing, so give her some room. I love that she's doing that. She waves to Andrew, acknowledging that she sees him there. Andrew makes the pass into Franklin Road, turn 10 and 11 complex, and look at the lines of that MGB. It's got the headlight covers on it.
Yeah, it was good heads-up driving by Heather there, because a lot of times, you know, especially in these conditions, you're concentrating so much on trying to keep the car on the track that you sometimes lose a little bit of perspective as to who's coming up behind you or around you. But that was good driving. Heather recognizing that he was coming up, more experienced driver, faster driver, pointed him by, and off he went, and everything was good.
Well, there's Ustavinas. See if Dave Nicholas is anywhere near.
Not in that shot.
Oh. David Nicholas might have fallen off somewhere also. Looking for the 76 of David Nicholas. Hawaii Dave, I thought I saw something wrong with the left front of his car. It was just kind of dipping down as he came into the bus stop. So we'll see what's happening there. But Peter Ustavinas now scoring second. And that should be David Nicholas right in front of Holiday. Yeah, there he is. Oh, you can see the right front of his car is really bent up. As Andrew Moore comes through the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers Interloop bus stop here at Watkins Glen International Raceway.
And these cars, as we've said before all day long, Ben, are really a handful, especially coming through that bus stop, because you're downshifting, braking, and turning all at the same time. Plus, you have the added challenge of going across those weepers that can catch you out.
You know, this campground was full of campers at the beginning of the weekend, but the weather, and it's late Sunday, a lot of them are packing up to go home. There's Heather Richards. I'd like to stay at this camera position and see what's wrong with the front end of David Nicholas's car. With that beautiful British racing green. British racing green was the color of the British cars back in the Grand Prix days, the Bentleys, the Aston Martins, the Jaguars, and MGs and Triumphs.
And if I remember correctly on the Formula One grids, that would have been the BRM. And then the Ferraris for Italian Red, Jonathan and myself were discussing that while you're on the way up. The Matras were the French blue.
Andrew Moore coming into WeatherTech turn 9. Yeah, and Boy from New York is saying don't forget about MGCs. The MGB with the inline 6 motor.
Boy from New York has been very helpful to us, hasn't he?
Yeah. And then in the last race, Sam Sabo saying that's his aunt, Amber.
Yeah, he was cheering for her.
Yeah, I love it.
And she finished first overall, so
yeah,
well done for her.
Very good driver. She raced with us a couple weeks ago at New Jersey. There's Peter Ustavinas here in that MG Midget without the grill, and there's what it looks like with the grill, but with half of the slats. Chopped windshield. The windshields did go all the way up. These did have a manual rag top on them that sometimes when you're driving in the rain with the rag top on, you might get more wet. You know, just there's so many little places for the water to come in. And then there's Peter Eustabinas with more of a racing windshield on that. Just a little windscreen, I guess. And then there's a chopped MGA windscreen. Oh, here's the battle. Look at this. Twin cam versus just a regular MGA.
That twin cam should have the legs on it once they get to the straightaway.
But if you know David Nicholas, he can make his car really wide.
Oh, that is true.
And that was a great shot. You could see the brake light changes from a 59 to the 1960 MGA, went to the more two brake lights, where the 59 had the one single brake light and turn indicators. And Andrew Morris just really getting after it here. Oh, there's the front end damage. It looks like he came in contact with a wall somewhere. Not sure where. You can see the front grille a little bit out of whack, but Dave Nicholas is going to finish this race. He'll worry about the body work later.
I believe he came all the way from Palm Desert, California, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, he lives out on the West Coast now, but grew up in Binghamton, New York.
So I got to race at Watkins Glen, if nowhere else, right?
Yeah.
From Binghamton, New York. But the history here at Watkins Glen International, the iconic tracks that we visit have a lot of history. This is one of the ones that has the most history to it. Home of the U.S. Grand Prix when it first came over, and just so many things that have happened here in so many different series at Watkins Glen International.
I encourage you to go to Dave Nicholas's website that he set up with his friends that have been taking photos of motorsports since they were teenagers, since he was 14. Bark Boys, BARCBOYS.com. Some unbelievable stories and photos there of kind of the golden years, the best days in motorsports, and they went to almost all of them.
I know out on the West Coast, one of the tracks that I was always sad to see go away was Riverside. Riverside was a great track out there. Fortunate enough to get to drive it before it went away, but
and the white flag is out on Andrew Moore. Now, if you know anything about British cars and Lucas Electronics and the rain, you know that to not count this race over yet, absolutely anything can happen. The frustrating thing about being a British car owner is you can pull the car into your garage and it ran fantastic. Next morning, you can go out to start it, and it won't start for anything. And that's just kind of the beauty of owning a British car from this era.
Yeah, they're great and fun to drive when they're running.
You can see kind of how the aerodynamics work on that car and how it's just pushing the water out to the sides and out from underneath it as Andrew Moore comes into Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers for the last time here this weekend at the Hilliard U.S. Vintage Grand Prix at Watkins Glen International. This is the last of our broadcast races this weekend here at Watkins Glen. I'm always so excited to come to Watkins Glen and a little bit melancholy or sad to leave it as Dave Nicholas leads Jim Holliday as they come into the last turn here, turn 11, to take the white flag. Let's see how this little race shakes out.
Yeah, Holliday is right there, right on his rear bumper there. See if Holliday can get by.
Another great shot of Heather Richards coming down. It's a long downhill into Mission Foods turn 1.
It's a very difficult track to drive in the dry, let alone in the rain. They're doing an excellent job. Especially Heather, her first race here, and she's out there in the rain. A great job of driving being done by her.
All right, Andrew Moore still working. This is when MG drivers get nervous. You know, just a few more turns. They're listening to every little noise, looking down at their temperature, making sure that they're battery and the electronics are still working. And all the Lucas is kicking in, and it looks like he's going to bring it home. Both taillights are still working in this rain. It's unusual. That's a really, really well-prepared MGB. I'd love to see that GoPro footage on the nose there.
Great camera shots, too, by the Green Light crew. Great job all weekend, especially out there in the rain.
Yeah, well, congratulations, Andrew Moore. Hard fought there at the beginning, and then hard fought just through the weather and keeping it all clean. And keeping the rubber side down. Andrew Moore has the honor, which every MG racer wants, of winning the Collier Cup in what I would consider a bright, sunny British day at Watkins Glen. Let's see what's going on with Dave Nicholas and Jim Holliday back there, the fight with the MGAs.
Regular MGA is going to be just a little bit lighter, a little bit less horsepower, but suited for these conditions. Twin cam with a little bit more horsepower, but Holliday was right on the rear bumper there of Nicholas last time we saw him, Ben.
Yeah.
Coming through the mist, hard to see. There he is.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, we're looking down. We're about to sign off from the Hilliard U.S. Vintage Grand Prix. Now make sure you join us early October for the Mission Foods VIR Speed Tour, October 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th. If you want to get tickets, it's going to be fantastic. We will be live streaming. We will be there with International GT, SVRA, the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, Formula 4 U.S. Championship, and Formula Regional Americas Championship. It's going to be a crazy full weekend at the Mission Foods VIR Speed Tour, Virginia International Raceway. Go to virnow.com for tickets. That does it. Scott, close us out here at beautiful Watkins Glen International.
Well, I think it's been an excellent weekend despite the weather that was here today. We had a great weekend, great car count, a lot of people coming down from Canada. Again, thank you to all the fans that came out, especially today in these inclement conditions. We're very happy to be here, very happy to have you here. And Ben and also Jonathan, who had to take off a little bit early, thank you very much for allowing me to be part of it.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that does it for the Hilliard U.S. Vintage Grand Prix. Sad to say goodbye to Watkins Glen, but excited to be at VIR next. Thank you, guys.
The Mission Foods VIR Speed Tour returns to Virginia International Raceway October 6th through the 9th, featuring the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, the Sportscar Vintage Racing Association, International GT, Formula Regional Americas, F4 U.S. Championship, Mazda Heritage Cup, and the Saturday Haggerty Cars and Caffeine Car Show. You do not want to miss the Mission Foods VIR Speed Tour. For tickets, simply go to virnow.com.
Hon, the WeatherTech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
That bush is really coming along.
Hi, Carla. What are you up to?
Oh, I just spent the whole morning having a little battery-powered fun.
I can see that.
This thing is powerful. Hey, honey. I was just gushing about our new favorite toy.
Let me tell you, the battery life on this thing, you wouldn't believe it. Sometimes we need a little extra push to get there. Sometimes, hey, I let it do all the work for me.
And it has so many different settings. All right, Joel, ready to go again?
You should join us sometime.
I've got to get me